Professor, PhD, IMS, and our Coimbatore. Please welcome all the three chairpersons with a huge, huge round of applause. Thank you so much to all the three chairpersons. I would now request the chairpersons to kindly take over the proceedings of the session.
It's a great honor to be a part of this esteemed NAPTICON, which is being conducted at AIIMS Nagpur. And I welcome Dr. Santosh Taur. He has an experience of 15 years in clinical research, medical affairs, and regulatory affairs, pharmacovigilance, and compliance. He's an adjunct faculty at the Department of Pharmacology, KMC Manipal. He has been conferred with Best Resident Award by SATE, GSMC, and KEM Hospital in 2011, Hall of Fame Award by ISCR in 2021, and Champion of Health Award at the India Vaccine Leaders Conclave in 2024. He has more than 30 publications to his credit in national and international journals. He has delivered more than 75 invited talks on clinical research, RWE, HEOR, and vaccinology. I welcome Dr. Santosh Taur. Thank you.
Slide changer. Okay, good morning everyone. So it's always good to be the opening batsman because you always have liberty of playing shots the way you want, taking time to settle on the pitch. But I know Ganesh is looking at me that I don't have so much time because we already started late, so I'll ensure that I'll finish it within time. However, it's always pleasure to be back with the friends, and I think most of them are my co-residents from PG days, as well as my teachers are here in the auditorium. So it is with a mixed feeling that I stand here and deliver my talk. When I reflect on my journey of clinical research and real-world evidence, it has always been wonderful to see the transformation that has happened. So what I'm going to talk today is nothing new, to be very candid. It is just like old wine in new bottle. We all have been doing real-world evidence for many decades. It's just that the terminologies and the understandings have evolved to such an extent that it in itself has become a different vertical now. Okay? And before I dwell into my talk, when we attend any conference, we all have three objectives in our mind. The first objective is to explore the city. Sightseeing is the objective that we come with our agenda. Okay. Second objective is social networking, that we get to meet our friends, peers, we build our network, understand who is doing what work in what field, in other colleges what great work is happening, how we can cross-pollinate the ideas. So that's the second objective. And third objective is knowing the latest edge-cutting technology advancements in the field of medical sciences. And this NAPTICON has given us all three in one, okay? And that's the reason I thank organizers for crafting such a wonderful program and giving us an opportunity to interact and exchange our ideas on this forum. That brings to my topic about real-world data and real-world evidence. Are we ready? When I say are we ready, I mean, do we have enough capabilities? Do you have enough resources, infrastructure? Are we aware about the challenges that we face? And do we have the solutions, the mindset to find a solution to these challenges? These are all my own viewpoints and did not be correlated to the organization. Let me take you back to my journey in RWE. As I mentioned, it is like old wine in new bottle. My journey started in 2009. My first residency days of DM Clinical Pharmacology, where my teacher, Dr. Urmila Thatte, told me, Santosh, we have, I used to study in municipal corporation hospital. So we had very high burden of antimicrobial resistance. There's a lot of focus on what can be done to improve the rational use of antimicrobial agents. And as we always say, we cannot improve what we cannot measure. So first thing started with, let's measure what is the use of irrational use of antimicrobials in our hospital. So I went back to the drawing board, drew the protocol, built everything, and then started the journey of collecting the data. Today, our generation is so lucky. So-called millennials, okay, they all have electronic health record. Everything is available at the tip of their fingers. You don't have to even go to any medical record department. The data is available because we have HMIS, okay? But back then, I had to go to the basement of our hospital, KM Hospital, which used to be one of the isolated rooms, dusty, pull down all the records, go through each and every record manually, and that time we didn't have laptops also. We used to have desktop in the department. So we used to carry a register, long register, make rows, columns, note down every observation, come back, transcribe that into the Excel file which is on your desktop, okay? And this was the way of analyzing the real world data, okay? And then we did lot of studies, the audit of therapeutic drug monitoring, because TDM is one of the services that we have been running for quite some time. So we also looked at how TDM services are actually impacting the patient care. So this was my journey into RWE. Now moving fast forward, what we have seen is this RWE has now different facets. Okay, so today I'm going to do in 20 minutes, introduce to you why RWE is needed, what are the concepts, what are the applications of RWE, what challenges do you face, what are the international and Indian guidelines, okay, and how do we ensure that all this is put to the use. When we guide our PG residents, they start using RWE as their thesis topic. With this, just frame answers to this question. I have posted 4 questions here. Just think about your answers to this question. Okay, I don't want to know the answers right now. And then at the end of this, I will quickly revise what did we study. So first thing, it could be myth, it could be fact. What is known to you is that the study design of RWE is always observational, so that the influence of treatment assignments on the study outcomes may be avoided. Okay. Second thing which is known to you is, to mimic real world setting, RWE does not use randomization. Most of us believe in this. Third thing, RWE is the lowest in the hierarchy, so it has very limited utility when it comes to clinical decision making or the regulatory decision making. Next is, RWE has no standing in the presence of RCTs. Everyone believes that RCTs are the gold standard. Whatever evidence is there for regulatory, clinical, payer decision, they are all always based on the RCT. Whenever we go and meet clinicians also, they say, okay, this is real world evidence. I don't believe. You tell me the RCT. What is the RCT on this topic? And that is the perception that we all have. Now note down your answers and we'll revisit this at the end of my talk. So we all know research is context specific. We need to first define what is the research question that is there in our mind. Based on that, we need to also define what is the level of evidence. Do I want low, medium, high level of evidence? What design I prefer? How do I collect and analyze my data? And then the synthesis of all this is the meaningful evidence that I generate. Now let's look at this scenario. Why RWE? So this is beautiful analysis of RCT. So these researchers, they looked at all the milestone clinical trials in the space of diabetes. What could be the proportion of population who is represented in various RCTs? Any guess? What could be the percentage of your total population? How much population would be represented in various milestone clinical trials? Wild guesses? 5%, 10%. Okay, look at this. So it ranges from 3.5% to almost 35%. So your milestone RCTs only represent 4% to 35% of your total population. And what happens when you start using the drug in the real world? Almost remaining 95%, almost 65 to 95% population who was not represented in the RCT gets to use this drug. So we do not know how that drug will work on that population. Okay, and this is one of the gaps of between efficacy and effectiveness. Yeah, and one of the reasons which was quoted in this is this 50% gap in HbA1c reduction, which is seen in RCT versus in real world, is mainly stemming from the poor adherence. Because in clinical trial, you have very strict monitoring and follow-up plan. Almost 80 to 90% patients do come for follow-up. But in real world, it doesn't happen. Patients will miss the medication, they will not refill the medication. There are many reasons. And also there are variations in the baseline characteristics. So this gap between efficacy and effectiveness stems from population level differences. It also comes from biological differences. It has also origin in behavioral. Every patient has different behavior. And lastly, follow-up and the safety signal. So this is actually the reason for the gap between your efficacy derived from the RCT and effectiveness found in the real-world evidence. Okay, now having understood why we need RWE to fill this gap, let's know the concepts which are there in this field. Let me introduce you to the definition. Real-world data, as per US FDA, it is any data relating to patient health status and or the delivery of health care which is routinely collected, okay, from various sources. So this is your real world data. And RW is nothing but the clinical evidence regarding usage and potential benefits or risks derived from the analysis of RWD. So this is the simple definition given by US FDA. So far we are all aligned. Now what happens that this definition also has certain elements which makes it different from the RCT. Let's quickly also know how RCTs are different from the RW. We all know RCTs are done in the tertiary care academic setting, very well controlled population. Okay, we have very good internal validity, but poor external validity. Now in contrast to this, look at RW. RW is done in the real world setting. Design may be observational or interventional, not necessarily always observational. Good generalizability means external validity is very good. However, it has very low internal validity. So RCT and RW, they can actually complement each other because this has poor external validity, this has very good external validity. So they complement each other. Now, when we look at this spectrum, the drug development, see the ambit of real world evidence is far wider than that of the RCT, and that is the reason RW is gaining so much of popularity in terms of clinical use. Now these are different sources of real world data. It can come from your electronic medical records, your pharmacy refills, your laboratory investigation, claims data. Also we have a lot of genomic data, social media, all the wearable devices, Apple, the watch, your Fitbit, we all using those wearable devices. All those devices can be your potential source of real world data. Let me talk about big data. Okay, when a decade ago we used to deal with data, the data used to be in MB and GB per person. Today, per person, the clinical data which is generated, it is to the tune of 0.4 terabytes. For non-tech people, 1 terabyte is equal to 1000 GB. Just imagine. So it is equivalent to almost like 400 GB data per person, clinical data only. Look at the genomic data, 6 terabytes. And the speed with which the data is doubling is almost every 73 days, which is roughly 1.5 months. So every 1.5 months, this data is multiplying in volume. Earlier, this time period used to be every 6 months to 1 year. Now it has come down to days from months. And the data has mainly driven by 3 things: high volume, high velocity that we just saw, and high variability. So these are the 3 things which are driving the big data boom. Now to analyze this big data, we really need big analytics. What is big data for us? This is going to be one of the sources of big data for India. The Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, or NDHM that we call, with ABA ID, Unique Health ID, I think we will have harmonized health records for each patient across the healthcare facility that patient visits. We are waiting for this opportunity. So this is really progressive step that our country has taken towards collating, synthesizing, and making a repository of any individual level health data. This is one of the articles which talks about how this big data is utilized for early screening. So this was the Fitbit heart study. They looked at the long lead 2, which is already inbuilt in many smartwatches now. It picks up your lead 2 data and tells you whether you have higher risk of developing atrial fibrillation in future or not. And this is validated, so this is approved as software as medical device in the US FDA. Okay, so there are many categories of these regulated device, software devices, unregulated devices. So these are all regulated devices which are proven, tested, and authorized by the health authorities. To add to the confusion of this, so there are different groups, regulatory bodies, pharma groups, they use different definitions of RW. You see here, FDA, PHRMA, ISPOR is International Society of Pharmacoeconomics and Outcome Research. They all use as non-RCT setting as the definition of RW, which is most commonly used. So for today's talk, I'm going to adhere to this definition. While there are other groups which believe that anything which is non-pragmatic clinical trial becomes your real-world evidence. And there's one set of group which only looks at non-experimental setting. So they exclude all your post-authorization efficacy and safety studies from the definition. So for my talk today, I am adhering to this definition. Anything which is done in the non-RCT setting is considered as the real-world evidence. Now, how do you know the study that you are designing, is it really meeting the requirement of real-world evidence? So there is a beautiful tool called PRECISE2 tool. If you apply all these parameters and you get the answers, based on the score, it will tell you whether your study is more towards real-world evidence study or it is more towards the RCT study. So this is very good deciding tool to know about the real-world closeness of your study. Now let's look at the applications of RW. There are plethora of applications of RW. Let's see which are the stakeholders who use this. So some of you or most of you would be knowing this cycle. Okay, so when the drug is there in the discovery phase, you invest, the companies invest in developing the drug. So the revenue is in minus. The moment you launch, you start generating the revenue, the drug grows to their introductory growth, maturity phase, and then there is a decline because you have loss of exclusivity and the newer medicines, newer generic versions, they get introduced into the market. Now, what is the applicability of real-world evidence? Real-world evidence application doesn't only come here. This was the notion that it is only post-marketing. People think real world is post-marketing. Real world is not post-marketing. Real world begins as early as your early discovery, R&D. Just like pharmacovigilance, safety is not only during the clinical development. Safety goes back to your early discovery and preclinical also. Same way, real world has its root in early development, non-clinical as well as clinical development. Who are the stakeholders? These are 4 important stakeholders who are currently consuming real world evidence. Regulatory bodies for regulatory decision making, pharma companies for defining which portfolio, which pipeline do they invest in, the clinicians to know about the effectiveness of different medications, because you will not have 2 companies using their molecule against each other. Sometimes you will not find this data. No one will do this RCT of drug A versus drug B if it is not the standard of care. So the only solution to this problem is doing the real world effectiveness study. And then policy making, like health technology assessment, payers, they do a lot of real world evidence to know which is the cost effective intervention. Now let's deep dive into the regulatory decision making. So these are 4 different uses of real world evidence for the regulatory approval. Okay, so one is primary approval, when drug is first time approved based on the real world data. Second is drug is approved for one indication, based on real world data you have additional indication. Third is based on the real world you get accelerated approval, like refractory cancer, rare diseases. And then you generate more long-term data and you get the full approval. Like in COVID, we got emergency use authorization, and then we submitted more data and we got the final approval. Same way real world data is used for accelerated approval pathways also. And last is the safety assessment, because real world is also used to know the long-term safety of various molecules. And these are some of the examples where real world data in different ways. Sometimes real world is used as the external synthetic arm. Sometimes it is used from the registries. Sometimes it is used from the claim data. One example is this drug, which was earlier approved only for the female breast cancer. However, based on the real world data of this drug in male breast cancer, the label expansion was given. So it was also approved for male breast cancer. Okay, so this is one of the examples of how you get indication expansion based on the real world data. Now, where do we use it in drug discovery? So drug discovery process, we all know it is very tedious and long process. Almost 90% failure happens from the discovery to the actual candidate molecule. And what is the reason for this 90% failure? The most common is the lack of efficacy, 50%. Then the toxicity reasons, which is close to 30%, then many other reasons. So almost like 70 to 80% reasons of drug failure, they are because of either lack of efficacy or the safety. Now, how do you improve that? Earlier, when I was doing my MD and DM, we used to only focus on structure-activity relationship. There used to be long answer question, SAR of this class, SAR of that class. Now, beyond structure-activity relationship, we also added tissue exposure and selectivity. So that brings more predictability to the efficacy and safety of the molecule. And this is where the real-world data is used. Nowadays, we have a lot of organs on chip in silico models. So this is how now real-world data is used to inform internal research priorities, to know what is my target product profile. It is also used to define the ranking of my pipeline assets, which pipeline assets are prioritized. It is increasingly used in the health economic. I'll talk extensively about it later. And where it is used in the clinical development to inform the clinical trial design, endpoints. We have something called as social determinants of health, SDOH. So it is also used to ensure that there is a diverse representation of the population, the diversity and inclusion in the clinical trial. Now, where do we use it in HUR? HUR traditionally was always based on the RCT data, whether it is NICE body, whether it is HTA body, or many other bodies. Now, I think there is increasing focus on using this real-world evidence for driving your HTA decision. And I'll give you one example. So in Canada, this drug Bosentan was approved based on the cost effectiveness data and not the cost efficacy data, which was always the tradition that you approve any cost analysis based on the efficacy data. However, they first time approved this based on the cost effectiveness registry data. And the Institute for Clinical and Economic Review, they also analyze how RWs are being increasingly used in the decision making. So they realize that mostly retrospective cohort designs are now used for HUR analysis, and the most common source is either for disease progression outcomes, healthcare resource utilization, okay? We have these HRUs which are commonly captured, and effectiveness data from the RW studies. And this is used across different therapy areas, right from cancer to genetic disorders to chronic diseases. So this is the use of RW in HUR. Now I want to highlight here one area. Generally, when we talk about RWE, our focus is always on the product, drug performance. As industry, I think we are all interested to show that our drug works in the real world setting. We have also now started thinking about patient-reported outcome, and the similar concept is used in RW also. The common outcome sets, we have something called as COMET, Common Outcome Measures of Effectiveness Trial, where you harmonize the outcome measures across the trials. Okay, that is one movement. And now is the time that we go beyond these two and start focusing more on how is this service is impacting the healthcare resource. Okay, and that is the reason now we need to focus more on the health system outcome, not individual patient outcome. Definitely patient is at the core of it, but how overall healthcare is also leading to the better experiences to the patients. So this is how in India HTA is evolving. So we have our own body, HTA, and they have also been using lot of studies. You see here, there are a lot of studies which have been conducted across to define from programmatic perspective what interventions will work at the country level. So RW is also being increasingly used to drive our decisions at the national level by HTA. Now, what are the study design considerations? You all know traditional study design. So whenever we talk about study design, we say that, okay, it has to have active comparator, it has to have design to reduce the bias and confounding, and we should have sensitivity analysis. Now let's look at the different types of design. Okay, so these are three layers. One is the design layer, measurement layer, and analysis layer. Now when we focus on design layer, first thing we know whether we are assigning the exposure or not, which is observational or non-interventional study. If yes, it becomes your pragmatic trial. Then is there any comparator? If no, it becomes your descriptive study. If yes, then it becomes analytical. Then it can be one of the case control, cohort, or cross-sectional studies. So whatever we studies in observational is applicable to RWE. Okay? Now, when I look at from the time perspective, it can be retrospective when you go back in time, or it can be prospective. And these days, just to have more efficiency in the research process, we have something called as ambispective. We use some data which is historically generated, follow these patients up in the time, and then you also have prospective arm in the same study. So that is called an ambispective study design. And these are various sources of bias. I'm not going to spend time, but just to know, this is something which is very important when you design RWE, immortal person time bias. It mainly happens because you do not have clearly defined cohort entry date, and the benefits of the treatment arm is actually attributed to the standard of care which was already given. Just because we switched the patient to the newer treatment recently, we attribute all the benefits to the new treatment and not to the existing standard of care. That is called an immortal person time bias. And how do you take care of it? By having this new drug user design. So this new user design eliminates one, covariate not on the causal pathway bias. It also reduces no reverse causation bias, and it also takes care of immortal person time bias. And this is the design which is something like you mimic your RCT. If you wanted to do similar study in the RCT format, what design you could have chosen? And then you apply those principles to real world evidence. That's called the new drug user design study. Now, having known the study design, so this was one of the articles that I had published some time back. How do we decide what is my research question, area of interest, what design would be important, what data source shall I use? So there is a methodology which has been given which helps you to create the protocol as well as create the synopsis of your research proposal. The way we have PICO, for interventional trials, we have something called as PECO. I is replaced with exposure. Okay, rest all components are almost similar to the PICO. Now let's look at the statistical consideration, because this is something which we always feel RCTs have the highest standards of statistics. RW, we don't have to worry about interim analysis, multiplicity issues, missing data. But these are very important because RWs have lot of issues related to the data quality. And that is the reason why you should have very robust statistical plan. This is the US FDA recommendation that you should have reliable data and appropriate analysis. Then only that data becomes interpretable. Otherwise, they do not use data for any regulatory decision making. And how do we achieve this? We all know if you torture data enough, it will confess to what you want. And that's the reason you cannot have any RWE without statistical analysis. I always get asked this question. Do we need SAP for RWE? Because it is not mandatory, it is optional. My personal opinion is that whether it is for regulatory use, clinical use, you should always have your statistical analysis plan defined a priori. Because observational data can be interpreted the way you want. Smallest change in the test type and you get favorable to unfavorable or unfavorable to favorable result. So that's the reason it is always good practice to define a priori what analysis set you are using, what is your statistical analysis plan, how many analyses you are going to do. Just because data is available to you, you cannot just peep into that data as many times as you want. You have to define how many interim analysis you are going to do. So these are some of the considerations that we should keep in mind. Sample size is, yes, definitely needed. It's not just that I have electronic medical record of 4 years, that becomes my sample size. No. You need to have a sample size calculation. Yeah. Then confounders. Confounders can be taken care of too, analysis and the design stage. So every stage is important. Don't rely completely on statistics. Try to fix your bias and confounding as much as possible in the design stage so that you use statistics only for the uncontrolled bias and confounding and not the other way around. And this is propensity score matching, very widely used method in observational design. Most of you are aware about it. What are the challenges? When you talk about challenges, definitely data quality is right at the top.
Dr. Santosh,
Yeah.
time please.
Sure. Yeah, so data quality is there. Interoperability and interpretability is another issue. Another important in research is the various terminologies, which I just spoke about, and limited access to real-world evidence to many academicians and the clinicians. And these are various international guidelines which talk about real-world evidence framework. So right from US FDA to TGA to Canada, and many EU and authorities have given different guidances. So I'm just flashing this so that you know what guidances are there. You can always refer to these guidelines when you are designing the studies. And these are all beautiful guidance documents. I'm just quickly flipping through. The intent is to just sensitize you. NSAFE, if you want the protocol checklist, NSAFE has given really beautiful checklist of the protocol items. You can refer to that. This is one of the my favorite guidelines, CIOMS, which actually defines how RW and RW is increasingly used in the regulatory decision making and what parameters I think we should build into your study design. Indian guidelines, it's not that we don't have guidelines, we also do have guidelines. We have NDCT, which clearly calls out 3 designs: your phase 4 post-marketing, PMS, and the PSURs. So these are all real-world evidence sources. Interestingly, we also have DISHA Act, which is still in the draft stage. We are waiting for it so that we know how do we use this data, because there are a lot of privacy issues that we have to be aware of. Definitely, whatever principles are applicable to any clinical research are applicable to RW. So all the ethics guidelines have to be adhered to strictly. There's another movement which is happening is ICH is also looking at building the framework. And there's International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities who are now trying to harmonize the RWE framework for regulatory decision making. And this is the interoperability guidance, health level 7 data. Transparent reporting is very important. We have to report what we do. And for that, these are various guidelines: STROBE, Record P, and they reduce your publication bias. CTRI. Don't forget to register your observational studies even on CTRI. Though it is not mandatory, it is always good to register them on CTRI. Artificial intelligence is something upcoming, and many reporting guidelines have added the AI reporting framework to it. So please refer to those AI reporting guidelines. I've just given some of the examples. And this is what my last slide talks about. When you do RWE in a very systematic manner, it will mimic the findings of your RCT. See this study, this was the real world evidence done a year before the RCT was done. And look at the outcome. Carolina trial and RWE, almost similar. So when you apply all the learning that I went through my presentation, your RWE findings will be closer to the RCT findings, and you will not get that efficacy to effectiveness gap. So quick answers to the question that I had raised: no, not observational always. It can have interventional component. It can also have randomization technique. It is not the lowest evidence. It is at par with the RCT. It complements the RCT and not replaces the RCT. And now we have seen a lot of opportunities and challenges, how different sources are used and what challenges we have, and we have to ensure that our study design and statistics, they address most of these challenges. Focus on the data quality. Thank you so much. And this is what I remember when I started my journey with ISCR. I thought that, okay, RW is something different. I will ensure that in the industry, in India, we will build a lot of capabilities for RW. But today I realized that first I need to adopt these learning myself before I even start teaching others and building the capability of others. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santosh. This was a perfect beginning for NAPTICON 2024. We should be very sure that this is the future actually of research. Real world data is going to be more and more important. I won't take much time. If anybody has any questions, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Pleasure to see you here, ma'am. And whatever little statistics I know today is all because of her inspiration and motivation. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning, and Santosh, fantastic talk. Just a quick question. One of the things you said is real-world evidence should impact health systems finally. What I wanted to understand from you is what are the metrics that you look at when you look at health system impact? Once again, wonderful talk. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. That's really thought-provoking question, because when we talk about health system, I'll just give example of some of the quality indicators. Okay, antimicrobial stewardship we all know. So one of the clinical parameters that we assess is how much is the reduction in mortality, how much is the reduction in the ICU stay, hospital stay. Okay, so that can be your still patient-reported outcomes, patient-level outcome. When I look at health system, it could be how far my antimicrobial use in the hospital has gone down compared to certain timeline. Maybe earlier I was procuring more of high-end antimicrobial agents, and I was not procuring so many of first-level antimicrobial users. So we have that WHO classification, watch, reserve, and all. So we can actually go to that level and see how much is my usage of watch, reserve category of drugs. That could be one of the indicators. Second indicator is when we have data across the hospitals. For example, I take example of municipal corporation. Okay, we can also look at the variability across this hospital with regard to patient-reported outcome and what behavioral changes are leading to this. So that's the reason I believe that behavioral aspect is very important at the health system level, which doesn't get reflected at the patient outcome or the drug performance level. For vaccines, similarly, there are many examples. Like we know today adult vaccination is so important. But how many of you have taken any other adult vaccine apart from COVID and flu? Apart from COVID and flu. See, not a single hand going. And we all are medically qualified. So there is a hesitancy for adult vaccination. So when I'm looking at vaccine research, my focus is not only on look at how much is the vaccination uptake, how much is the reduction in the hospitalization. I also want to know, because of vaccination, what is the impact on the antimicrobial resistance? Is my AMR in my hospital going down? Because I started using pneumococcal vaccine, I started using cholera vaccine, I started using other vaccines, Tdap vaccine. So those could be the health system level implications. It is a very evolving field. I can go on and on, but yeah, these are few indicators which come to my mind. Okay.
Any other questions, please?
Yeah, there's one question there. The last row here.
Okay. Yeah. No more questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We all must understand that this was a very nice introduction to real world data and real world evidence. As we move forward, we hope we would have some more talks on this issue. Thank you very much, Dr. Santosh.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh, for a wonderful presentation. I personally have one question.
Yes.
How do you apply the real world data generation as applied to pharmacogenetic data generation? Can it be applied to pharmacogenetic data evidence generation in real world scenarios?
Yes, I think pharmacogenetic is one of the real world data sources. And today we have genomic boom. We have metabolomics, proteomics, epigenetics, transcriptomics, everything. So all this is adding to your big data. The 75-day rule I said, the volume, it's also coming from this molecular and genetic profiling. And we have to apply the similar principles to that data also. Yeah.
So as a conclusion, I thank Dr. Santosh for delivering the talk, beautiful talk on real-world data generation and their implications in pharmacology. And I would like to add that the application of consent is a bit problematic in real-world studies. And data sharing and policy, data transparency is another problem in, especially in the harmonization part of the, although we have guidelines like FAIR principles in the European Union and FDA use of electronic consent forms in real world data studies, 2024 guideline, it has been released. But we don't have a wide audience in the world, all over the world for the ethical aspects of real world data generation. Anyway, thank you, and hope that the audience have enjoyed the presentation.
All the chairpersons here. And my only request is that the success of any conference or these sessions would be when there is one real world evidence proposal from this group, either as your MD thesis, DM thesis, or your PhD topic, that could be the real taste of the pudding. Otherwise, these all lectures, they are of no use. You have to put it to the actual use in the real world setting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was quite a Santosh Janak, satisfactory beginning for day one at the NAPTICON 2024. I would request the chairpersons to please present a memento to our speaker, Dr. Santosh Tor. Can we also have a huge, huge round of applause for our speaker, the first speaker for day one at NAPTICON 2024. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Thank you. May I please call upon Dr. Sneha Ambani, Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, AIIMS, Jodhpur, to please come up to the dais to felicitate our chairpersons. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us. Requesting you to please present a memento to Dr. I would request the chairpersons to please stay back at the stage. The chairpersons, please. It is now time for the memento presentations to the chairpersons, Dr. Ritu Sheetak, also Dr. Parveen Kumar Sharma and Dr. Ramanujam Narayanan. We all can clap. Thank you so much to the chairpersons. Thank you to Dr. Sneha Ambani as well. Taking it forward for the plenary session 2, Integrative Medicine Research Beyond Conventional Boundaries. And the speaker for the session would be Dr. Nandini Kumar, former Deputy Director General, Senior Grade, ICMR, President, FERCI, Distinguished Scientist Chair, Ministry of Ayush, India. And to chair this session, may I please call upon Dr. Bhuvaneshwari K, Professor and Head, PSG, IMS and R, Coimbatore. Can we please welcome all the chairpersons with a huge, huge round of applause? Dr. R. Sridhar, Professor and Head, CMR Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad. Dr. Chitra Kanvelkar, Professor, Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad, Maharashtra. Taaliyan bajti rehni chahiye. Let us keep clapping and keep applauding. We shall shortly begin with the plenary session 2 at day 1 of NAPTICON 2024 at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur, the Orange City, Nagpur, the tiger capital of India, Nagpur.
President, FERCI, Ayush Distinguished Chair, New Delhi, and very proudly saying that we welcome you, madam.
You can hear me? At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk. In fact, I asked for this collar mic mainly because I'm short and I cannot be seen here. I would like to see all of you. That's why I resorted to this. So integrative medicine actually is a word, just like real world evidence, RWE, this is going to be the buzzword in future. Whether we like it or not, it is coming. And the beginnings have been actually initiated by trying to make ethical guidelines for integrative medicine research. And this is a joint collaboration between Ayush and ICMR. So starting with this, it's not changing. Oh, sorry. So long time back, WHO defined health as the complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And this is actually a social world, you know, illness. We should say illness. So that actually encompasses all the disease conditions or disorders, etc. Then later we had the definition that it is the ability to adapt and self-manage in face of social, physical, and emotional challenges. So, you know, the mind is also taken into account in that. So the difference between the traditional systems and the modern medicine, we may call it as conventional medicine or even biomedicine. Biomedicine is the term now being advocated by WHO also. So the difference is that in the traditional systems, it is actually focusing on health, unlike the modern medicine, where the focus is on finding the cause of the disease. So for traditional system, disease is not a priority, it is health which is the priority. So keeping that in mind, let me just introduce the word syncretism. So what is that actually? You know, it's a merging of discrete beliefs and traditions, the coexistence of different cultures and worldviews. So just to, you know, make you interested in this word, I just brought down this figure here, which is actually ancient Greek and Egyptian god Hermanubis. So you can see the combination of the sculpture skills there, and also the evidence of Hindu and Muslim mix of sculpture during Akbar's time. This is in Lahore. And then coming to our own issue here is combination of traditional system and the modern medicine or biomedicine as integrative medicine. So there are different terminologies which are used, and this is actually now going to be the fixed terminologies, because I heard in a separate gathering where, you know, somebody, very senior person, introduced the word that why do we say traditional medicine? We should say original medicine. And there was somebody who had made, who had brought out a book which also ends up in Om. So that is original medicine. Now they're trying to translate it into that. But we must understand that when we use a universal term, one should not go into, you know, the specific term for a specific country. So the terminologies here are going to stay. By TM, what we mean is traditional medicine, and TMK is traditional medical knowledge. TNCM is WHO medicine, WHO's terminology as traditional medicine strategy, and this came out in in its publication, Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014 to 2023, which got extended to 2 more years, 25. Now here C means complementary, and when you say TCIM, it is a merger of terms, that is traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. And TCIM is the word which is going to be used in future very, very often. Team is another term which actually pertains to Southeast Asia traditions. So that, I'll talk about that in a separate slide later. And then the new one, which WHO has actually circulated as draft document, that is TM strategy from 2025 to 2034. So what we see here is in the draft is that out of 193 countries, member states, 170 have reported about using TNCIM. And then we have this member states having national offices for traditional medicine. So that is rising. And at the same time, you have why is it being used? When they recorded that, they found that the reasons for using this was, of course, the highest reason was NCDs. Then you have disease prevention, palliative care, rehabilitation, health promotion, and other conditions where this is being used. Coming to our own country, we have this tradition established long time back about the ethical principles. One would think that this is mainly pertaining to medical ethics, but no. For centuries, they were doing research, nothing but research, to come to the conclusion of practice guidelines much, much later. So it was research, in fact. And the earliest documented one is from Siddha, and then comes Ayurveda. We will not go into the debate about which century it was, 10th century or earlier than that and all that. It is suffice to understand that it came centuries ago. And then Hammurabi, 1st and 2nd century, and 4th century BC, Hippocratic age, and that's the time when from the Hippocratic tenets, 2 medical systems were born, and that is modern medicine and Unani medicine. So Unani medicine, for that matter, is the youngest among the traditional systems of medicine. And here the emphasis was given mostly on getting that information which will be used for the benefit of patients, and that's nothing but research. We have ICMR guidelines starting from 1980, 8 pages booklet. From that, 100 and odd pages in 2017 all speak of traditional medicine research. So it is important. And 2017, the content of that particular section came down because in 2014, we had the Ministry of Ayush coming in, and we thought that perhaps this ministry will take care of having the guidelines written for its system. So we have, if you look at the traditional knowledge, we have the documented, as I already told you earlier, and this is divided into codified and non-codified. Codified is Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani. S also stands for Soa Rigpa, which is recognized. And then you have non-codified, which is used by the tribals or ethnic practices, etc. So the National Innovation Foundation, CCRAS, and even ICMR institution on traditional medicine is working on that to find the scientific evidence from that. Coming to the codified system, ASU. ASU is Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani. They are actually, the authoritative textbooks are listed in the first schedule of the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. If you take a formulation from that group, then it is traditional formulation for traditional use. I'll tell you the significance about that later. And proprietary, when you say proprietary, they are also using formulations taken from the text, but in a new combination. Or there could be innovation or invention to manufacture it. For example, say a particular powder, herbal powder, is to be used, boil the water, and then for 5 minutes you boil this powder. Very cumbersome. Now, we are going for some conference or some outings and all that, where you can't have a vessel and the fire to boil it for 5 minutes and all that. They have brought out a sachet, which you dissolve in warm water. Boiling water preferable. You just dissolve it and drink it. So that is the innovation in the manufacture. So it is in acceptable terms that they are actually doing that innovation. So that will become a proprietary medicine. The traditional East Asian medicine, you have these 3 countries, China, South Korea and Japan. In China, they call it interpenetrative. Interpenetrative means both experts from both systems, which is going to be used, will come together and discuss what is to be done in this science and that science. And that's why it's called interpenetrative. South Korea, it is exclusionary. Like you go to both systems, but the both systems are parallel. They don't mix. Both these practices are there in India. And Japan is subjugatory. Use of traditional medicine is subjugatory in the sense that a registered practitioner in modern medicine alone can use the traditional medicine in the practice. So what is integrative medicine actually? So the integrative medicine, the definition which is given by the draft document which has been circulated by WHO this year is it is interdisciplinary and evidence-informed approach aimed at achieving whole person health and well-being by using a respectful combination of fusion of biomedical and traditional and or complementary medical knowledge, skills and practices. It provides holistic care spanning the care continuum and may involve various healthcare providers and institutions. And this is what is happening right now in India. And any 1 or 2 components of Ayush plus biomedicine, that is modern medicine, is what will be practiced in India. And let me also tell you, when we say evidence-informed approach, when the ancient practitioners actually used their research methodology to study what is the effect of a particular plant or combination in a human being, they had only humans to give you that evidence. Today we are asking for that evidence in a molecular form. That is the difference. And sometimes it is very, very difficult to bringing the plant language into expressing that effect in the molecular level, because like us human beings, we are very complex. That's why we behave differently. Each one is different. Similarly, plants also are very complex. It's not, when you isolate a pure marker from that, that becomes modern medicine. But when you use the whole plant, it is very difficult to predict what it will do unless you have that knowledge behind that in using that. Now, what are the opportunities actually? The opportunities are it can contribute valuable and urgent inputs to reduce disease burden. And this is what was being tried during the COVID times. The traditional medicine was being used for mild and moderate cases. But then there were institutions, modern medicine institutions, and some of them quite advanced. They actually, in desperation, during the COVID times, when there were serious cases in ICU, they had given up. They were waiting for death to come. So as a last resort, they called in these experts from the other systems, and they were able to save some of them. So that is, of course, in real world evidence, we'll have to actually get that evidence to say that, yet it can work in certain cases. So develop regulation, because it's an opportunity to develop regulation to ensure safe and effective use. In fact, this guidelines that I was talking about integrated medicine is actually a result of that need. And that will be followed by regulation later. Cross-sector collaboration for One Health. When we say One Health, it means not only for humans, but animals as well as plants. And SDG goals achievements. So that will help that. And increase in consumer awareness to make informed choices and use. So unless you work it out, you won't get that opportunity. And the challenges are many, actually, many. These are generating evidence for safety and efficacy. How do you actually generate that? We are talking about omics. So many omics we are talking about these days. I'll come to that later. And overexploitation and climate-related habitat changes actually lead to denudation of these plants, these exotic plants, some of them. I remember in ICMR we wanted to do study on Picrorhiza kurova, which is called Katuki or Katuka rohini in south, for viral hepatitis. It was proven to be hepatoprotective through various experimentation in CDRI Lucknow, but the availability was from sub-Himalayan region, and you know at that time it was difficult, very sensitive area to go to collect the plants. What do you do if a public demand comes to get that particular plant? What do you do? So we tried actually in ICMR, we tried to cultivate a CSI institution there to cultivate it and see whether it will have the same quality or not. And plants always will differ depending on the soil. And the climate of course is taken care of because similar altitudes and things like that. So that is a very important point there. And then prejudices impede implementation. Where is the evidence? We want evidence. So that demand actually, reduces the possibility of such integration. Approval of ethics committee is another hurdle because many ethics committees do not know how to handle this. So straight away they will say reject, or they may call for experts, and these experts, like even in any profession, there are people who have limited knowledge, there are people who are very bright, but we don't know from the appearances and all that how deep is that knowledge. So when you are actually referring a proposal to an expert, you don't know how that expert is because you are not in that science, you are not working in that science. So you have to depend on that expert's opinion. In one particular case, one expert, he said that, yeah, this actually is written in the ancient texts and it is covered in the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. The other expert said, no, this doesn't belong to the traditional usage. Now, what does the ethics committee do in such circumstances? It should have called for a third opinion, but it took an easier way out, saying that rejection. So this person approached me for a solution. Then I said, the other solution is you can't go against your, you can always appeal to the ethics committee or the institutional head if the ethics committee is not giving you the answer. These are the channels. But best way would be for you, instead of creating rift, you see the retrospective data. You have collected all this material. You try to analyze that and prove that it is actually beneficial. So that's how you will have to find ways and means how to proceed further. Similarly, another thing was like ophthalmologist, retina expert. I myself was actually affected by macular edema, and it increased. So the doctor advised that ma'am, intra optic injections, and then I said I won't undergo that. What is the what is the result? They said you may improve, you may not improve. So why should I subject myself to that procedure? So I asked the traditional medicine, top Vaidya about it, and he said we have results. I wouldn't say that it is 100% right, but we have results. And the story went on like that, and I underwent traditional medicine therapy. And I have the evidence today that the swelling has come down. And so I'm continuing to take internal medicine. So, this is just an example to show that don't say, no, we can't do that. Try to see whether there is any improvement, because what do we want actually? We want the patient to get better. So lack of policy frameworks and operational guidelines for integration, lack of unified understanding of an appropriate national model. So we don't have a national model right now. Non-uniform standards of education hinder communication and collaboration, because very well, how the standards are. So when such people come together, there could be actually problems. if you know, they are not very accommodative. Role in recent pandemic not investigated properly. So what was the role? If it was investigated properly, you would have got an evidence that yes, this is effective. So the 4 areas actually that you have to go into is the chemistry, manufacturing control, non-clinical studies, clinical studies, scientific and ethical evaluation. You start from the, when it comes to plant, it starts from the source of collection. What part of the plant you have to collect, what season you have to collect, where to collect, the top part or the bottom part. When it comes to actually the cactus, when you take the latex from that, whether the knife should go upwards or downwards to collect the maximum amount of that latex. And this is given in the classical texts, what time to collect. So pharmacognosy, everybody knows how Hanuman had to actually bring the part of the hill because he could not identify the plant. So pharmacognosis is very important. So first you collect the source of the raw material, make a passport, not to go abroad, but to describe what is there in the plant, I mean from where it was collected, what are the parts of the plant, etc., etc. Pharmacognosy to find the species correction, and then to the lab for chemistry, and then you get the DNA fingerprinting, which actually helps you to differentiate between batch to batch variation. See that there are no pesticides, metals, heavy metals or microbes contaminating it, and see also your pharmacognosy will actually let you know that the plant is different. So adulterants can be identified that way. And then when it comes to human studies, what is given in the traditional texts, as I told you in the first schedule of the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, that actually you can, and if it is for that indication, you can use it straight away in the human beings. And it was India's argument at Geneva which led them to accept that despite American objection. So Chinese and Indian, all of them can, Chinese clearly say that phase 2 can be started. So anyway, we can do human trials and we can go backwards and try to see what is the toxicity level or mechanism of action, etc. So this is called reverse pharmacology. And this is what, you know, what we have when you say non-clinical studies, a lot of omics and things coming in and all that, and then this is system biology. A lot of talk is being given on system biology, which is being used, which is advocated to be used for traditional medicine research. And then what happens at the cellular level, and then animal studies, all these are non-clinical studies. Then study design is very, very difficult. Justification of the research topic, preparation of formulation, multidisciplinary expert group, collaboration, enrollment, informed consent, that is a very tricky aspect actually, conduct of trial, monitoring, statistical evaluation. Many a times, you know, you come up with non-significant findings, but you know, the complexities, the biological complexities are being measured by the statistical evaluation, real scenario. But if the quality of life improves, that is your proof. And then and intra-variation in response, all these are problems when you are doing actually such research. Loss of basic concept, because you say controlled trials, you know, controlled conditions, whereas in traditional medicine you don't have that control. You can have variable things. So that's how the black box concept has come. Procurement of drug, placebo, standard therapy, what do you have in the other arm? How do you report SAE, AE? In modern medicine, it's a problem even today for many of the institutions. So what will you do in such a case? But let me tell you, CCRAS actually is taking insurance for many of its studies. So access to products after trial, post-trial responsibilities are all problems. The selection of study design, whether you want to have control studies, and I do understand that RCTs are not the answer always, especially in methodologies which involve traditional medicine. Then you have newer things, single case design, black box design, then observation is important, quality of life studies, qualitative studies are important, and the newer methodologies, adaptive trial, decentralized, etc., have to be also used in traditional medicine. A good protocol design where statistician's role is very important. I'll just finish in 1 more minute. Pilot studies whenever necessary. Always start with pilot study when you are doing some new interventions or new combinations. Standardized compound is very, very important. Standardization, quality control of that product, herbal product is very important. Multicentric to save time, and GLP to minimize variability, same kits should be used, and then withdrawal and side effects should be recorded.
Excuse me, Steino.
Yeah, I'm finishing. Okay, this is about phytopharmaceuticals. I will not go into detail about it. So this actually now falls into the realm of the new drug definition. So it goes out of the plant research as such. And then you have these. I just wanted to show you integrative medicine approach. And this is actually being shown all over the world now. WHO is also interested, Bill Gates is interested, and this is being now spanned across India. Many centers are doing that. This is actually use of Ayurveda formulation for dipping the leg in that, using yoga, using Svedana, that is steaming, and using the crepe bandage and the sponges, the cleaning, etc. All a combination. Pre-treatment massage and yoga, post-treatment yoga. These are all a combination being used there, and you can see the reduction there. This is the evidence that is generated. And then you have this One Health, One Nation, One World, to use modern tools, genomics and AI. And please, before you try anything, don't create a problem. It may be a trivial problem because you don't have the knowledge. And thanks for your attention.
Good morning, madam. So as a theory part, it is very good, madam, but how to do implications, practical point of view, how to start this integrative clinical treatment in allopathic section?
It's a very important question that you have raised. Whenever you're doing this, you should not allopathic, no allopathic researcher can do the research without collaborating with the expert from that system. If you are going to use Unani, have Unani expert. Ayurveda, you have to use Ayurveda expert. It has to be a collaboration between the two. And the ethics committee should pass it. That is the next stumbling block. Having done that, monitoring is very important in such cases. That's how you can take it forward.
Is there any question from the audience? Yes. Please give the mic. Yes, sir.
I don't think you can, it can be a part of modern medicine, because for modern medicine, for that to be a part of it, it should be phytopharmaceutical. So that is a purified thing. Like, you know, turmeric is different from curcumin. Curcumin is the purified thing, and it has come the usual new drug pathway. So you cannot actually mix the two together, but you can accept it. Once it is published and accepted, you can have that modality done. And now this AIIMS also must be having, I think 10 or 12 AIIMS have this one unit created for traditional medicine experts. So they are supposed to actually collaborate together. There were difficulties regarding that, but that's how you will have to work.
Ma'am, I have one small question, ma'am. Ma'am, when we do some postgraduate research work to just identify the role of a plant as a part of reverse pharmacology in the medical care, in healthcare, in modern medicine. Suppose we do, is it a must to involve expert from the other system when we conduct an academical trial, or it is mandatory only for the sponsored trial, madam?
No. Whether you do sponsored trial or you do academic trial, you should have association with the expert of the other system.
Okay. And one more question, suppose when we identify 1 or 2 adverse drug reactions, routine way we can report it to the, how we do it for the ADR reporting. Suppose some problem happens, some severe ADR, the compensation part, who will take over? This is from the help from the allopathy system or from the Ayush or the ethics committee, and I need some guidelines regarding that.
Yeah, actually that's an important, compensation is a problem always. Yes. So whenever you are doing a study which the CCRAS, one of these councils fund, they will provide the insurance background for that, for covering the SAEs. But suppose it's a purely academic trial, then you have to think how you will compensate, because there the reporting will come to the ethics committee only. It won't go to the drug regulator. So when it comes to the ethics committee has to equip itself to deal with that. So even before starting, the ethics committee should ask, suppose something happens, who will cover that? Either the institution, in the ICMA guidelines, what has been described is for such trials, for any academic trial for that matter, the institution should take a group insurance, or it should create a corpus. Creating a corpus is much easier than going to the insurance companies, because most of the insurance companies refuse. The third element suggested is, if the investigator applies for a grant, then in that grant there can be a separate head for compensation. Okay. So it should be a reasonable amount.
Ma'am, one more question, sorry. Suppose we use some nutraceutical product which is having a plant background. For that also we need the expert person as one of the research.
Nutraceutical of course is like nobody's land sort of thing. But nutraceuticals, you have to say whether they have been approved by FSSAI. Okay. That is mandatory. So whatever guidelines or regulations are applicable, you have to see that first. And then of course nutraceuticals, nobody is trying to monitor that and like that. So you will be more responsible as investigator as well as the ethics committee in such a case.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any more question? Madam, I would like to say that in my institute, Karad Institute, in that we conduct so many plant products experiments, but our ethics committee says that unless the PI himself is from Ayush, we will not allow it for human experimentation. Is it so, or the person should be only in the committee?
No. You should have a person from that particular science also as collaborator.
Collaborator, not necessarily PI.
No, co-PI.
Co-PI, okay.
Similarly, it can be the other way around also. The person from the Ayush sector can be the PI if that person is actually initiating the research, and have co-PI from this
But the problem here is the most of the time these researches are conducted as PhD work or MD work. The person who is doing that, pursuing that degree should be the PI. That is also one of the rules.
No,
that's why actually we cannot conduct human trials.
This is another problem. Like the students cannot be PI according to GCP. The guide will be the PI. Except in the case of PhD. Because you need to have that GCP qualification, qualification, expertise and training.
Thank you so much. I expect that these types of studies, they should not be stunted at the level of only getting the degree. They should be increased further also, and because I have seen this happens every time, as soon as the PhD degree is obtained, MD degree is obtained, nothing happens afterwards. Therefore, these types of study, if we continue, then only we can go, as madam suggested, that we will go to the direct integrative medicine. Otherwise, it remains still a confusion in our mind. Thank you so much, madam. Yeah, it will definitely take time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request you to please stay back for the felicitation. Requesting the chairpersons to please present a memento to our speaker, Dr. Nandini Kumar. Can we also have a huge, huge round of applause for Madam? तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Do not stop applauding. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being there with us at NAPTICON 2024. Inviting Dr. Padmanabh Rathabuli, the Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, Goa Medical College, to please come up to the dais to present mementos to our chairpersons, Dr. Bhuvaneshwari K., Dr. R. Sridhar, and also Dr. Chitra Khanvelkar. Thank you so much for chairing the session. A big thank you to all the three chairpersons, and also thank you to Dr. Padmanabh Rathabuli. The plenary session 3 would be talking about navigating the intricacies of vaccine clinical trials. Again, the session would be of a total of 35 minutes. 5 minutes for the introduction, 25 minutes for the speaker's talk, and 5 minutes for the questions and answers. And the speaker for the session would be Dr. Nitya Gokte, Professor and Head, KEM Hospital, Mumbai. And to chair the session, can we please welcome with a huge round of applause Dr. Major Jitendra Singh, Professor and Head, GMC and MP GIMER Nasik. Taliyam bajti rehni chahiye. Also, Dr. Santosh Kumar Jivanagi, Professor and Head, MR Medical College, Kalaburgi. Dr. Yogendra Keche, Additional Professor, AIMS, Raipur. Welcoming all the three chairpersons to take over the proceedings of the session. I would repeat, 5 minutes for the introduction, 25 minutes for the talk by the speaker, and 5 minutes for the questions and answers. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. I would request you to kindly take over the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
Can we start? Okay, just a small introduction about Dr. Nitya Gokte ma'am. I think everybody in this hall must be knowing ma'am. She has an experience of more than 30 years in teaching and clinical research. She was the former editor of Journal of Postgraduate Medicine. She has 300 plus research publications to her credit. I repeat, 300 plus. And she is the current chair of Hinduja Hospital and Research Center Ethics Committee. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here.
May I start? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Respected chairpersons, thank you for a very kind introduction. Let me begin with a letter to editor. This was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, 9th of September, 2020. This is by a cardiovascular and thoracic surgeon, Dr. Andrew Thambiraja. Now he, in this letter, says that when students come to him for the first time for training in CVTS, he asks this question: there is a giant flood in the world. Who all will you take on your boat? Yeah. So this is the answers that you get: an emergency physician, a family practitioner. Children will be born, so you need obstetricians and pediatricians. You need anesthesiologists and orthopedicians. I'm not sure why, but anyway. Then you have this COVID-19 pandemic, yeah? Now he says, there is a new infectious disease in the world, which has become a pandemic. Who all will you take on your boat to repopulate the world? Now you see that the answers have changed, yeah? So you have an epidemiologist, an immunologist, and a physician. But what's most interesting in this particular paper is the people who are never listed to board the boat. Who are they? Pharmacologists, and more importantly, clinical pharmacologists. Yes? And yet, I have been called here to talk to you on navigating intricacies of clinical trials with 3 chairpersons on my left. So what I will do now is to really tell you and answer the question. I think most of us grapple with this. What is really our utility? What is our value? And I'll talk over the next 20 or 25 minutes on this about vaccine trials and how do we best navigate them. I'll start by talking about the distinction between drugs and vaccines, understanding vaccine platforms and technologies, the difference in the starting dose, that is a first in human dose as regards vaccines, the benefit-risk conundrum, understanding human nature, and touch a little bit upon variability, which Dr. Nandini mentioned earlier, some take-home messages, and I'll end with a summary of the presentation. What is the difference between drugs and vaccines? Yeah? So this table highlights some of the differences. Drugs, when we talk about, these are generally chemicals for diagnosis, curing, treating, or preventing diseases. Vaccines, barring therapeutic vaccines, largely are prophylactic, right? So the intention is to impact a person's immune system. Drugs are used in a small group of patients, largely sick patients, but vaccines are used on large populations, right? And the intention is to prevent disease. With regards to drugs, there is usually remarkable between batch identity, whereas with vaccines and biologics, there is a lot of batch to batch variability. Drugs, your room temperature is adequate. Vaccines almost always need a cold chain. The benefit when you're sick is immediate. But with vaccines, the benefit, even for that individual, is not often apparent. But perhaps the most important part is the last part, and that is the risk. When you're sick, you will take and accept a lot of risk. But when you are healthy, your risk needs to be very, very low. So you need to have a large safety margin. Now we go on to platforms and technologies and adjuvants. Very broadly, vaccines can be live attenuated, like the cholera vaccine, killed, like the rabies vaccine, VLPs, virus-like particles, like Gardasil, synthetic peptides, like the one for meningitis group B. You can have the tetanus toxoid, polysaccharide conjugate vaccines, and now you have the DNA vaccines, largely veterinary use, and then you have the newer platforms and the mRNA vaccine. And understanding, and this is the area that I've been working in the last 3 years, flu vaccines, the technology for the flu vaccine. Now if you look at the inactivated influenza vaccines, these are egg-grown vaccines. Live attenuated vaccines, I think there is one from Serum Institute of India, again egg-grown. Now why should we know about egg-grown vaccines? Because it is common for the influenza virus to acquire mutations on the heme agglutination protein to facilitate their growth in eggs. These egg adaptive mutations may change the antigenic property of the heme agglutination, and therefore decrease vaccine effectiveness. Your vaccine effectiveness in the flu vaccine is anyway from 10 to 16%, and you have the technology which is actually bringing it down further. We next go to the third intricacy, and that is an understanding of disease models and how they actually impact your clinical trial design. How do we calculate the first in human dose? I'm talking about the NOAEL approach, no observed adverse effect level. You find that, you calculate the human equivalent dose, you select the most appropriate species. Finally, you have a safety factor, usually 10, could be much larger, and then you have your first in human dose with which you proceed with the clinical trials. Let me give you an example of work that we did for Serum Institute of India with a rabies monoclonal antibody. So the animal studies were conducted, rats and rabbits. So you have your NOAEL. You use this chart, which we are familiar with, and convert it into the human equivalent dose. So you're all set, right? Now you will divide it, assuming that this is the most appropriate species, and calculate your first in human dose. The question is are these two species, the rat and the rabbit, are these the most appropriate species for calculating a first in human dose? And the answer is no. Why? Because it is the hamster model which is the most appropriate for evaluation of antibodies, because that's what we are concerned with when we are talking about post-exposure prophylaxis. And why is that so? When experimentally infected, mortality rate in hamsters treated with vaccine alone usually is about 80 to 100% relative to that of untreated controls. And when you give an immunoglobulin or a monoclonal antibody in addition to the vaccine, you get survival which can go up to 100%. So remember, with vaccines, it's not just the species, but it's also the appropriateness of the species for doing these studies. Now the hamster efficacy data with this monoclonal antibody was 20 international units per kg body weight, okay? So did we start with 20 international units? No, we did not start. What did we start with? We started with much lower doses. We started with 1 IU per kg, 3 IU per kg. Then we had a data safety and monitoring committee review the data. Then we had 10, and finally we went on to 20 IU per kg. So what is the intricacy and the take-home message here? The importance of sentinel dosing, right? What is sentinel dosing? You have people, participants, who actually guard your gates. And this is the EMA guidance on sentinel dosing, which says that proposals which do not use the sentinel dosing strategy should have a clear scientific basis, right? And the etymology of sentinel essentially comes from both Italian and French words, sentinella and sentinel. And the word santri in Hindi, which is a translation of sentry, is also derived from these two Italian words, French and Italian. Now what happens when you have no animal model? And the classical example is Vibrio cholera, right? It's a huge problem for us in India in certain parts. And you have this O139, which is responsible for a lot of outbreaks in Southeast Asia. As Vibrio cholera is strictly a human pathogen, there is no valid animal model for Vibrio cholera. And therefore, for the approval of a cholera vaccine, what do you need? You need challenge models, right? So Vaxchora is actually the first approved cholera vaccination in the United States based on a challenge model. So this is another thing you must remember when you're looking at managing vaccine trials, right? And it's important to remember that CHIMS or CHIS, Challenge Human Infection Studies, are here to stay. And today, in fact, you have an ICMR policy statement for the ethical conduct of these studies 2023. It is also what helps you to actually shorten the process of vaccine development. Let's now go on to safety and the benefit-risk conundrum. And I will ask my first question now. Which movie? Anand. Second question. Which year? Very good. Chalo. Nobody at the back is answering, so I'm not sure if the next question will be answered. Why is this movie important from vaccine perspectives? Okay, so I'm linking it with vaccine. So I actually looked up images to see what this looked like. I think the important thing is we memorize this for generations. Lymphosarcoma of the intestine, yeah? And at the back, if you haven't memorized it, please do. What we haven't memorized is what happened to us during when we did the COVID vaccine trials. AstraZeneca vaccine, we tested it, the adenovirus vector vaccine. This patient developed transverse myelitis. It was an association, right? And then we had to stop the trial. And then you had reports of Guillain-Barré syndrome after COVID-19 vaccination. Again, we had to stop the trial. 3 years earlier, pre-COVID, we did a meningitis vaccine trial, reports of Guillain-Barré syndrome. We had to again stop the trial. Stop the trial, DSMB, restart the trial, difficulty in including participants, and so on and so forth. It's a wonderful review, 2009, on vaccine and Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is still relevant today. Our review indicates that, with rare exceptions, association between vaccines and Guillain-Barré syndrome has only been temporal. There is little evidence to support a causal relationship with the vaccine. Which brings me to the next point on the intricacy, that is the benefit-risk evaluation. What is risk? Risk is the probability and magnitude of harm. Probability, will it happen? Will it not happen? Magnitude, if it happens, how much, right? On the other hand, when we all think of benefit, it's just benefit. You're going to get better, right? Risk is not unidimensional. Risk is multi-dimensional. I'll give you an example. This is my niece at KEM, right? This is your lymphadenopathy. 23-year-old healthcare worker. So she calls up at 12 in the night. Nitya auntie, I've got this. 6 hours after taking the COVID-19 vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine, okay? In the United States, women had axillary lymphadenopathy. Many of them were diagnosed with breast cancer, clinical diagnosis, went on to receive mammograms, and they were shown to be negative. So what happens when you do vaccine trials is you need to have a good understanding of immunology and the inherent complexities associated with use of vaccines and biologics, especially also long-term slides. This is the porcine circovirus story and what happened with GlaxoSmithKline. In January 2020, an academic team investigating a novel technology not routinely used for adventitious agent screening discovered the unexpected presence of the PCV1 DNA in the oral live attenuated human rotavirus vaccine, Rotarix. GSK confirmed this finding and stopped the marketing temporarily. What happens is live attenuated viral vaccines are propagated in cell culture lines and animal-derived raw materials find their way into it, right? And this is the unintentional introduction of adventitious agents, which is a recognized potential concern. The polio vaccines, the measles vaccines, and the rotavirus vaccines, all of these have intentional introduction of these adventitious agents, which is important here because as vaccine researchers, developers, you must understand that risks can be discovered several years later, right? So the risk monitoring must be continuous and dynamic. I'll now close with the last couple of slides on understanding human nature and variability. So one of the studies which we did early on when we were doing healthy volunteer studies is that we found that on analysis, less than 50% of our healthy participants actually get randomized in the healthy volunteer studies. Okay, so we looked at the frequency and causes for exclusion of randomization. A lot of reasons, right? Usually laboratory tests. So what happens is when you do these studies in healthy volunteers, whether it's vaccine or whether it's a new chemical entity, we must make the distinction between what we look at statistical normality. Your SGOT 0 to 40, SGPT 0 to 40. That is statistically normal. What happens if it is 41? What happens if it is 47? Do you include the patient? Do you not include the participant? The important thing is not statistical normality. What is important is, have you ruled out subclinical infection? What we also did is we looked at why these participants decline. So we interviewed a few of them. What are the reasons? I only wanted to see if I was HIV positive. I only wanted to see if my lab investigations were within normal limits. Okay? And you're paying very less. So I'll get my screening done, but I won't participate in your clinical trial. Let's now look at one of the vaccine studies which we did to tell you that everything is fine till it goes wrong. So this is our phase 1 unit where we actually did the study. And this was a phase 1 study, yeah, where we had certain inclusion-exclusion criteria. But the point that I'd like to make here is about the ECG. So the screening ECG was normal. Before we gave the vaccine, the ECG was normal. And then we gave the vaccine. And if you look at the follow-up ECG, what you can see here is ectopic beats, right? So prepare for eventualities. And that's where I think having a very good team, primarily of women, is usually very good. Yeah. So this is the team during the COVID-19 studies which we did. And I will always be indebted to these women and the one man standing at the back. When we do studies, it's important to ask questions. Yeah? What are the questions that we need to ask? Does the study need women participants? Is there an approach to safety monitoring which is planned? Do you have sentinel dosing? Do you have a data safety and monitoring committee? Are there any AESIs, adverse events of special interest? Are there exploratory markers? Therefore, do you need any specific or special facilities? Having your dean's support, having institutional backing, having good collaborators, like for example, we have excellent collaborators from the Department of Medicine and Pediatrics, friends of mine for the last 30, 35 years. So having them on your side is very, very crucial. And Madam already talked about compensation. So having a good budget and a good insurance also becomes important. When I was planning this presentation, you know, it's important to do, I think, what we call as a SWOT analysis. Just strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats. And I put this here, this is a personal perspective. Being in a medical institute where patient care is always priority, rather will always remain priority, is according to me the greatest strength. Yeah? Because you have the patient pool. But I have 4 minutes. Yeah, I'll wind up. But it's also, remember, the greatest weakness, because your dean will ask you about the research that you're doing, because for him or her, patient care will always be a priority. I'd like to thank the 2 most important women in my personal life and professional life. I started saying personal because my relationship with them has been so deep over the last several decades that a lot of what I am today is thanks to these women whom you would no doubt recognize. But I'll end my talk with this woman whom I greatly admire. Some of you may recognize her. MS Subbulakshmi. So I read something about MS Subbulakshmi which I thought could be applied to vaccine trials. It's said in that book, Incarnations by Sunil Khilnani. I don't get a cut, but please buy this book. It's a fantastic book. And it's not only on MS Subbulakshmi. Okay. She used to have 3 grand rehearsals with full orchestra before she actually went on stage. So that when she went on stage, the performance was flawless. Take home message, preparedness. Just be so prepared that if anything happens, you can take care of it. I started by asking the question, what is our utility, no? What is our value? And this is from Dr. Thambiraja's paper. I think the utility is essentially the pursuit of the greater good. And I think that's what all of us are here for. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. The slides are here, in case anybody wants to take them.
Now session is open for question answer. Anybody can ask.
Yes, Dr. Desai, good morning.
Good morning, Nitya. Excellent presentation and very unconventional way of interaction and involving the participant. A big congratulations. My question is, if you look at the regulatory perspectives, the regulators always look at, if there is a clinical trial of the vaccine, they will look at the immunogenicity. So is there any standard guidelines? Because especially for the pediatric vaccine trials, either they have some subclinical infections or as per our national program, vaccination program, they are vaccinated. So is there any standard guidelines that the efficacy point of view, the immunogenicity level should be what, should be increased as compared to the baseline?
So it's a very good question, and I'll just give you some examples of studies which we've done. Ma'am, please sit. So you have classically, when you do the phase 1 trials, you have the safety and the tolerability, and the second part is the immunogenicity. The answer is that it varies from disease to disease. What is important is, of course, collecting the immunogenicity, but you need to understand whether the immunogenicity is truly protective. So oftentimes we have only surrogate markers. There are some instances, for example, the flu vaccine, where you actually have a correlate of protection. That is your HAI, that is your heme agglutinin inhibition titers. The second thing is what they look at is SPR, seroprotection rate, and seroconversion rate. So what you look at is you have a baseline titer. So what is the proportion of participants who have achieved a 4-fold rise in the titer from baseline? So these are those classical standard sort of immunogenicity assessment metrics which we take in clinical trials. So you have an SPR, you have an SCR, but you must understand whether the measurements you're doing are actually correlating with disease protection. That may or may not be the case with all vaccines.
Yes, but the protection, obviously, how many of those participants were protected, it will take some time.
Correct.
So the regulators, they do not approve that it is not meeting the immunogenicity criteria.
Correct.
So as per your answer, what I understand is, it should increase to 4-fold level in general.
General, to serve as an indicator for efficacy, a surrogate marker, if I would call that. What is also important is the point that you raised is just now is going beyond immunogenicity, right? So for instance, in our Serum Institute of India trial, the rabies vaccine trial, we actually looked at survival, right? So beyond the antibody titers which we evaluated by an assay called as a refit assay, we actually looked at survival at the end of 1 year. So how many patients actually didn't develop rabies? Now you can also argue that rabies can come 5 years later also. So the issue is, how can you shorten the process of development, vaccine development, to bring the vaccine to the market as quickly as possible without compromising on the efficacy? And the answer perhaps lies with what Santosh said earlier, is to have real world evidence studies. So in fact, we did a real world evidence study comparing this monoclonal antibody with a conventional human immunoglobulin in a randomized control trial. Yeah? And then we actually generated information on immunogenicity as well as long-term follow-up. Okay. Yeah, Santosh, you want to add something? Yeah, thank you.
Just a couple of quick perspectives on this. So, like you are more interested to know how do we exactly define what could be the IgG titer that will assure the efficacy for regulatory approach. So how it is typically done is that first we always have epidemiological disease burden studies, which measures the baseline titer of antibodies before the infection or after the infection, those who are in the convalescent phase and acute phases. So you have that epidemiological data available. When you are undertaking vaccine clinical trials, the first prototype vaccine which is approved for that indication is never approved only based on the immunogenicity. You always have to do the efficacy trial. Like for example, to give pneumococcal vaccine, when the first pneumococcal vaccine was approved, PCV7, it was approved on the basis of safety, immunogenicity and efficacy. Subsequently, we have PCV13 and higher valency. Now you don't have to do efficacy trials separately because that has been proven to have certain immune correlate of protection. So your efficacy trial has inherent design to also know what level of IgG response is associated with the efficacy of the vaccine. So it is published for different vaccines. So WHO has also given different criteria. So for pneumococcal, WHO has given 2 criteria, that IgG concentration more than 0.35 microgram per ml will be correlate of protection for invasive pneumococcal disease in children. So this ICP is population specific, is the disease specific, and is the method specific, whether you are looking at the total IgG or functional response. There is second criteria which is called as opsonophagocytic assay. So you also have ratio for that. So this is just one example, and you can look into the regulatory guidance which is defined for various vaccines. If that is available in public domain by the health authority, WHO has a published document on various immunological titers for various diseases. We just have to follow them.
What is, I think, important is disease specificity. What is the disease that you're looking at? Is there immunological correlate or not, or is there a surrogate? And then base your protocol design on that. In fact, for what Santosh said about the baseline measurements, when we did our studies in Mumbai for the rabies vaccine, we found that about in 400 participants, 5% of them already had the anti-rabies antibodies, and they had never had exposure, at least they said they had never had exposure to drugs. They also said that they did not take pre-exposure prophylaxis, right? So having that baseline, Santosh, is a very good point, is important. But it can be worked out. Absolutely, absolutely. Sorry? Injectable polio. So the answer, it's not an area that I work in, but the answer that I would give is that each disease, each vaccine, he talked about pneumococcus, I've talked about rabies and flu, is different. Every disease is different. Okay. The immunogenicity, the safety, I think it's important to look at those WHO technical reports, yes, the guidances, yes, the antibody cutoffs that they've given, and then plan your design accordingly.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request the chairpersons to please present a memento to Dr. Nithya Gokte for her presentation. Nithya Gokte for her presentation. So please come forward, this side for a good picture, yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Nitya Gokte, the professor and head at KEM Hospital, Mumbai. Thank you for being with us at NAPTICON 2024. And just after the felicitation of our speaker, I would like to call upon Dr. Baba Grahirath to felicitate our chairpersons. Sir is the professor and also the director at Veer Surendra Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Orissa. Requesting the chairpersons to please stay back for the felicitation. Thank you so much to all the three chairpersons for chairing the session. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. The next would be a brainstorming session on the topic competency-based pharmacology education and assessment. And this session would be followed by a grand inaugural ceremony of NAPTICON 2024 in the august presence of Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang. And the moderator for this panel discussion, for this brainstorming session, would be Dr. Sukanta Sen, professor and head, Eye Care Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Haldia. Can we please welcome our moderator for the session with a huge round of applause. दोनों हाथ मिलाकर जोरदार तालियां बजाकर हम स्वागत करेंगे Dr. Sukanta Sen, who is the professor and head at Eye Care Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Haldia. Requesting the chairpersons of the previous session to please come up to the dais for a quick felicitation. A big thank you to all the three chairpersons, Dr. Major Jitendra Singh, Dr. Santosh Kumar Jivanagi, and also Dr. Yogendra Keche. Thank you so much, sir. To moderate this session, we have Dr. Sukanta Sen, the professor and head, and also the Dean of Students Affairs at Department of Pharmacology, Eye Care Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Haldia, West Bengal. Sir has an experience of 16 years in teaching and clinical research. He has 146 research publications to his credit in national and international journals with a research interest score 641.9, citations 568, and H index 12. He is a medical education unit coordinator. He is the executive editor of the National Journal of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, the official journal of the NPT. Sir is also a member of the DCGI registered Different Institutional Ethics Committee. We welcome you, sir, and requesting you to please take over the proceedings of the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, organizer, for giving me this opportunity. Now, before going into the session, now I request three stalwart of medical pharmacology and one of the three finest medical educator of the country. And my job is very tough to put these three highly scholar people in the single session. Now I request Professor Dinesh K. Badial sir to come into the stage. Then Professor Dr. Vishwadeep Das sir. And one of the finest teacher, my personal favorite, Professor Sharanand S. Patak sir. So before medical pharmacologists are doing goods in industry, regulatory affairs, research institute, but the budding pharmacology postgraduates and us, we are mainly serving medical colleges. As a medical pharmacologist teacher, So this session has been planned by NAPTICON organizing team, and there are lots of queries will be addressed at the end of the session. In this session, what we are going to discuss this planning session. So first of all, this is assessment updates, because we come across CBME guidelines. This is changing for undergraduate and postgraduate every alternative years. So assessment modules, how these experts they are doing in their setup, institutes, and what is the guidelines is followed all over India. Next, coming back to blueprinting of theory and practical examinations procedure. So that will be discussed. Next, how to evaluate the outcome at your own setup. So because we are also facing these challenges. Next, coming back to formative and internal assessment, what they are following in their system to fulfill the CBME curriculum. And one thing, assessment of a logbook, both undergraduate and the postgraduate. And finally, feedback generation. Majority of the time we say we are generating feedback, but what kind of feedbacks they are generating their place and how much this is ideal for the nation. And finally, one things, assessment of pharmacology, not pharmacology, all medical subjects in indigenous language, which has been introduced CBME 2024. So what are their views? So before going into the session, let me introduce Professor Dinesh Badial, sir. So sir is a Vice Principal Medical Education. He is the Chief Editor of our journal, National Journal of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. He is a Director of CMC Ludhiana FAMER Center. He is a National Convener, NMC Advanced Course in Medical Education, Chairman for Pharmacology Expert Group of CBME 2024. Whatever the CBME pharmacology part has been introduced, so he is having maximum inputs. So there are lots of almost 170 articles, and he has already edited 4 books. So that's all about Dr. Dinesh, sir. So before going into the session, what we are looking forward, what assessment updates in terms of CBME and currently available in India for undergraduate and the postgraduates. Now I request, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sen. Can I have my presentation? Dr. Sen, presentation. So in the meanwhile, they are putting up the presentations. Assessment apparatus which has happened in pharmacology courses, both undergraduate and postgraduates. They were in alignment with the updates which has happened throughout the curriculum, which was the need of the hour. Because MBBS curriculum changed after 22 years in India, which was a long time. 22 years, some of the habits are very difficult to die hard. And that was the resistance we got. And assessment updates are major is that looking at today's learner, things have changed accordingly. And more components have shifted to within the institutions or within the departments, formative. So more number of low stake exams and less stress on a single high stakes university exam. Okay. That was the way it was done. So some of the updates which happened there, if you see here, Dr. Sen, it is a PP, yeah. Can we go to the next one? So major issue, since we have changed to competency-based education, two words are important in that: habitual and consistent, something which becomes in the teaching learning. If we are looking at something which has become habitual and consistent, it means we also need to assess it continuously. Okay, and that part is very, very important. In both the UG and PG curriculum, those are the major assessment updates. Next, please. And you see knowledge component which has increased when we look at all the theory and all the cognitive domain is. The MCQs has entered in a big way. Scenario is MCQs, MBBS, PG, both. It is now recommended and mandatory also. Simulations has come, so direct observations have come into that play. So you can see virtual labs, case studies. These are become now norms in most of the assessments people are using. Next, please. And looking at modified essay questions, OSPE, which has become now part of examination, for which you are doing videography also. And suddenly every college is now doing OSPE. We'll come to that also. These are the major upgrades. We will move to next, please. The components which has changed first into the MD pharmacology curriculum. These are based on 2019 revision when the CBME was introduced at postgraduate level, and the further update which happened in year 2022. Next, please. So you can see one is terminology which has changed. Dr. Sen. So continue with that till they put up, this is the PDF they have put up, not the right one. So papers classification has changed based on the confusion which was there in the overlap. We have all faced that one question coming into all papers, 4 papers. Even when I appeared for that, we got gene therapy in all the 4 papers. Nobody was knowing where to classify it. So that issue has been sorted out. Not only here, this has done across all specialties. That all has been done. So there is standardization of this curriculum in all. And you will see that the same has been carried forward in the other components also. In the theory now, it is up to the universities that you can add MCQs in the MD examination also. So that is there. So you have to use a mix of question papers. Till now, most are using 10 short notes of 10 marks. You can change that pattern because choosing one type of method is very weak assessment. So to make it authentic assessment, you have to use a mixture of types of methods which are there. And in the practical part, you will see there are many changes. Most of you are already doing protocol designing, other short cases, long cases. It has become optional now that you don't have to do all the experimentation which is there. There you have the interpretation of human data. Data is there. Stress more onto that because a lot of people are doing that. Interpretation of the data which is already available, that has become one of the major component which is there. So apart from that, OSPE has entered into PG examinations. As I told you, only thing is in OSPE we need to train lot of people because they are doing OSPE, but many of that is not labeled as OSPE or OSCE. So that can be done, and now since the subjects are not labeled by NMC as non-clinical, preclinical, all sciences are now clinical sciences. So you can name it OSCE also. You need not name it OSPE only. So that is another component which is there. And similar changes have been happened in the MBBS also. In the MBBS now it is mandatory to have 20% scenario-based MCQs. Especially looking at CBME 24 which was enrolled recently. There is also a pattern given because even in some university we were getting a question of 1 mark coming into theory question paper which has a total marks of 100 marks. 1 mark questions we were getting. So it's very difficult to evaluate that. Everyone was getting 50% or 75%. Nobody was failing, nobody was going for distinction. So that was the harm of that narrow limits which were there. So that has been removed now, so that there is a set pattern, and with the marks, variety has increased, which is reasoning as well as explanation, some pharmacotherapy. And one full question is on the integrated module which has been introduced. 20% teaching is by integration now. But till what now is happening 29 onward, 19 onward, there was a mix of modules. People were using different modules. Now they are standard 6 modules. One full question, number 4, will be from those modules, which has to be there. That is that component. Can we still have the PPT? Yeah. I just wanted to show you major changes. Most I've talked about that, just to show you that what is now it looks like. And the practical MBBS, theory viva is not there, which all of you are very well know, but still many places we say they try to convert some exercise into a sort of theory viva. So theory has been already dealt with, and the practical day, when you have a practical exercises, typically in the MBBS you have a prescription drug interaction which happen, then you have the OSPE. Because of Form C introduced by the NMC, which you have to make video also on the day of examination, there was a lot of confusion about 1 hour. Yeah, next please. Next, please. You can go to next, 4th slide, 5th slide. Yeah, next. This we've done. So just go back. The answer sheets, if there's the 2 examiners have assessed, there's a difference of more than 15%, it will go to the 3rd examiner. And then best of the 2, total best which is coming, that will be taken up to remove this discrepancy. Next, please. So simulated experiments are now allowed. So that can be done. So use your skill labs for that. Pharmacology too. Next, please. Some things are optional, like a lot of people have asked about animal experimentations. Next, please. And OSPE is a must. Remember that is something. But remember, don't only do OSPE. Some people are so enthusiastic they are doing only OSPE. Then it again weakens your assessment. You have to use multiple methods. Next, please. This has come presentation, especially the assessment of teaching, which we were using the term micro teaching, which is not actually the correct term. That has been highlighted many times, many review articles also. It is a teaching assessment, but remember, if you do not first train them how to become teachers, then that is an issue. So you need to align your all assessments with the teaching learning methods. And assessment drives learning. If you do that, then you will get that. And there was some confusion that MBBS, these MD students cannot teach MBBS lectures. There's nothing like that. You are already giving them 3 years teaching and research experience. So they should be trained and used, and then they should be assessed for that. There's a new thing that on the day of examination, there will be marks given by one external for the thesis, okay, which is there. But remember, other things have not been removed. NMC gives you minimum. Most of the universities are retaining earlier things. It goes to 2 external evaluators. And this is the addition which is there. Next, please. In the MBBS, which is based on 2019, when there was a major change, curriculum changing for traditional to curriculum, and recent is to 2024. Next, please. Direct observation of procedural skills, DOPS is coming up. Logbooks are in a big way. Reflections are coming up. Next, please. And now 40% you need to get at least in theory or practical. Cumulative is 50%. Next, please. And this is the pattern I wanted to show you. Now, this is a standard pattern. So please educate, tell about your universities about the pattern which is now gazetted. That this is the pattern with the marks distribution. Just click one. And you can see, one click please. And you will see this is the scenario-based MCQs, mandatory 20%. All universities are having. Next please. And this is the 6 modules. You have to teach these 6 modules. Please do not repeat them otherwise. Whatever is covered in these modules, your subject part is covered, and you will assess that in internal exams also and the university exams. It means now external examiners need to be told throughout the universities, because this is same. That is to be found on the 6 integrated modules. Next, please. ATCOM is mandatory. Lot of people say, okay, we have same wording coming up, sympathy or empathy. Remember that ATCOM, it is written, make application-based questions. So take pharmacology into that. If medication error or something else is there, make application-based questions. Next, please. And this is one sample format of a university. You can see scenario-based questions coming up there. And here 20 questions are there for 30 minutes. First, OMR sheet is given. After 30 minutes, OMR sheet is taken over, and then the subjective question number 2 to 6, which are reasoning, other things which start on. Next, please. OSPE is a major issue. Suddenly in India, we have been struggling for last 3 decades, teaching people how to do OSPE. And it was starting at some places, maybe 20%. And with that single form, next please, which has come Form C, and these checklists which are there, remember that checklist or rating scale, it takes a time. You can't make a SP on OSPE on the day of examination. Or examiners cannot decide. They can decide which one to choose. But OSPE you should have before that. Next please. So this Form C which has come, next please, tells you that you have to make a video of a regular examinations. There was a lot of confusion, lot of questions were asked in the virtual meetings also, 1 hour, 20 minutes, what else. Maximum is 1 hour. There's no lower limit. So 2 to 3 minutes each component you can make, and that's all. Okay. Quality, just keep it medium or lower so that you have to upload on the portal. A lot of people got that problem later on. Okay. So keep that into mind. Just you need glimpses of that. Next, please. So next please. So not all the components, remember, if you are even exercise, so if the Cal lab you are using for OSCE, you are having observed stations also, and you have some table exercises, start theory Viva or separate marks for Viva. You can ask questions, that is Viva, but that has to be asked related to the practical you are observing. Okay, so that is the use of Viva in there. Marks will go to that practical exercise. There's no heading Viva now there. Next please. Reflections is a new thing which has started in a big way. People became so enthusiastic that students are writing 100 reflections in a year, which humanly is not possible. So when you finish one big system, all SDLs in pharmacology are over, 1 SDL, 1 reflections. But what to do after that? They have written. Remember that. We need to train here faculty how to read reflections, give your feedbacks onto that. This is a form of self-assessment. Next, please. So next part we will take after that. And thank you, Dr. Sen.
So now I request Professor Vishwadip Das sir to come into the dais for his presentation on blueprinting in pharmacology, both for theory and practical examination. Professor Das sir currently working All India Institute of Medical Science, Rishikesh. He has experience of 30 years in teaching. So he has been awarded for 4 awards in Indian Pharmacological Society, Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India. Almost 150 plus research publications, conference proceeding to his credit. He is on the editorial board of Cancer Reports, Cancer Treatment Research Communications, and the member of Academic Medical Educator AME, different other international organization as a prestigious member.
My job is to explain to you a little bit about blueprinting. I think not much of blueprinting is done in India. Whatever I will tell, most of my experiences from abroad. So let me, tell you first of all, what is a blueprint. So blueprint is actually borrowed from architecture terminology, and the term blueprint refers to a complete plan that explains how to do or develop something. Okay, and when we are doing blueprinting for assessment, remember that we are addressing it for validity, which is a first key psychometric attribute of a good test or a good assessment. There are so many, psychometric attributes of a good test. One of the key psychometric attribute is validity. We need to ensure that a test is valid or an assessment is valid, and there are two primary sources of validity threats very often creeping into a test when we are designing it. So number one is construct underrepresentation, and number two is concept irrelevant variation. Okay, so these are the two things that we have to keep in check, and for that blueprinting is very, very essential in order to ensure validity, content validity. Now, construct underrepresentation basically refers to undersampling or biased evaluation of the curriculum. Say, for example, many questions coming from a particular system or a module. Okay, so that is construct underrepresentation. Whereas there are some modules or certain areas which are not covered at all. The second one is construct irrelevant variation, and this results from improper item formats, which might be too difficult or too easy questions, and inaccurate test modalities for a particular competency. Now, a test blueprint is basically a tool that can be used to overcome these major validity threats, and there are three pillars of medical education which are which a test blueprint can which can induce constructive alignment. So blueprint allows for aligning various skills or competencies with the course material and the most appropriate mode of assessment. So it's basically a matching kind of system. So this term here, which is important, is constructive alignment, and that is why blueprinting is very, very important. I'll quickly jump into the steps of blueprint construction, because this is exactly what is done. So step one is define the blueprinting purpose and scope. So here you have to ask a few questions like, you are doing this blueprinting for which semester or a study phase? Okay. Abroad, most of the curricula are integrated, whereas in India we have discipline-based curriculum. Okay. So we have to consider all those things. Then which academic session, which courses, what assessment tools, how many questions you are planning. So the cover page of a blueprint of an assessment blueprint might look similar to this one. Okay, so it contains which department, it contains which course, it contains which type of assessment. Is it a formative or a summative assessment? The total number of questions, what will be the marking scheme, and what are the types of testing tools which are planned to be incorporated in this test. Okay, so you have type A MCQs, R-type MCQs, short answer questions structured. Okay, so you have a fair bit of idea at this point of time, like what questions you are going to use. Step 2 is to tabulate all the curricular content on which you are designing an examination in the form of a grid. So if you look at the document of the NMC, they have already given a kind of grid out here, and I have included that out here in the bottom of my slide. So it contains the competency number, it contains the competencies or the learning outcomes, and there are so many other dimensions which are looked at here. So in short, you have if you look at pharmacology undergraduate curriculum, you have 10 topics, and you have 92 competencies distributed amongst the various topics. Now in step 2, we usually prefer written tests to test cognitive domain of Bloom, and the competencies which are related to psychomotor or the skills domain and the affective or the attitude domain are preferably covered in practical as well as communication assessments. Okay, so at this point of time, you can segregate the topics and competencies for theory papers and for the pharmacology practical examination as well as the communication skills part of the examination. Now coming to step 3. Step 3 is a very important step, and it is a little bit subjective, but I think you can reduce subjectivity. So here the most important thing is to identify the impact and frequency for each curricular content, means for each topic. Okay, so the impact and frequency are, so this is a step where you are introducing a little bit of the numerical content in order to bring some kind of an objectivity into the importance or priority of the learning outcomes or the competencies. So the impact and frequency are two important parameters which are considered at this stage, and they are identified, which are based on selected criteria. Maybe at this point of time you also have to take the inputs from clinicians. Now each competency or its subdivision is given an impact and a frequency, and the impact is given a score. So it is now put into a kind of objective form. So usually what is done is that a score from 1 to 3 is allotted to each of the individual competencies. So score 1 will refer to competency or competencies of lesser pharmacological importance. That means which are likely to lead to a low effect and having nice to know content areas for students. I am sure most of you know this, segregation of the competencies into 3 categories: nice to know, desirable to know, or must know. Right. Score 2 is given for competencies having moderate pharmacological importance, and they cover the desirable to know areas of the curriculum. Score 3 is given to the competency or competencies having the highest pharmacological importance. Okay, that is must know content areas for students. So after having looked at impact, we look at frequency. Now frequency of each competency is again allocated by giving a score to each competency. So frequency score also ranges from 1 to 3. Score 1 is given to lesser clinically important or rarely seen areas. Score 2, moderately clinically important or relatively common areas. Score 3, to higher clinically important content areas which are very, very common. So you can think of impact as pharmacological importance, and you can think of frequency as clinical importance. So now we have obtained 2 parameters, that is I and F, that is the pharmacological importance score and the clinical importance score. Then selection of levels of impact and frequency is as I told you, could be a little bit subjective, but you can always, reduce it, and you have to take the input of clinicians here, experts' opinions in this decision. So the grid will now look like this. You have system, you have competency, you have subdivisions, and here you have two parameters, the impact and the frequency. The step 4 will, allow us to categorize the curricular content based on priority scores. So what we have to do here is, you have to take the product of the impact and the frequency, and that will give you your relative weightage or proportional representation of curricular items in the test blueprint or the assessment blueprint. So this can be achieved by two methods. In the first method, the curricular components are classified depending upon the magnitude of the product of impact with frequency. So if it is between 6 to 9, it usually falls in must know or the core areas. Okay, if it is, if the product is between 3 and 4, it is desirable to know or should know non-core areas. That is what, the NMC states, core and non-core areas. Impact into frequency 1 to 2 would be nice to know or non-core. Now method 2 will be to, so determine the curricular, to classify the curricular contents by dividing the, product of impact and frequency. So you need to compute the weightage, and the weightage will be computed like this in a grid kind of thing. So system, competency, subdivisions, impact, frequency, impact into frequency, and then you tabulate the cumulative sum of the of all the products, and then you take the weightage according to this formula. And the weightage of each competency is estimated by multiplying the weightage competency by the total marks of a particular paper in order to get a proportional representation. Step 5, you have to decide on the percentage of questions for each category. So again, depending upon the method you are using, you could use must know, desirable to know and nice to know categories, and the approximate percentages I have listed out here. And remember that the percentage of questions for each category may vary from one blueprint to other. There is nothing like a very standard blueprint. Okay, it varies from exam to exam. So this is how the grid will look like once you have decided on the percentage of questions for each category. And the raw, that is the raw weightage of each competency, is next adjusted or rounded to the nearest whole number as per the total marks of a particular paper. So this is how it might look like, in an undergraduate, pharmacology paper. I'll quickly go through some of these, grids. And step 6 is very important. It step 6 is to decide on the number or type of items or testing tools for each assessment task. And here the questions that you need to ask are, how many questions should be constructed for each category of curricular content, which should be answerable, practically answerable in the allotted time. What kind of assessment type it is, what is the assessment duration, how much budget is available, what are the assessment tools that you have already in a bank, or you are going to create a bank. Okay, and then you have a content by process matrix. So on the left you can see you have your contents out here, and on the other side you have the process dimension. And then you have calculated all your impact frequency, the product of impact frequency, the weightage, and also the number of items you have calculated. Depending upon that, you match now the type of assessment tools to each of the content areas. So I think I'll skip some of the slides. So content areas will be determined by, the level of competencies, and here you use Bloom's taxonomy. You also, map the assessment tools with the cognitive levels in Bloom's taxonomy. These are the blueprint constructions for, the 3 domains, that is the cognitive domain, psychomotor domain, affective domain. And this is a practical general pharmacology, cognitive. You can adjust the cognitive levels depending upon which competencies you are addressing. Okay, and this is the Miller's triangle, and this is usually used for Miller's competency levels. Okay, and what are the types of questions out here, some of the practical applications, and this table is very important because next, you fill up the individual cells of this table depending upon the process that I told you, right? So this is in brief how you exactly do some, some exercises in blueprinting. Thanking you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Shadanand Srikant Pathak, sir. He is going to give us idea how the assessment of ATCOM being done, how to assess logbook for undergraduate and postgraduate, and most important things, how to generate feedback from internal assessment.
Can I change it from here? Hello. Thank you, Sukanta sir. Respected teachers, dignitaries, and my dear friends, a very good morning and hearty namaste to all of you. At the outset, let me thank the organizers, respected Kamal sir, especially for their support, for bringing me here and giving me the unique opportunity of discussing something about ATCOM in this August gathering. The topic of today's discussion, ATCOM, we will move through the assessment of professional development program ATCOM, assessment of logbooks, then feedbacks in internal assessment, and from that, we'll like to conclude something. Definitely what ATCOM speaks about, attitude, ethics, and communication. We know there are 3 domains, affective, cognitive, and psychomotor, but it assesses something called as cognitive domain. What is a cognitive domain? Cognitive domain is something which controls all 3 domains and directs it into a proper direction. The history is full of the people who were strong in their cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domain. Take the example of Ravana. He was having a tremendous cognitive, psychomotor, affective domain. He was a great warrior, but what was lacking altogether is a cognitive domain. People told him, whom you are fighting against? You are fighting against Sri Hari. It's impossible to win. But that cognitive domain was totally gone. So the things do not go well if we do not have a cognitive domain. Previously, in our education system, the Vedic education system used to test the cognitive domain of the student first. If he is fixed in that cognitive domain properly, then the education is given further because he will be able to use that education in a proper direction. But now the things are different. Anyhow, we have inclusion of this cognitive domain. We are in the land of Mahatma Gandhi. And he says in his book, From Yerwada Mandir, he puts it not as a cognitive domain, but says that purity of ends and means. He says that if I want to have a pen, I can snatch a pen from somebody, a pen can be gifted to me, or I can earn that pen. All the 3 led to having me the pen, but first it was a stolen property, second it was a gifted property, and third it was earned property. And that is what is ATCOM means. And that is what we have to analyze in ATCOM, not any domain, but we are analyzing the cognitive domain altogether. So is there need for ATCOM? Definitely, because we see in the society 2 types of doctors, intelligent doctors and successful doctors. The successful doctors may not be intelligent, but they have all these domains, especially the cognitive domains, very well developed, not during their curriculum, but yes, as they move on in their lives. So that's why it is important. What is the role, what is the medical graduate should be after he attains the medical graduate? He should be clinician. That is what NMC says. He should be leader and a member of healthcare team, communicator, lifelong learner, professional, critical thinker, researcher. It is as good as a Superman. But yes, the things can be achieved with a longitudinal program. ATCOM is a longitudinal program. It doesn't stop somewhere, but it starts from the first professional year and goes up to 4. And we have specially devoted modules and hours for that this suggests. Competencies, there are 39 core competencies and 15 non-core competencies that we have to take into consideration when we take into consideration the ATCOM. Bioethics, we have to have autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. Probably the most important is the non-maleficence, and that saves doctors from many of the things. Right? One of the very famous examples is that of the physician of Michael Jackson, who used to give him propofol to fall asleep, and one day the things gone beyond his control and Michael Jackson died. But what saved the doctor from the capital punishment was this non-maleficence. Yes, there are very detailed learning objectives that are being given in this particular document of ATCOM. Other learning modules are also there, like what we mean by patient, doctor-patient relation. Cadaver as a first teacher, beautiful modules that are there. If we go through this ATCOM book, it is not only the students, but we also tend to gain a lot and change our perspectives. What should be taught? Definitely ethics, decision, empathy, and communication. We are slowly moving towards the analysis of it. How the professionalism is taught? Basically by two things: motivations, feedback, and reflections that are very important, which were previously not there in our curriculum. Sensitization and immersing. Immersing is something that is putting the student into that particular program that is called as the immersion. And the teaching learning methods that may be utilized, these are clinical scenarios, reflective exercise, portfolios, as the student write that what has gone good, what has gone wrong. They set the standards for themselves. This is something which is very new. Now coming to the part that is assessment. Why the assessment is necessary? Anything which is not assessed will not be taken seriously by the students. This is the law of thumb. So if you want to implement ATCOM properly, then it has to be assessed in any way. But the document itself speaks that it's a multidimensional thing, and it says it requires 360 degrees of feedback. It goes beyond the normal type of the assessment and says that subjective things come here whenever we want to assess the whole thing. So assessment skill, it is a feedback and observe the performance and what is being given in the feedback. And the document says both formative and summative assessment is necessary for that. What are the tools we are utilizing for the assessment? For nose, obviously MCQs, SAQs, knows how, reflective, narrative portfolios, shows you can see MCEX, PMX. What is MCEX? Mini clinical evaluation exercise, while PMEX is professionalism mini evaluation exercise, OSCE we all know, and does directly the multi-source feedback. That is quite important. Our assessment goes up to shows whenever we come to the undergraduate, even the postgraduate students. And this is how professionalism mini evaluation exercise goes. As you can see here, it is being not only assessed by the teacher, but also the reflective skills, the management and interprofessional relationship by the tutor, work community, and even the self-assessment is also there. Now the assessment plan, I will be speaking very briefly about that, because the subject is so vast. We can go on speaking and speaking, can have a conference only on the ATCOM itself. So the assessment plan, two things are quite important. One question in each paper of all the subject on all the phases of university examination. One theory question the student must attempt in such a way the things should be. In our question paper, we have 2 BAQs that we have based on the ATCOM. And I'm very happy to share that is, instead of going for the answering core questions, they will answer the ATCOM questions because they find it easier to answer the ATCOM questions. They can have their own views put front in ATCOM questions rather than the specific questions of pharmacology. Then logbooks, and then the internal assessment, right, it is there. And now I will share our experience in that. Communication skills are to be assessed, that is exchanging the information, signals, messages, and how well we do it, that is for improving the student learning. This is how the communication skill in pharmacology they say, that is explain the list of pre-drugs, that is communicate the patients with empathy and ethics, etc. How we should go about it? This is in phase 2. They say that for assessment, last column, we use OSCE, feedback form, and mini CX, etc. We tried to utilize it. OSCE, objective structured, clear was objective, but disadvantage was it was difficult for the assessment of 250 students during the examination. Mini CX, it says 10 to 20 minutes of direct observation when the person is there in the clinical setting. But it was difficult because access of pharmacologists to the clinics, we found it quite difficult. Then we merged something called as the standardized patient program, We took the help of Mayo Clinic USA in this particular connection. They spearhead this standardized patient program in the whole world. And this is how we did, communicate the patient with empathy and ethics. This is how, these are the 8 steps that we have developed and copyrighted also. That is how we train the actors in acting the disease, as in the case of bronchial asthma, maybe the myocardial infarction. And then we set up a lab. This is the simulation ward in DMI HER that we have set up with the simulated patients. This is we follow pre-briefing, then we have the SP scenario that is goes on, and then the debriefing that is being done. Though it is said that 1:1 it is to be done, but we do it in a group because the students are large number. What is the speciality is that assessment by the patient. This hardly is being seen. Now this patient is also being trained in how to assess the doctor, how the doctor behaved and how the doctor appearance was. And we also assess from a particular room from which we can see the students, but students will not be able to see us. And after all these things, what the students will do? Students will go and write the logbook. What is the difference between journal and the logbook? The journal, the observations are recorded. In the logbook, your reflections, what do you mean? In other words, journals can very well be copied, not the logbook. Not all the reflections of all the students will all be similar. This is not possible. You have to have from your own to write the logbook. This is how the logbook goes. ATCOM, level of competency, name of activity, attended or not, and can you see here? Reflections. What happened? So what? What next? In their own words, there are no definite answers to these particular questions. And suggested logbook pro forma, that is already being given in the ATCOM book. And finally, I come to the feedback. Feedback plays an important role because we are in the formative stages, even I will say CBME. Previously, we used to have the foundation course for 1 month. Now we have the foundation course for 15 days. And that is how the feedback gives us to improve upon ourselves as far as this CBME is concerned. So feedback is very important. This is the format we are utilizing for the feedback. Feedback are to be given, to be analyzed. Even we are trying to say or trying to give this feedback to the NMC itself for the improvement. And how the feedback? Descriptive, maybe dialogic, that is what I say that I wonder. Critical, I don't think this is important. Not at all important. Not at all increasing the knowledge or the skills. Even students write like that. And the advantage is critical analysis. Difficult to convert sometimes into the grades. So obviously, in the conclusion, what we can say, it's new. ATCOM is new. What we analyze and assess is the cognitive domain. Cognitive domain starts for the ethics and it stands for the integrity. Right? We want to develop the ethical doctors and integrate doctors. In the conclusion, this goes very close to the Gandhian philosophy. If you have integrity, nothing else matters. If you don't have integrity, nothing else matters. Thank you all for your patient listening. Thanks.
So thank you all 3 experts of medical pharmacology or medical educator. Because we are running short of time, the most important inaugural session will start. So whatever questions that can be discussed during tea break or lunch break, you people, or everybody knows Professor Pathak, Professor Dinesh Badial sir and Vishwadit Das sir. So what to assess, how to assess, where to assess, whom to assess, so that can be discussed during tea break. Thank you for patient hearing.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please call upon Dr. Alok Dikshit, the professor from UP University of Medical Sciences, Uttar Pradesh, to kindly come up to felicitate our moderator and also the panelists for the session. Can we please welcome Dr. Alok Dikshit with a huge, huge round of applause. We shall shortly start with the inaugural ceremony of the NAPTICON 2024. Can we please set the stage for the inaugural ceremony and the laptop being removed from the podium? Thank you so much to the moderator and all the panelists for this brainstorming session. We are at the NAPTICON 2024, and the next year would be NAPTICON 2025, and then would be 2020 and 27. Is it possible कि 27 के बाद हम 26 में जाएं? Is that possible? क्या ये मुमकिन है? Is it possible? No or no? 25 के बाद 24, is that possible? इसका मतलब क्या है? ज़िंदगी आगे बढ़ते रहने का नाम, ना कि पीछे रह जाने का. और ऐसे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस का आयोजन भी हम इसीलिए करते हैं ताकि हम सब मिलकर आगे बढ़े और बढ़ चढ़कर हर कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने. Everybody who's seated at the back, requesting all of you to please take the front seats. Everyone, please. We shall shortly begin with the inaugural ceremony, requesting all the honorable delegates to please leave those rows at the back and take the seats in front. Thank you. Everyone, please. All the dear delegates, आप सभी से इस conference की शान है. We have record-breaking registrations for the delegates at NAPTICON 2024. That is 550 plus delegates. So I want कि हम सभी की जो इतनी बड़ी संख्या है यहाँ पर भली प्रकार दिखे, हम सब अच्छी से नजर आएं, और आप सभी यदि आगे आएंगे तभी इस inaugural ceremony की शोभा बढ़ेगी. Everyone, please, everyone at the back. I hope मेरी आवाज़ पीछे तक पहुँच रही है. यदि पहुँच रही है तो हम सब सामने पहुँच जाएंगे. Please, all the dear delegates, requesting all of you to please take the seats in front. We shall shortly have the inaugural ceremony in the august presence of our chief guest, Padma Shri, Dr. Abhay Bang, our guest of honor, the Executive Director of AIIMS Nagpur, Dr. Prashant Joshi, also the President at the NPT, Dr. R.K. Dikshit, NPT Coordinator, Dr. C.M. Kamal, and the Organizing Secretary of NAPTICON 2024, Dr. Ganesh Dakle. And to grace the occasion, we would also have Dr. Manish Shrigirivar, the former medical superintendent at the AIIMS Nagpur, Dr. Mrunal Phatak, Dean Academics at the AIIMS Nagpur, Dean for Research, Dr. Pradeep Deshmukh, Dean Student Welfare, Dr. Siddharth Dubashi. बस कुछ ही क्षणों का इंतज़ार, उसके बाद आएगी ढेर सारी खुशियों की बहार. और खुशियों की बहार का नाम आज हमारी इस इनॉग्रल सेरेमनी में वुड बी पद्मश्री डॉक्टर अभय बंग. who would be here with us, guiding us through and enlightening our paths. डॉक्टर अभय बंग, जिन्हें थोड़े ही दिनों पहले, कुछ ही दिनों पहले हम सभी ने सपत्निक कौन बनेगा करोड़पति में श्री अमिताभ बच्चन जी के समक्ष देखा था, और ढेर सारी खुशियाँ वो सदा सदा हमारी विदर्भ की जनता के लिए लेकर आते हैं. They have been a source of inspiration for all of us, not just since years but decades. We shall have a great time learning and getting enlightened by our chief guest and also our guest of honor at this gracious inaugural ceremony of the NAPTICON 2024. Once again requesting all the delegates, the ones seated on the third last row, the three seated on the third last row, requesting all of you to please come in front. Do not leave any chairs vacant in the front. Everybody, please take your seats in the front. Also requesting each one of you to please put your phones on silent mode or the airplane mode for no disturbances during the inaugural ceremony. They say well begun is half done. We began with a beautiful morning at the NAPTICON 2024 at the orange city of Nagpur, also called the Tiger Capital of India. We had 3 sessions in the morning, 3 plenary sessions in this hall, followed by a brainstorming session. We still have session number 4, 5, and 6, and also an open house discussion at 2:40 p.m. So there's a lot coming up after the inaugural ceremony as well, requesting all the delegates to please be in time at the respective halls, the sessions that they wish to attend and be a part of. मैं जानती हूँ हम सभी बेसब्री से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं, हम सभी के दिल बेताब हैं to have our chief guests in the auditorium, and they shall shortly arrive. और दोनों हाथ मिलाकर ज़ोरदार तालियां बजाकर हम उनका चाहूँगी एक डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन तालियों का हम ज़रूर देखें कि किस तरह से हम तालियां बजाएंगे. Can we have a huge round of applause? और क्या पता शायद आपकी तालियों की आवाज़ सुनकर हमारे अतिथि जल्द से जल्द यहाँ पर पहुँच जाएं, और बस पहुँचने ही वाले हैं. कुछ ही क्षणों में, कुछ ही पलों में इंतज़ार की घड़ियाँ खत्म होने वाली है और शुरू होने वाला है the grand inaugural ceremony of the NAPTICON 2024. The 3rd National Conference of the Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics in association with AIIMS Nagpur. Here we have the Honorable Chief Guest for the inaugural ceremony of NAPTICON 2024, Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang. Sir shall be in the auditorium in the next 1 minute. Can we please welcome Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang with a huge round of applause. Taaliyan bajti rahe. The Aan Baan Shan of Vidarbha. We welcome you, sir. We also welcome Dr. Prashant Joshi as our guest of honor, the Honorable Executive Director at AIIMS, Nagpur. I request all the dignitaries to please be seated. In Nagpur's heart, where minds align, we gather to seek, explore, and refine. Pharmacology's frontiers we boldly explore. A future of health at NAPTICON 2024. Honorable dignitaries, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of the NAPTICON 2024, the third national conference of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics in association with the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur. आज हम और आप मिलकर संतरा नगरी में इतिहास रचाएंगे और इस अवसर को जो खास बनाएंगे वे हैं पद्मश्री डॉक्टर अभय बंग as our honorable chief guest. Can we please put a huge round of applause for our chief guest? Also, a huge round of applause for our guest of honor, Dr. Prashant Joshi, Executive Director, AIIMS, Nagpur. Taaliyan bajti rahe. The President, NPT, Dr. R.K. Dikshit, NPT Coordinator, Dr. C.M. Kamal, the Organizing Secretary of NAPTICON 2024, Dr. Ganesh Dakle. They say Atiti Devo Bhava, which means guests are the incarnation of the Almighty. All the dignitaries on the dais are not just guests for us, but also our sources of inspiration, not just since years, but decades. Dr. Abhay Bang, Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang, was welcomed by Dr. Anand Khoth, the Chairperson for Travel and Accommodation at NAPTICON 2024. To welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Prashant Joshi, I entreat the Scientific Committee Chairperson, Dr. Chaitali Chindarole. स्वागत की इस कड़ी का हिस्सा हम सब बन सकते हैं, करना सिर्फ इतना है, दोनों हाथ मिलाने हैं, जोरदार तालियां हमारे सभी अतिथियों के लिए, हमारे सभी मान्यवरों के लिए लगातार बजाते रहनी है. I plead our chairperson for pre-conference workshop, Dr. Avinash Turankar, to please welcome Dr. R.K. Dikshit. तालियां बजती रहे, तालियों में संकोच ना हो, जितनी चाहे जब चाहे आप तालियां बजा सकते हैं. Thank you, sir. To welcome Dr. C.M. Kamal, I would like to entreat our Chairperson for Cultural Activities and Catering, Dr. Vandana Badar. बजाते रहिए. तालियां रुकने न पाएं, लगातार हम दोनों हाथ मिलाएं और जोरदार असरदार तालियां बजाएं. Because we are in the creating of history in the Orient city of Nagpur at the AIIMS, Nagpur. Thank you, Madam. I would now like to call upon our Chairperson for Registration and Finance, Dr. Snehalata Gajbia, to welcome our Organizing Secretary for NAPTICON 2024, Dr. Ganesh Dakle. Thank you so much, Madam. We also acknowledge the presence of the former Medical Superintendent, AIIMS Nagpur, Dr. Manish Shrigirivar. Can we please clap for Dr. Manish Shrigirivar? Also, a huge round of applause for the Dean Academics, Dr. Mrunal Phatak. A big round of applause for our Dean Research, Dr. Pradeep Deshmukh, and also our Dean Student Welfare, जोरदार तालियों से इनका भी स्वागत करेंगे, Dr. Siddharth Dubashi. Thank you so much for being here with us. After the welcome of the Atiti Rupi Devas, it is now time to light a lamp in devotion to Ma Saraswati and mark the inauguration of this grand conference called the NAPTICON 2024. Entreating all the dignitaries to please light the traditional lamp. The lamp of knowledge, power, and learning. That calls for a quick click, a quick picture. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. Requesting the dignitaries to please be seated in their places. Thank you so much. किसी भी शुभ कार्य के आरंभ से पूर्व हम किसको याद करते हैं, किसका नाम लेते हैं? कौन बता सकता है? किसका? जी हाँ, देवों के देव महादेव के सुपुत्र श्री गणेश। सोचिए, गणेश जी का नाम लेने से कार्य में सफलता प्राप्त होती है, तो यदि गणेश जी उस कार्य में स्वयं सम्मिलित हो जाएं, तो सफलता तो अपनी चरम सीमा पर होगी। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी कुछ ऐसा ही हुआ है, क्योंकि हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी हैं डॉक्टर गणेश डाकले, जो ना कि सिर्फ कुछ दिनों से बल्कि महीनों से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को सार्थक बनाने में अथक प्रयास कर रहे हैं। सो इट इज़ नाउ टाइम टू हैव अ वेलकम एड्रेस बाय डॉक्टर गणेश डाकले। बिफोर दैट, लेट अस वेलकम हिम विद अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज।
Good afternoon to everybody. How are you? Thank you. Welcome to the third NAPTICON 2024 at AIMS Nagpur. Today's chief guest, Dr. Honorable Abhay Bang sir, our Honorable ED sir, Dr. Prashant Joshi sir, our NPD President, Dr. Dikshit sir, Dr. Kamal sir, who is National Coordinator, ex-President Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar madam, other faculty members and our dear delegates. Last year we had second NAPTICON at KGMU Lucknow, and that time I had given the pink cap, which indicates the responsibility as well as dedication to the next conference. For this conference, we are having the theme Exploring Frontiers in Modern Pharmacology for Better Healthcare, which indicates a journey for better patient care as well as innovation. For the initial preparation, we had very much discussion with our Honorable President, Dr. Dikshit sir, Dr. Kamal sir, along with my colleagues, partners at AIMS Nagpur, along with GMC Nagpur, as well as GMC faculty members. We had various visits for various places in Nagpur where we have to go ahead with the gala dinner. My team has visited various places like Vishnuji Ki Rasoi, Dwarka, The Pride, but ultimately we have selected Vizilinghood as the final venue for today's gala dinner. And I hope this will be a very enthusiastic place to visit. Then again we had various meetings with the event manager to have logistical approaches in a seamless manner during the conference. The most important milestone in this conference was our website inauguration by our ED sir in the month of April, and this was facilitate all the participants to have communication with our committee members. I am very thankful to all dedicated committee members, starting from ED sir, then patron, Dr. Phatak madam, Manish sir, Dubashi sir, Pradeep sir, who have helped me a lot during this 1-year journey of conference. In this conference, we are giving away 3 awards, mainly National Award for Research Excellence, National Award for Outstanding Research Publication, as well as National Award for Research Scholar. Not only that, we are also giving Lifetime Achievement Award 2024 to a person who has dedicated all his life for the development of drug as well as development of the pharmacology subject. Then yesterday we had a pre-conference workshop. There were 2 pre-conference workshops. One was on techniques in scientific writing and another was in basics in biostatistics. There were total 90 participants, and all these 2 workshops, scientific writing as well as basic in biostatistics, they play a very important role as far as postgraduates are concerned. And I hope that both the workshops will be useful for their career orientation. As far as scientific study is concerned, today we are having 4 tracks in which there may be a plenary session, panel discussion, as well as short sessions are there. Interesting topics for the postgraduate faculties are mainly real-world evidence, integrative medicine, challenges in clinical trials, advancement in education, as well as therapeutic drug monitoring. For this purpose, we are also having young pharmacology speak along with NAPTIC quiz, and I hope this NAPTIC quiz will be a very good one rather than the previous 2 with the master quiz as in the form of Dr. Kamal sir as well as Sarvesh Singh sir. We are issued total 250 oral as well as poster presentation. As far as faculty is concerned, or resource persons are concerned, we do have various important speakers, galaxy of speakers, mainly from the industry. Dr. Shanice Davis, who is President of Indian Society for Clinical Research. Then Dr. Seema Pai, who is member secretary or general secretary of the ISCR. Dr. Atul Raut, who is from Nagpur only, but presently working as a vice president in Sun Pharma. Then from the government point of view, we are having formal deputy director of ICMR, Dr. Nandini Kumar madam. Then Jarian Josh is also there. From academia, Dr. Thatte madam, Dr. Padmaja madam, as well as Dr. Reina sir. At present, we are having more than 550 registered delegates who have registered for this conference, and this is the highest record in the last 2 years. Thank you. So I welcome you all for this conference, and I hope that we look forward to another year of groundbreaking discussion and developments in our field. And as the saying goes, Gyan is sabse bada dhan hai. Let us embrace this opportunity to enrich ourselves in the modern pharmacology. Once again, welcome you all for NAPTICON 2024 at AIIMS Nagpur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and heartiest congratulations for the record-breaking registrations this year at NAPTICON. The Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics at the AIIMS Nagpur has been active since inception. Along with academics, the department also keeps in mind the high moral values and ethics of the profession. Various co-curricular activities make it one of the best departments at the AIIMS Nagpur. Let us take a look at the various endeavors of the department through an audio-visual. Can we have the AV, please?
AIIMS Nagpur is one among the 22 AIIMS established under PMSSY, the foundation of which was laid down in April 2017 by the Honorable Prime Minister. The philosophy of AIIMS Nagpur is to bridge the gap between availability, accessibility, and affordability of quality healthcare. There are 21 specialties and 16 super specialty departments. Welcome to the Department of Pharmacology at AIIMS Nagpur. Established in 2019, we've swiftly grown into a full-fledged department within a span of 5 years under the able leadership of Dr. G.N. Dakle. Here's an inside look at what sets us apart. Innovative infrastructure. Our state-of-the-art museum, QR codes allow students to explore various dosage forms, models, and exhibits with ease. Advanced simulation-based labs offer immersive, hands-on experiences that bring pharmacological principles to life. courses and dynamic teaching. Our diverse programs, MBBS, MD in Pharmacology, BSc Nursing, PhD, and Certification Course in Clinical Research, equip students to meet the demands of modern healthcare. Through problem-based learning, role-play, and other interactive sessions, we make complex concepts accessible and applicable to real-world settings. Our team includes
Key services. Our commitment to ethical, safe, and innovative healthcare is evident in our core services.
Ethics Committee. As the first institute of national importance to achieve NAPH accreditation, our Ethics Committee has overseen a multitude of clinical trials and projects, ensuring research integrity and ethical standards. Pharmacovigilance. Designated as an ADR monitoring center in 2021, we prioritize drug safety through public awareness programs and hands-on training for students and healthcare professionals alike. Clinical Pharmacology. Our Pharmacotherapeutic Committee has developed a QR-based, non-punitive system for reporting medication errors and has led training initiatives in safe medication practices. Scientific activities conducted by the department. The department regularly conducts workshops on good clinical practices along with techniques in scientific writing, pharma conclave, etc. In addition, our faculty are also invited for guest lectures for workshops, symposiums at national level. Research and collaborations. In collaboration with leading organizations like Pfizer and BNIT, we are doing clinical trials and other interdisciplinary studies. In the last 3 years, 23 research articles have been published in peer-reviewed and indexed journals. Awards. In recognition of the work done, the faculty and postgraduate members have earned numerous prestigious awards and recognitions in pharmacology and related fields. Recently, the department has been selected to be part of ICMR Indian Clinical Trial and Education Network Intent. Future vision. Our forward-looking initiatives include the upcoming clinical pharmacology, the introduction of therapeutic drug monitoring services, and the establishment of a dedicated clinical pharmacology unit. At AIIMS Nagpur's Department of Pharmacology, we are shaping the future of healthcare through innovation, collaboration, and a relentless commitment to excellence. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. We saw all our favorite people on the screen from the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics at the AIIMS Nagpur. Congratulations for the various endeavors and the constant efforts that you have been taking to be one of the best departments in the college. Just like the CM of the state, he is true to his name, the CM of NPT. Doing not just Kamal, but lots and lots of Dhamal, Bemisal for the association. He is none other than Dr. CM Kamal. Please welcome, sir, with a huge, huge round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. And please give a big round of applause to the spirit of pharmacology and therapeutics. We are really being a proud pharmacologist because when we have put a seed for the first time on WhatsApp in the soil of a small group which was initially being started with the very few people, around 20 head of the department of the country, and we have never imagined that seed will take the shape of the plant, and probably you will agree that probably it is taking a shape of a tree. Congratulations to all. Distinguished guests, eminent delegates, dignitaries on the dais, esteemed colleagues and friends, it is with immense pride and profound gratitude that I stand before you today on this auspicious occasion of inauguration of NAPTICON 2024, the third National Conference of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, which is being organized in the Santara Nagari Orange City of Nagpur. This event is not just a conference, it is a celebration of ideas, innovation and collaboration in the field of pharmacology and therapeutics, with delegates and experts from across the country, from each and every state of the country. We can see over here, under one roof, we are poised to embark on a journey of intellectual exchange that will shape the future of our discipline, pharmacology and therapeutics. Through this conference, we aim to explore things, cutting-edge research, foster collaboration, and inspire the young minds. We are the future leaders of pharmacology and therapeutics to take a leadership role in academia, in industry, and research. I encourage everyone to actively participate in the diverse sessions, workshops, and discussions with a promise to intellectually enriching and transformative. As the founder and the national coordinator of this esteemed organization, it is my immense pride to witness the strides of association to reach at such a stage. It had made since its inception. Today we stand in our vision to establish the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics as a leading voice in our field. Together, let us embrace the opportunities lie ahead, strengthen our bond as a community, and contribute as a bright future for the pharmacology and therapeutics in India. Thank you all. I wish you all a truly enriching experience of NAPTICON 2024. And we have prepared a small video at the NPT headquarters for that video could be played. Just I would like to take a pause and such a marvelous efforts and monumental success we can see over here. Thank you very much for standing to give them an honor. It is really a proud moment that All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur, have accepted our invitation. It is a huge responsibility. And as I have said yesterday also, each and every year is posing newer challenges to the newer organizing team of the NAPTICON. When Madam have organized the first conference in Mangalore, it was excellent and people were saying how it would be possible to replicate it. Then next NAPTICON have been organized under the leadership of Dr. Amod Kumar Sachan and Dr. Sarvesh Singh. Again, it has put a benchmark success. And we can see over here, all are witnessing that it is marvelous all around. The infrastructure is marvelous. And your enthusiasm is par excellent, which cannot be expressed in words. I'm just requesting putting the video. Please have a look. And this video is dedicated to the spirit of the pharmacology and therapeutics and to the entire organizing team of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and heartiest congratulations for the great work that the NPT has been doing. It is now time that I entreat Dr. Ganesh Dakle to please felicitate Dr. C.M. Kamal with a shawl, Shripal, and memento. कमाल सर के लिए धमाल वाली तालियां तो बनती ही हैं. Keep applauding, keep clapping. And a memento. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Thank you. We heard Dr. Ganesh Dakle as the organizing secretary of the conference, but his all-round personality also helps the NPT grow manifolds as the general secretary. So let us once again welcome Dr. Ganesh Dakle with a huge, huge round of applause, this time as the general secretary of the NPT. तालियां बजती रहें.
Again, one more time, chance given to me as General Secretary. All the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I have given the chance to go ahead with the General Secretary report for the last 1 year, that is 23-24. So in the last year, we are various summits, workshop, executive committee meeting, as well as certificate course in pharmaceutical physicians, along with the zonal conference. The first, we have started our 24 year with the Kerala Summit, wherein it was led by Dr. Princy Palati Madam with active support by Dr. Rathish Sir. Then in the month of February on 27th, Supreme Court issues a contempt of court notice against the Baba Ramdev and Patanjali on case filed by Indian Medical Association along with National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. This shows the NPT association to have a regulatory integrity in NPT also. Then the most important was the GCP workshop. This was organized by NPT and we are going to organize every year. But 2024 year, we are dedicated to only woman power. All the 8 faculty members or speakers were only the women members, mainly Dr. Thatte Madam, Dr. Nalini Kumar Madam, Dr. Meera Desai Madam, Pingri Madam, Verma Madam, then Dr. Shima Pei Madam, Dr. Mulani Karikar Madam, as well as Dr. Reema Shah. This also indicates growing involvement of woman power in the field of modern pharmacology. For this workshop, Dr. Nitya Gokte Madam was the organizing chairperson. Madam, I think, is here in the gathering. So, Madam is there. So, give a big round of applause for the Madam. And Madam is always supportive. Whenever we call her, she is ready to help at any time. Thank you so much, Madam. Then in the month of July, we had Gujarat Summit, wherein it was held in the GCS Medical College under the leadership of Dr. Dimple Mehta Madam. And at the same time, we had pharmacokinetic workshop by our young dynamic professor, Dr. Vipul Chaudhary. Dr. Vipul Chaudhary, you can stand up. So he has done on pharmacokinetic workshop throughout the day by a single-handed faculty, wherein near about 60 to 70 people have there in the form of postgraduate student. Then in the month of August, we had certificate course in pharmaceutical physician. This was our first collaboration with industry people along with the academia. And this was very important because somebody, if going ahead with the MD pharmacology, they are having 2 options. Either he can go ahead with the academia or the industry. So our NPT is thinking that before passing of MD pharmacology, students should be available whether to decide to go ahead with the academia or whether to go ahead with the this industry. And for that purpose, all the speakers, they were from industry, mainly Dr. Shanish Davis from ISCR, then Dr. Hardas, Dr. Vijay, then Dr. Ved, Dr. Ashish, Dr. Mukund Keni, and others were there. In this also, organizing team comprised of Dr. Nirmala Rege madam and one person from the industry were there, Dr. Reshma Quadros. I think Reshma may be there. So please give a big round of applause to Reshma acting as the organizing secretary along with Dr. Kamal sir. They have taken a very hard efforts. This workshop, there were more than 350 participants, mostly postgraduate students were there. This workshop was inaugurated by our Honorable President, Dr. N.K. Dikshitar, and these were the few snapshots during the workshop. Then in the last, we had in the month of August, Tamil Nadu Summit, wherein 297 delegates were there under the leadership of Dr. Bhuvaneshwari and with active support from Dr. R. Kavita Madam. In the last, we have also given very much strong support to the Arjikar incidents, and we have given the letter to Dr. Mr. Honorable J.P. Naddaji, who is the Family Welfare Minister. This also indicates the NPT commitment to go ahead with difficult times with the professional and support to them in every respect. Lastly, we had good clinical practice and journal conference as Ludhiana under the leadership of Dr. Dinesh Badiyal sir, wherein near about 150 participants were there. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Dinesh Badiyal sir. Then we had 4 executive meetings in the month of February, then in the month of May, and recently we had again meeting just 10 days back. This NPT association is having a National Journal of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. It is in the process of indexing, and within next 1 year we can get the indexing also under the leadership of Dr. Dinesh Badiyal sir and executive editor in the form of Dr. Sukanta Sen sir. Then recent advances is published in RS Factor under the leadership of Sharma sir with help from Dr. Baghel madam. So give a big round of applause these 4 people. Lastly but not the least, we give the Spotlight Award for contribution in the pharmacology in every month. And for this year, we have selected these people, Dr. Keni, Dr. Desai, Dr. Rita, Dr. Kothari, Dr. Chalita, Dr. Prakash, Dr. Deepak Kumar, Dr. Sangeeta, Dr. Julius sir, Dr. Jayalalitha, Dr. Vishwaswarup Das, and Dr. Sumana Sen, and we are going to felicitate them tomorrow. So once again, congratulations to all these 12 people. So in last, I will say in these 2 days, we will enjoy everything, and with the success of this, we can go ahead with the next year at Coimbatore. So all the best to Coimbatore. So I will say, together with your dedication and support, we are paving the way for impactful future in pharmacology as well as clinical practice. So I end my speech by saying some Hindi lines. Conferences, research award आपके लिए लाते रहे हैं, फार्माकोलॉजिस्ट को हर समय नया मंच दिलाते रहे हैं, ड्रग्स को रोगियों को लिए वरदान बनाते रहे हैं, एनपीटी के साथ हम फार्माकोलॉजी एंड थेरापेटिक्स की फील्ड को महकाते रहे हैं, एनपीटी के साथ हम फार्माकोलॉजी एंड थेरापेटिक्स के फील्ड को महकाते रहे और यूं ही महकाते रहेंगे बस ज़रूरत होगी आप सभी के साथ की, ज़रूरत होगी आप सभी के साथ की। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. The word Diksha means knowledge, and the one who grants knowledge is called Dikshit. We have one such dignitary on the dais to grant the knowledge to us with his address, requesting Dr. R.K. Dikshit to please enlighten us. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So good afternoon, Nagpur, and I wish that the conference will be memorable. So I am thankful to organizers, and I feel blessed to talk in front of a very senior person, Padam Shri, Dr. Abhay Sen. Sir, my pleasure to have with you. Dr. Prashant Joshi sir, director of this institute, and all the other dignitaries of on the dais and of the dais, and respected delegates and dearest students. I welcome you all to this wonderful conference at the wonderful city. Now this city, once you landed, just you land in this city, you feel something very special. And you feel, मैं लखनऊ का हूँ, मुझको पता है कितना अच्छा लगा. सर, बहुत अच्छा लगा. रीज़न है कि here we have peace. शायद सबने महसूस किया होगा जब आप यहाँ पे लैंड किए होंगे तो आपको लगा होगा कुछ खाली खाली सा, और हम लोगों को अब भरा नहीं चाहिए, क्या चाहिए, खाली खाली सा. And that's how we feel very pleased to be here. And this conference will be having all sort of, activities, including the academics, dance, music, and a wonderful, जो मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, खाना. और उसका 2 बार एग्जाम्पल सबने देख लिया है, कल रात में और आज का सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट. And that is excellent, and everybody is delighted कि it will be better in the coming days. So, because when you go to any conference, if only teaching, then you feel bored. And एक teaching के बाद you think कि बस अब निकला जाए. But when the mixtures of all these things are there, then you remain bounded. And when the love and affection and all these things with us, then naturally we will have a very memorable event for these 2 days. So just I finish my talk. आप सबका साथ, NPT का विकास. So आपके साथ से ही ये NPT बढ़ेगी. आप सबका साथ, NPT का विकास. और इस इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. डॉक्टर ढाकले deserves a special thank. डॉक्टर CM कमाल who is working like, हमको तो लगता कभी कभी कि रोबोट भी थकता होगा, कंप्यूटर भी थकता होगा, वो भी हैंग हो जाता है. डॉक्टर CM कमाल, क्या कमाल है कि आप क्यों कभी थकते नहीं हैं. इसका जब राज बता देंगे तो शायद सब लोग कमाल करने लगेंगे. And everybody will do wonders. So with these words, I thank you and thanks a lot. And I welcome that this program will be a great success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for those wonderful words. जी हाँ, आप सबका साथ, आप सबका विकास, साथ ही साथ NPT का विकास. और आपका हर अल्फाज सर था बहुत ही ज़्यादा खास. और इन खास अल्फाजों के लिए और आपके साथ के लिए I would request पद्मश्री Dr. Abhay Bang to please felicitate Dr. R.K. Dikshit. और ज़ोरदार तालियां हम भी बजाएंगे और अपना साथ इस फेलिसिटेशन में, सत्कार में अवश्य निभाएंगे. Thank you so much, sir. This felicitation being done by the Honorable Chief Guest, Padma Shri, Dr. Abhay Bang, for Dr. R.K. Dikshit. Heartiest congratulations and thank you for all your guidance and support throughout. Thank you. Requesting all the dignitaries to please occupy their seats again on the dais. It is a matter of pride and delight for all of us that we have our teacher and also our teacher's teacher, Dr. Vijay Motkare, as the observer of our conference from the Maharashtra Medical Council. Requesting Dr. R.K. Dikshit to please felicitate Dr. Vijay Motkare with a shawl, Shripal and memento. Can we please welcome on stage Dr. Vijay Motkare with a huge round of applause. Heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for being here as the honorable observer for our conference NAPTICON 2024. तालियां रुकने न पाएं, लगातार हम सारे के सारे तालियां बजाएं और बजाते रहें. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Moving ahead. Well, once again, a question to all of you. How many oceans do we have? कितने महासागर हैं इस धरा पर जो हम जानते हैं? कितने? उसमें से सबसे बड़ा? The biggest. The biggest? Pacific. और Pacific को हम हिंदी में कहते हैं? जी हाँ, Prashant Mahasagar. Similarly, the AIMS is blessed to have Dr. Prashant Joshi, and true to his name, the Executive Director, whose knowledge, intellect, and mentorship for the AIMS is as big, as large as the Prashant Mahasagar. Please welcome Dr. Prashant Joshi to address the delegates and add to our knowledge.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a respected, distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We have Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang, then Dr. Dikshit, Dr. Kamal, the organizing secretary, Dr. Ganesh Dakle, and esteemed delegates, dignitaries of the dais, Dr. Mrunal Phatak, Dr. Dubashi, and other another dean research. We have Dr. Pradeep Deshmukh and all other esteemed delegates. It's a proud pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to AIMS Nagpur for this wonderful conference, which has been organized mainly by the Department of Pharmacology, which is headed by Dr. Ganesh Dakle as the organizing secretary for this national conference of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, NAPTICON 2024. It's a great pleasure to welcome you for the serene environment of AIMS Nagpur. The AIMS Nagpur, actually, if you see, this hospital actually started in 2019, and within a span of 5 years, it has expanded and made a rapid progress to a 820-bedded hospital with 100% occupancy, 80-bedded intensive care, always full, with 19 modular OTs, with more than about 50 major surgeries being performed, major postgraduate courses, super specialty courses started, nursing college started, and a lot of research being done. So within a span of 5 years, I think AIMS Nagpur has advanced well, and I'm really happy that this conference, national level conference, is being hosted here at AIMS Nagpur. We are really privileged and honored to have a chief guest of the stature of Dr. Abhay Bang, who is a Padma Shri awardee. We are very happy that he has accepted the invitation to come here as chief guest. A very towering personality, a very humble person. He has a lot of about more than 60 national awards, but more important than the awards is that he has chosen to go to the rural and tribal area and devote his services there. I know Dr. Abhay Bang since quite a long time. When I was installed as President of Academy of Medical Sciences, Nagpur, I had the privilege of having Dr. Abhay Bang as the chief guest, and his oratory and the way he speaks in mesmerizing talks, as though he should continue talking. But apart from his oratory skills, the work which he has done is very exemplary. I think a role model to be followed. He has, with my long association with him, I know a lot of things. He has actually topped the All India exam for post-graduation after he did his MBBS, and had gone to PGI Chandigarh as the first person to get admission in MD Medicine. And we will be surprised that after doing about 1 year, and we were talking just now, After doing 1 year of residency there, he said that he wants to leave MD Medicine in PGI Chandigarh. Now the administration there, Dr. Chuttani was the director there at PGI Chandigarh. They were very surprised that such a prestigious place of medicine, MD, a student wants to leave. So they convened a meeting of all the deans and all the senior faculty along with the director, and called him to convince him to continue. His reply was very clear. He says that this institute is useful for people who want to go to US or to do a tertiary care training, which he is not interested. He is interested in serving the poor in the rural areas where facilities are less. And this kind of training will not help him do that. That kind of conviction, he left that, came back to Nagpur, did his MD, went to US, did his master's degree from public health, and then published so many papers, and his one of the landmark papers in the Lancet. And I'm sorry that I'm diverting about introducing him, because I cannot hold myself back without talking some things which I know about Dr. Abhay Bang. He chose Gadchiroli, a place which was very backward, a tribal area, as his chosen area of work. He trained illiterate dais and to take care of newborns and improve and home-based neonatal care, newborn care, which revolutionized the treatment at the rural area, and has improved the infant mortality and neonatal mortality rates dramatically. When I remember a photo of his being published, still vividly in my mind, where Dr. Meherban Singh, who was the professor and head of pediatrics in New Delhi, had come and visited his place at Search in Gadchiroli, and he was sitting on the floor along with Dr. Abhay Bang, and they were interacting. And what he said was still rings in my mind, that Dr. Meherban Singh actually says, the dais which you have trained, illiterate dais which you have trained here in this remote area, are better than my residents at New Delhi in neonatology. So that speaks of the certificate, and that speaks of the work which he has done and improved the infant mortality and made marked changes. His paper was published in the Lancet. He's my role model, and therefore I'm trying to again speak more about him. And it was rated as one of the best 100 papers published by the Lancet till date on how to improve mortality rates. Awards actually don't matter to him much. Such a humble person, if you talk to him, you'll get carried away. And it's a great honor for us to have a personality like Dr. Abhay Bang to have come here and be accepted to be our chief guest here or this important conference. I'm sure his speech subsequent to me would be wonderful and would overshadow all the things which have happened before, because he speaks with such a humble and brings forth his point so well. So welcome, sir, and thank you very much for accepting to be the chief guest here. I would also like to congratulate Dr. Ganesh Dakle for his hard work. Since 1 year, this preparation for this national conference is going on. And he has left no stone unturned to see that this conference is a great success, not only in academics, but also in extracurricular activities as well. And I'm sure all of you would benefit from this conference, will have an enriching academic experience, will help to foster collaborations, and you would have a great 2-day conference. This was preceded, I'm told, by a 1-day workshop, 2 or 3 workshops which were held yesterday, and we still have 2 days of full conference going on to be held. I wish all the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics and the organizers all the very best, and would congratulate the Department of Pharmacology and the other organizers for organizing such a great event at AIIMS Nagpur, and feel proud to be one of the hosts for this conference. Thank you very much. Enjoy your academic fees for next couple of days.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of blessings and motivation. Entreating Dr. C.M. Kamal to please felicitate Dr. Prashant Joshi with a shawl, Shripal, and memento. Dr. Prashant Joshi being felicitated at the hands of Dr. C.M. Kamal. Please give a huge, huge round of applause to Dr. Prashant Joshi, the very, very dynamic Executive Director of the AIIMS Nagpur. Source of inspiration, our mentor at the AIIMS Nagpur, Dr. Prashant Joshi. तालियां रुकने न पाए. Keep applauding, keep clapping. And here comes a memento from the NPT for Dr. Prashant Joshi. Thank you so much, sir. Moments may get over, but memories last. Conferences may come to an end, but the souvenir lasts. So let us have a souvenir release at the hands of the dignitaries. We shall have both a digital and a physical release, requesting our chief guest, Dr. Abhay Bang, to release the souvenir of the NAPTICON 2024 with a quick click, inviting all the members of the organizing committee to join us on the stage for the same. Requesting the members of the organizing committee to please join us on the stage. Congratulations to the entire organizing committee. Congratulations to all the delegates at the NAPTICON 2024. Here we have the souvenir released for the conference. Here comes the souvenir on the screen. We have a physical and also a digital souvenir for all of you to view on the screen. Bahut bahut badhaiyan. Thank you so much. Requesting the dignitaries to occupy their seats again on the dais. There are a few achievers who have dedicated their entire lives to the field of pharmacology and therapeutics, and hence they must be honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award. And to announce the name of the Lifetime Achievement Awardee, I invite Dr. Parveen Sharma, Professor, Government Medical College, Mandi. Please welcome Dr. Parveen Sharma with a huge, huge round of applause, who shall be declaring and announcing the name of the Lifetime Achievement Awardee. Requesting Dr. R.K. Dixit to please do the honors of announcing the name of the Lifetime Achievement Awardee.
So it's my pleasure to announce the Lifetime Achievement Award, who is a unique personality with all sort of achievement and devotion and dedication towards the field of pharmacology. I welcome and I feel proud to announce the name Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee as Lifetime Achievement Award from our association.
Yes, the Lifetime Achievement Awardee is Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee. Taliyan bajti
Video,
rahe.
please.
Requesting the members of the organizing committee escorting Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee to the dais in a grand and royal manner. Wow. What an entry, what an escort. Taliyan bajti rahe, shor machta rahe. It is now time for the Lifetime Achievement Award, which will be presented to Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee. May I now request Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, Professor and Head, Father Muller Medical College, Mangalore, and the former President of the NPT, to read and present the citation for the Honorable Awardee, Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee.
Namaste, respected dignitaries and my dear friends. It's my pleasure to read out the citation to Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee, awarded by National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. The National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics is honored to bestow the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award upon Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee, MD DM, in recognition of his exceptional contributions to the field of pharmacology, clinical pharmacology, and therapeutics. Dr. Mukherjee's illustrious career spans over 4 decades, marked by his steadfast dedication to excellence in pharmaceutical medicine, clinical research, and drug development. Being a visionary leader, Dr. Mukherjee's leadership at renowned organizations including Pfizer, Ranbaxy, GVK Biosciences, and Quintiles has been instrumental in advancing medical affairs, clinical research methodologies, tropical disease therapeutics, and regulatory standards on national and international fronts. His participation in committees, expert groups, and task forces has elevated the standards of clinical trials, pharmacovigilance, and drug safety in India. As the founding president of the Indian Society of Clinical Research, Dr. Mukherjee has championed initiatives that positioned India as a global leader in clinical trials and pharmaceutical innovation. Dr. Mukherjee's academic pursuits are equally inspiring. An educator and mentor par excellence, he has trained and guided generations of healthcare professionals. His contributions as a scholar are reflected in numerous impactful publications, including research articles, scientific reviews, and policy papers that have enriched the field of clinical pharmacology and therapeutics. His work has consistently bridged the gap between academic research and practical application. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Dr. Mukherjee is celebrated for his ethical leadership, collaborative spirit, and tireless advocacy for public health. This Lifetime Achievement Award recognizes not only a career of remarkable achievements, but also a legacy of inspiration, mentorship, and transformative leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Requesting you to please present this citation to our Lifetime Achievement Awardee, Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee. And just after that, I would entreat our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang, and all the dignitaries on the dais to please felicitate Dr. Shoaibul Mukherjee and also present the Lifetime Achievement Award to sir. Indeed, a moment to be cherished and remembered at the NAPTICON 2024. Conferring the Lifetime Achievement Award upon Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee. Let us have a thunderous round of applause for our Lifetime Achievement Awardee. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir. Let us now get inspired by a lifetime of experience by Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee, requesting sir to please address the delegates. Requesting sir to please address the delegates with his lifetime of experience.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is probably the most ostentatious ceremony that I have ever been a part of or will ever be a part of. I am deeply honored with this, and I thank the organizers, the jury that made the selection, the authorities, and the management of this institute here in Nagpur, and the office bearers of the organization, the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, for this award. I'm not quite sure of the achievements we are talking of here, but I know that there is a subtle, I'm sure totally unintended, but a subtle message, a Lifetime Achievement Award should probably be coming towards the end of one's career, and it's quite true. It's quite true. Those of us who are in my age group, we are at possibly towards the end of whatever achievements we could have. However, that is not true for the vast majority of the audience I have in front of me today. I congratulate the office bearers and the members of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics for having brought together pharmacologists from across the country at a time when pharmacology is seeing a massive transformation. This is no longer the pharmacology that we grew up with. Pharmacology is in the midst of a huge transformation. Whether we understand and are able to see it today or not, we will certainly see it tomorrow. 2 points that I would like to emphasize here is that with information technology in our midst, we are seeing a huge change in the way that we would be doing research, not only research on pharmacology and therapeutics, but medical research in general. And that comes from the enormous amount of data that we generate every day in our hospitals and in our healthcare institutions. And we really don't understand the value of this data, but it is this data that pharmacologists, first of all, and all healthcare professionals afterwards would have to grapple with, because evidence is going to come from this data going forward. The days of the the randomized controlled trials, I don't foresee them to disappear altogether, but they will be smaller, shorter, and a lot of what we gain, the knowledge that we get from the analysis of randomized controlled trials, will be available to us through modeling, through insights from data that we are able to analyze, and so forth. So I would urge young pharmacologists sitting here today in the audience to focus on that, to look at data, to understand how data, big data particularly, is being and will be analyzed in the future, find out new ways to look at that data, find out how that data should be collected, how that data should be stored, how that data should be analyzed, how artificial intelligence and newer technologies can be applied to that data so that we can have insights into how we can treat patients better. The other area for pharmacology today, I think, is because of this reason, because pharmacologists are in the forefront of clinical research, that clinical research is a domain that is taught to pharmacologists from the very first days. They are in the midst of research management and research administration. And I believe that going forward, pharmacologists should be really that skill that they have of knowing all the therapeutic areas and being able to apply research methodology to the work in pharmacology. That should be embellished, and pharmacologists should receive more formal training in research management and research administration. That is a place where pharmacologists could also excel. So with that bright future in front of pharmacologists, I congratulate all delegates to this conference. I thank them once again for this great felicitation that I have received today. It will be the greatest felicitation I have ever received in my life. I am not really used to this kind of adulation. Thank you so very much. I am deeply honored. Thank you all. And can I, Dr. Kamal, take this off now? Thank you so much.
Our sincere gratitude. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations from the entire community of the medical fraternity of the country, Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Keep blessing and keep inspiring all of us. Heartiest congratulations. The personality seated as our chief guest is widely known to all and needs no introduction. But as the protocol goes, let us hear the stories of success of Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang from the Lady Luck and Woman Power of our conference, Dr. Chaitali Chindarole. Please welcome Dr. Chaitali Chindarole to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Abhay Bang. A huge round of applause for Dr. Chindarole.
Thank you, Dr. Richa. Good afternoon to all. Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Abhay Bang sir, Lifetime Achievement Awardee respected Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee sir, respected Executive Director Dr. Prashant Joshi sir, other distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Dr. R.K. Dikshit sir, Dr. C.M. Kamal sir, and Dr. Ganesh Dakle sir, and esteemed delegates and dear colleagues. I am Dr. Chaitali Chindarole, Chairperson of Scientific Committee. Feel privileged to introduce today's chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang sir, a distinguished public health visionary, researcher, and social reformer. Dr. Bang sir is a globally recognized figure in community healthcare, co-founding the Society for Education, Action, Research in Community Health, that is SEARCH, with his wife, Dr. Rani Bang, in 1985 in Gadchiroli, Maharashtra. they developed village healthcare program, which has now become a famous model at global level. Dr. Bang sir has empowered community to deliver essential newborn and child health care even in resource limited setting through his innovative approach and commitment to grassroots healthcare, particularly with the home-based newborn and child care model. This model has been adopted by Government of India and lauded by WHO as a model for rural healthcare. Dr. Abhay Bang sir was honored with the prestigious Save the Children US Award in recognition of his outstanding global contribution to saving newborn and children. This accolades celebrates Dr. Bang's groundbreaking work in rural healthcare, where he developed and implemented community-based healthcare model that drastically reduced infant mortality rates. His work has not only transformed lives in rural India, but has also set a global standard, inspiring similar initiatives worldwide to improve child health and survival. The Muktipat project, led by Dr. Abhay Bang sir and the team at Surge, is a pioneering initiative aimed at combating alcoholism and addiction in rural Maharashtra. Recognizing addiction as a severe social and health issue, Dr. Bang sir launched Muktipat to offer community-based counseling, education, and support program that promotes sobriety and well-being. Through a compassionate and inclusive approach, the project empowers individuals and families to overcome addiction, fostering healthier and more resilient communities. Muktipat has become a model for sustainable addiction recovery and an inspiring example of community-centered healthcare. His research and advocacy have not only transformed rural healthcare in India, but have also inspired countless public health professionals to follow in his footsteps. Dr. Abhay Bang sir is not only a visionary, but also a literary contributor. He wrote a book, माझा साक्षात्कारी हृदय रोग, based on his journey as a patient, which has won 2 prestigious literary awards. Recently, he captivated audience nationwide on the popular TV show Kaun Banega Karodpati. Through innovative research and unwavering commitment, Dr. Abhay Bang sir built a bridge between scientific advancement and accessible, effective healthcare, for which he received many awards, including Global Health Hero by Time Magazine, Public Health Champion by WHO, and National Awards for Outstanding Research in Community Medicine by ICMR, and so many awards. He has, to his credit, 60 research publications, including 5 in Lancet. His article, based on home-based newborn care, was selected as a vintage paper in the Lancet. In recognition of his enduring impact on public health and rural medicine, the Government of India has awarded the prestigious Padma Shri in 2018, and the Government of Maharashtra awarded him Maharashtra Bhushan, the state highest honor. Dr. Bang has dedicated his life to making healthcare accessible in the remotest corner of India, addressing issues from infant mortality to addiction and social health. Ladies and gentlemen, a healer of communities, a visionary for rural health, and a relentless advocate for the voiceless, Dr. Abhay Bang embodies the power of compassion and action. In the word of tribute, I would like to say for the sir, गर देखना चाहते हो मेरी ऊंचाइयों को तो आसमां से कहो थोड़ा और ऊंचा हो जाए. We are deeply honored to have Dr. Bang sir with us today to inaugurate NAPTICON 2024. And I would like to request Dr. Abhay Bang sir to guide us with his word of wisdom as we explore new frontiers in pharmacology for better healthcare. Please, sir.
President of NAPTICON, Dr. Dikshit, Secretary Dr. Dakle, Dr. Kamal, Executive Director of the host institution, AIIMS Nagpur, Dr. Prashant Dikshit, Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee, whom we just now gave Lifetime Achievement Award, and friends. First, of course, let me thank you for inviting me to be the chief guest, because pharmacologist is not a usual group whom I meet or whom I interact with. Coming to this place, AIIMS Nagpur, is in a way a surprise, because few years ago here was nothing. And I came here to this institute for the first time and was really impressed to see that within few years a whole new world has been created here. And Prashant Dikshit, Prashant Joshi, who saw the first patient in this institute 5 years ago, now heads the institute. So I'm very pleasantly appreciative of what has happened in this campus in the form of this new institution, which didn't exist when I studied in Nagpur for nearly 9 years. I am very pleased to know about what NAPTICON is and does, especially when Dr. Dikshit told me that there are 600 members of this organization. Sorry. No, Dr. Dikshit told me that there are 600 members of this organization. And more so, when the work of the previous years was being described, I noticed two contributions of NAPTICON, which are not usual for the professional organizations in this country. You protested against the unscientific drugs against corona being propagated by Patanjali. And you also supported the striking resident doctors in RG Kar Hospital. I highly appreciate this, because to stand up against the power, it takes great courage and ethical position. So I am very, very I really admire and I congratulate you for this remarkable contribution. Dr. Saibal Mukherjee, whom we just honored, spoke very eloquently about the likely new frontiers and new shape which the research in pharmacology is going to take. If you open the New England Journal of Medicine's just recent issue, there is a full section on artificial intelligence and how it's going to contribute to healthcare. So all of us are going to witness, in a very short time, we are going to witness new era, not only in pharmacology, but in whole of medicine. I am obviously have not been invited here to tell you about something about pharmacology, of which I am not the expert and you are the experts. But I was told that I should speak about relevance of pharmacology for social good, and which is the theme of the conference. Where is pharmacology needed today? Today morning, before I left Gadchiroli, I saw a patient, 74 years man in Gadchiroli. he told me that he had had diabetes for the past 32 years. And for controlling which he was on 2 types of insulin injections every day and 3 types of oral tablets, antihypoglycemic. He also has developed diabetic neuropathy, so he is receiving Neurobion. He developed coronary artery disease 31 years ago, so he is on double antiplatelets, aspirin and ticagrelor. He is also on atenolol, ramipril, calcium channel blocker, amlodipine. And for the problems of hearing and eyes, he is every day he puts 2 types of eye drops, 1 nasal spray, 3 tablets. Altogether, he is receiving 3 injections, 12 types of tablets, 2 types of eye drops, 1 nasal spray, and he already has got 8 drug-eluting stents in his heart. This is the story of common man today. And the patient I described right now to you is I. This is my story. And in spite of being a physician, I have no liberation from all these diseases and drugs. As a patient, I am tired. And it's exorbitantly costly. I spent all my life working in voluntary sector at low levels of salary, but today's my treatment costs me 50,000 rupees per month. And worse, there is no cure in sight for any of the disease that I am suffering from. And so, how do we look at this story? This patient should be celebrating that he is alive. Otherwise, I could have been dead 31 years ago, when I developed my first heart attack and my angioplasty was done. So I am alive for 31 years because of modern medicine, its miracles and medicines. But as I said, there is this other side, that this enormous cost, side effects, and having no end to this therapy. I feel that this is not one man's issue. This is a global issue. Globally, there has been demographic transition, which India is also experiencing. With reduced mortality rate, and to which I have also contributed a little bit, but with reduced mortality rates and with reduced birth rates, and increased life expectancy. Now India's life expectancy is around 70 years. Old age population is increasing. This is called demographic transition. When the age group changes, the disease pattern changes. This is called epidemiologic transition. So world is witnessing, and same India is also witnessing demographic and epidemiologic transition. We have increasingly now non-communicable diseases, chronic diseases, which have no cure. We have patients who have multiple morbidities, not a single morbidities. When I was medical student, we used to get very simple patients of pneumonia or malaria or diphtheria. Now each patient has got multiple morbidities, and the medical care costs are increasing. India's per capita healthcare cost, according to World Bank's estimate, in purchasing parity equivalent is $57 per capita per year, around 5,000 rupees. It is 4% of India's GDP. But India is chasing a healthcare model which is practiced in the US. Now, US per capita healthcare cost is $10,000 per year. And it accounts for 17% GDP of the US. US GDP is already several folds more than India per capita GDP, And yet it spends 17% of GDP on healthcare, while we spend 4% of India's poor GDP on healthcare. There is just no comparison. But with $57 money in our pocket, we are trying to emulate healthcare model of the US, which costs $10,000. Western models of healthcare are not very appropriate for our country. And with 1.4 billion population, which will eventually age, which will eventually suffer from all these we just cannot provide this kind of health care to this huge population of our country, but we have to. They are our people, they are us. Probably all of us, each one of us at some point of time in lifetime may have one of those diseases. So where is pharmacology needed? To me, we need to switch from disease-oriented pharmacology to wellness pharmacology. We have been pursuing one disease, or we have been pursuing one molecule, which was very appropriate. That's why revolutionary discoveries happened. 20th century saw such fabulous series of discoveries that medicine, the face of medicine has been changed. But now, here onward, from this point, where we stand today, not only we in India, but probably global population stands today. We need to move away from disease-oriented pharmacology to wellness pharmacology. There is no wellness molecule, problem is. And so what will be the shape of wellness pharmacology is something I leave to you for imagination and for exploring and for discovery. But is it possible? I'll share another story with you. Few months ago, one doctor died in Boston. His name was Richard Cash. Not many pharmacologists might have heard his name. Richard Cash was the professor of public health at the Harvard School of Public Health. Richard was, he was my personal friend, that's why I'm calling him research, though he was too eminent. He did only his MBBS. And yet, how did he become professor at Harvard? After his MBBS, he went to, at that time, East Bengal, 1968, and he witnessed a large number of cholera patients. Intravenous fluids were not available. So Richard Cash and David Nellin in East Pakistan at that time, now Bangladesh, and Dilip Mahalnobis in Calcutta, they almost simultaneously worked on this problem of cholera and dehydration, and they discovered oral rehydration solution. And you know that the Lancet wrote an editorial about oral rehydration solution, and it said ORS is the greatest discovery of 20th century in medical sciences. It didn't require huge technological equipments. It required a public health challenge, a medical challenge in the form of cholera. Thousands of people were dying. And it required a fresh, young medical mind who didn't have even formal training in research. As I said, Richard had done only his MBBS. But when a problem and a medical mind, they come together face to face, something miraculous may happen. And that's how oral rehydration solution was, and its power to save lives was discovered. I'm not going to talk about what we did in Gadchiroli, but for me, Richard Cash is role model. And if you look at the medical history, malaria was India's problem, but who got the Nobel Prize for research on malaria? Ronald Ross. Ronald Ross was a British physician. He, as an army physician, he came to India. And while he was working in Sikandarabad on this issue of mosquito and what might be its role, at that time it was not known, he went back on summer vacation to England. And one evening, post-dinner, he was taking a walk with his guru, Professor Patrick Manson, who was the founding director of London School of Tropical Medicine. Ronald Ross was his student. So he put to his mentor, his teacher, his problem of having some suspicion that mosquito might be playing some role in malaria, because he said, I find that areas where mosquito is more in malaria, in India, malaria is also endemic there. So what his guru said to him, Patrick Manson, he said, my son, if you want to do research on mosquito, learn to think like a mosquito. So what is required for us to break this new challenge of wellness pharmacology is how do people live? How do people think? How do people behave? Why do they get these diseases? And how will we change it? Changing lifestyle is a very difficult task. But so far we have been addressing diseases by way of chemicals, drugs, medicines. Can we now address changing lifestyle by way of medicines? It's a very unexplored field, but wellness medicine is a rapidly emerging field world over because it is needed. And when there is a need, and when there is a fresh mind, and when the mind meets challenge, new sparks happen. My experience of going to Gadchuli is, it's most rewarding to go where the problems are. Rather than going to the places where there are facilities, places with facilities have no problems. There you become a problem. Much better go where the problems are waiting for you and there is no competition. Nobody wants to go there. You are the pioneer. I tell you, it's very easy to become a pioneer. Go where the problems are and take on those challenges. And it doesn't take much time for you to become a pioneer. I am always inspired by that Newton story that one afternoon after taking his lunch, he went out and he sat under an apple tree. And one apple fell down. Not a very rare event, a fruit to fall down. What else can fruit do? It has to fall down. But we know Newton asked a question, very unorthodox question. Why did this fruit fall down and did not go up? And that's how he discovered the principle of gravity. A revolutionary discovery occurred but it was not merely a chance. It required a mind, trained mind like Newton, a questioning mind like Newton, and it required Newton to go and sit under apple tree. This wouldn't have happened in his bedroom. It required Newton to go out, sit under the apple tree, and then falling off an apple. I wish to tell you that such apples are regularly and profusely falling in the community every day. These are the challenges, healthcare challenges, which need solution. After doing some research in Gadchuli, we once invited leaders of 50 tribal villages and we asked them, 30 years ago, we invited a tribal health assembly and we asked that assembly that tell us on which health problem you want us to do research. And after a process of voting, they identified 6 problems of their, they said, ispe solution dhundo. 3 of these were fairly well-known challenges like malaria, diarrhea. But one problem they mentioned was white discharge amongst women. They said, ये हमारा बहुत problem है, इस पे कुछ solution ढूंढो. Then they said low backache and alcohol. And they gave us 6 problems, and this provided us an agenda for research for the next 30 years. So the problems, the apples are falling there out in the community. You only have to go and ask them. You only have to go and observe what is happening there. And when a Newton goes to an apple tree, and when apple falls, new discovery happens. I wish each of you such apples to fall and new discoveries to happen. Thank you so much.
सामाजिक कार्य सामुदायिक स्वास्थ्य, सामाजिक कार्य सामुदायिक स्वास्थ्य, नशा मुक्ति, घर पर नवजात शिशु की देखभाल में जो अपना लोहा मनवाते हैं, विभिन्न सम्मानों के साथ जो पद्मश्री से भी नवाजे जाते हैं, विदर्भ की धरा के सभी रोगियों को जो निर्भय बनाते हैं, विदर्भ की धरा के सभी रोगियों को जो निर्भय बनाते हैं, तभी तो भारत में सत्कर्मों के मसीहा, तभी तो भारत में सत्कर्मों के मसीहा डॉक्टर अभय बंग कहलाते हैं, डॉक्टर अभय बंग कहलाते हैं। कुछ ही दिन पूर्व जब डॉक्टर अभय बंग और इनकी धर्मपत्नी जो कदम कदम पर इनके साथ रहती हैं, डॉक्टर श्रीमती रानी बंग केबीसी के मंच पर ये थे अमिताभ बच्चन जी के समक्ष, तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि सदी के महानायक के समक्ष इस युग के 2 महानायक बैठे हैं और विदर्भ का ही नहीं, महाराष्ट्र का ही नहीं, पूरे भारत का गौरव ये बढ़ा रहे हैं और बढ़ाते रहेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपका कि आप यहाँ पर पहुँचे और आपने हम सभी का पथ प्रदर्शन किया। It is now time that we felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang, and I would request Dr. Prashant Joshi and the other dignitaries on the dais to please do the honors. And as rightly mentioned by Dr. Abhay Bang, do not try working at the places those already have facilities. Try working at the places where there is a need. And true to Sant Tukaram Maharaj's Abhanga, Jeka Ranzle Ganzle, Tyasi Mane Jo Apule, Tochi Sadhu Orkhava, Dev Tethechi Zanava. Here comes the scroll of honor for Dr. Abhay Bang, which reads these lines by Sant Tukaram. An inspiring social activist whose devotion for public health reformation speaks volumes at national and international forum. Founder of Surge NGO that focuses on community health, maternal and child health care in rural India. Role model in developing a revolutionary home-based neonatal care model for preventing neonatal mortality. Thank you so much, sir, for all your kind deeds for the society, for the region of Vidarbha, for the state of Maharashtra, for the country. Thank you so much. Requesting the dignitaries to please be seated on the dais. They say gratitude is the best attitude, and to present this attitude of gratefulness, I would like to call upon the very dynamic Dr. Mrunalini Karikar. Please welcome Dr. Mrunalini Karikar for wonderful words of gratitude. तालियां बजती रहें.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected guests, Dr. Abhay Bang sir, today's chief guest, Dr. Prashant Joshi, Executive Director, AIMS Nagpur, President NAPT, Dr. R.K. Dikshit sir, Dr. C.M. Kamal sir, National Coordinator NAPT, Organizing Secretary of NAPTICON 24 and General Secretary of NAPT, Dr. Ganesh Dakle, and Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee, all the dignitaries of the dais, and my dear delegates. On behalf of the organizing team of NAPTICON 24, it's my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks at this prestigious event. Firstly, my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Abhay Bang sir, for taking time out of his incredibly busy schedule to grace this occasion. Sir, your presence and thought-provoking words have added immense value to this inaugural ceremony. I also wish to express my deep appreciation to the Honorable Executive Director, Dr. Prashant Joshi sir, for dignifying this event with his kind presence and for consistently supporting the endeavors of our fraternity. A special thanks to all our esteemed sponsors, Canvas, Hector Research and Archival Private Limited, QRED, Indian Institute of Clinical Research and Management, and all others for their unwavering support and contributions. Your generosity and encouragement have been instrumental in ensuring the success of NAPTICON 24. I'm honored to extend my gratitude to Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dikshit, President NAPT, and Dr. CM Kamal, National Coordinator NAPT. Their visionary leadership has not only brought this vibrant conference to life, but has also created a platform where the pharmacology fraternity can exchange ideas and grow collectively. My deepest thanks to Dr. Ganesh Dakle, Organizing Secretary of NAPTICON 24, whose meticulous planning, dedication, and attention to detail have transformed this vision into a resounding success. To all respectable faculties, thank you for your gracious presence and for lending your expertise to this platform. Your participation has elevated this conference into one of the national significance, setting benchmark for future events. And of course, I cannot overlook the backbone of NAPTICON 2024, the organizing team, all the members of the organizing committee, the residents of AIMS Nagpur, GMC Nagpur, and IGGMC, and as well the supporting staff of AIMS Nagpur. Your tireless efforts, teamwork, and commitment from the very inception of planning until the execution today have been nothing short of extraordinary. As we conclude, let us remember, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. This event is a shining example of what collaboration, passion, and shared vision can achieve. Thank you everyone for being with us and making this event memorable. Wishing you all a very bright, enriching and successful conference ahead. Have a wonderful day. Thank you all.
And last but not the least, a big thanks to Dr. Mrinalini Karikar for those wonderful words of gratitude. With this, we come to an end of the inaugural ceremony of NAPTICON 2024 and the beginning of 2 days of extravaganza of knowledge and learning. Let us all rise in our places for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Bharat Mata ki Jai Hind, Jai NPT. We shall all now disperse for lunch and gather back in the halls at sharp 2:30 p.m. for the sessions. Thank you so much.
Research Services Private Limited, India's leading site management organization for global clinical trials. Founded on February 25, 2019, CCRSPL stands tall on four unshakable pillars: quality, integrity, empathy, and modesty. At the helm of this powerhouse is founder Vijaya Bakate, a trailblazer with over 18 years of unmatched expertise in site management, setting a benchmark in addressing and resolving site-level challenges with precision. CCRSPL is the epitome of domain expertise, revolutionizing clinical trials by significantly reducing costs and timelines. We boast the fastest patient recruitment rates in the industry and an unparalleled 99% patient retention across diverse global studies. No other organization matches our agility and excellence in driving trial success. Our digital presence is unmatched, actively engaging life science students, clinical research stakeholders, and professionals, spreading awareness and fostering a connected research community. Our sites consistently dominate rankings across India for patient recruitment, data quality, and integrity, making us the go-to partner for global sponsors, CRO, and investigators. Bridge between hospitals, cross, and sponsor companies, CCRSPL ensures the seamless execution of clinical trials. We are the first choice for those seeking efficient, cost-effective, and results-driven site management solutions, backed by a proven track record of excellence. Our vision is bold and transformative, leveraging AI and advanced technologies to elevate India's global contribution to clinical research. Beyond trials, CCRSPL is shaping the future through specialized courses for life science students, empowering them to stand out in the competitive clinical research industry. Today, our alumni are excelling at top-tier organizations like PPD, IQVIA, LabCorp, Accenture, and TCS, cementing CCRSPL's reputation as a leader in education and professional development. In just 5 years, CCRSPL has established a monopoly in ophthalmology clinical trials in central India, conducting 9 successful studies and building strong, enduring partnerships with sites and investigators. Our expertise also spans a wide array of therapeutic areas, including cardiology, oncology, psychiatry, nephrology, gastroenterology, and rare diseases. This success is no accident. It's driven by a highly motivated, growth-oriented team perfectly aligned with CCRSPL's mission to redefine clinical research excellence. Recognized as a certified startup by the Government of India, CCRSPL is accredited by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT. We proudly hold the Udyam certificate from the Ministry of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, along with ISO 9001:2015 certification, underscoring our relentless commitment to quality, innovation, and industry leadership. Canvas Clinical Research Services Private Limited, transforming research, empowering progress, and building a healthier tomorrow.
AIMS, Nagpur, is one among the 22 AIMS established under PMSSY, the foundation of which was laid down in April 2017 by the Honorable Prime Minister. The philosophy of AIMS Nagpur is to bridge the gap between availability, accessibility, and affordability of quality healthcare. There are 21 specialties and 16 super specialty departments. Welcome to the Department of Pharmacology at AIMS Nagpur. Established in 2019, we've swiftly grown into a full-fledged department within a span of 5 years under the able leadership of Dr. G.N. Dakle. Here's an inside look at what sets us apart. Innovative infrastructure. Our state-of-the-art museum, QR codes allow students to explore various dosage forms, models, and exhibits with ease. Advanced simulation-based labs offer immersive, hands-on experiences that bring pharmacological principles to life. Courses and dynamic teaching. Our diverse programs, MBBS, MD in Pharmacology, BSc Nursing, PhD, and certification course in clinical research. Learning, role-play, and other interactive sessions, we make complex concepts accessible and applicable to real-world settings. Our team includes
Key services. Our commitment to ethical, safe, and innovative healthcare is evident in our core services.
Ethics Committee, As the first institute of national importance to achieve NAPH accreditation, our ethics committee has overseen a multitude of clinical trials and projects, ensuring research integrity and ethical standards. Pharmacovigilance. Designated as an ADR monitoring center in 2021, we prioritize drug safety through public awareness programs and hands-on training for students and healthcare professionals alike. Clinical pharmacology. Our pharmacotherapeutic committee has developed a QR-based, non-punitive system for reporting medication errors and has led training initiatives in safe medication practices. Scientific activities conducted by the department. The department regularly conducts workshops on good clinical practices along with techniques in scientific writing, pharma conclave, etc. In addition, our faculty are also invited for guest lectures for workshops, symposiums at national level. Research and collaborations. In collaboration with leading organizations like Pfizer and BNIT, we are doing clinical trials and other interdisciplinary studies. In the last 3 years, 23 research articles have been published in peer-reviewed and indexed journals. Awards. In recognition of the work done, the faculty and postgraduate members have earned numerous prestigious awards and recognitions in pharmacology and related fields. Recently, the department has been selected to be part of ICMR Indian Clinical Trial and Education Network Intent. Future vision. Our forward-looking initiatives include the upcoming launch of a DM in clinical pharmacology, the introduction of therapeutic drug monitoring services, and the establishment of a dedicated clinical pharmacology unit. At AIIMS Nagpur's Department of Pharmacology, we are shaping the future of healthcare through innovation, collaboration, and a relentless commitment to excellence. Thank you for joining us.
Indian Institute of Clinical Research and Management, ICRM, is a premier institution dedicated to advancing education, research, and training in clinical research and healthcare management, established in 2002, affiliated with Savitribai Phule Pune University. ICRM aims to create a global workforce equipped with cutting-edge knowledge and skills in clinical trials, clinical data management, clinical SAS and regulatory affairs, and healthcare leadership. Our programs are designed to meet the growing needs of the pharmaceutical, biotechnology, and healthcare industries, ensuring that our graduates are industry-ready and capable of driving innovation in these fields. Our activities: efficient recruitment strategies to enroll study participant with trial transparency and education with planning and design. Monitoring and analytics, utilizing data analytics to monitor recruitment progress in real time, allows for timely adjustments to strategies if certain approaches are underperforming monitoring and safety. Adverse event monitoring, data security and regulatory compliance. Training: AI with clinical research, clinical data management and pharmacovigilance, medical coding, medical writing, introduction of clinical healthcare science that involves the study of human health and illness through structured investigations aimed at improving medical knowledge, treatments, and patient care. It covers a broad range of studies, from understanding the mechanisms of diseases to developing and testing new treatments, drugs, medical devices, and diagnostic tools. Types of clinical research: observational studies, interventional studies, translational research. Clinical research requires collaboration across various domains, including medicine, pharmacology, bioethics, and data science, and is an essential component of improving healthcare. Introduction of artificial intelligence. It transforms clinical research, enhancing efficiency, accuracy, and patient outcomes. AI in clinical research, data management and analytics, patient recruitment and retention, study design optimization, predictive modeling and risk assessment, medical imaging analysis, clinical decision support systems, personalized medicine, virtual clinical trials, real-world evidence generation, regulatory compliance, introduction of clinical data management. Pharmacovigilance is the science and activities related to detecting, assessing, understanding, and preventing adverse effects or any other drug-related issues. It plays a critical role in ensuring drug safety by monitoring the effects of medications post-approval, aiming to protect patient health and improve therapeutic outcomes. Data collection and validation, data cleaning and quality control, data storage and security, data retrieval and reporting, compliance with regulations, introduction of pharmacovigilance, the science and activities relating to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effects or any other drug-related problem. Introduction of Electronic Trial Master File. Electronic Trial Master File, ETMF, is a digital system used in clinical research to manage and store essential documents generated during a clinical trial. Serving as a centralized, compliant, and accessible repository, the ETMF ensures that trial documentation is organized, easily retrievable, and audit-ready throughout the study lifecycle. It enhances efficiency, improves collaboration among stakeholders, and supports regulatory compliance by maintaining a comprehensive record of all trial-related activities and documents. Career in Clinical Research, Clinical Research Coordinator, Clinical Research Associate, Healthcare Data Analyst, Clinical Data Analyst, Drug Safety Associate, Pharmacovigilance Officer, Regulatory Affairs Specialist, Health Informatics Specialist, Regulatory Submission Specialist. Thank you.
Welcome to Canvas Clinical Research Services Private Limited, India's leading site management organization for global clinical trials. Founded on February 25, 2019, CCRSPL stands tall on four unshakable pillars: quality, integrity, empathy, and modesty. At the helm of this powerhouse is founder Vijaya Bakate, a trailblazer with over 18 years of unmatched expertise in site management, setting a benchmark in addressing and resolving site-level challenges with precision. CCRSPL is the epitome of domain expertise, revolutionizing clinical trials by significantly reducing costs and timelines. We boast the fastest patient recruitment rates in the industry and an unparalleled 99% patient retention across diverse global studies. No other organization matches our agility and excellence in driving trial success. Our digital presence is unmatched, actively engaging life science students, clinical research stakeholders, and professionals, spreading awareness and fostering a connected research community. Our sites consistently dominate rankings across India for patient recruitment, data quality, and integrity, making us the go-to partner for global sponsors, CRO, and investigators. Bridge between hospitals, cross, and sponsor companies, CCRSPL ensures the seamless execution of clinical trials. We are the first choice for those seeking efficient, cost-effective, and results-driven site management solutions, backed by a proven track record of excellence. Our vision is bold and transformative, leveraging AI and advanced technologies to elevate India's global contribution to clinical research. Beyond trials, CCRSPL is shaping the future through specialized courses for life science students, empowering them to stand out in the competitive clinical research industry. Today, our alumni are excelling at top-tier organizations like PPD, IQVIA, LabCorp, Accenture, and TCS, cementing CCRSPL's reputation as a leader in education and professional development. In just 5 years, CCRSPL has established a monopoly in ophthalmology clinical trials in central India, conducting 9 successful studies and building strong, enduring partnerships with sites and investigators. Our expertise also spans a wide array of therapeutic areas, including cardiology, oncology, psychiatry, nephrology, gastroenterology, and rare diseases. This success is no accident. It's driven by a highly motivated, growth-oriented team perfectly aligned with CCRSPL's mission to redefine clinical research excellence. Recognized as a certified startup by the Government of India, CCRSPL is accredited by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT. We proudly hold the Udyam certificate from the Ministry of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, along with ISO 9001:2015 certification, underscoring our relentless commitment to quality, innovation, and industry leadership. Canvas Clinical Research Services Private Limited, transforming clinical research, empowering progress, and building a healthier tomorrow.
AIMS, Nagpur, is one among the 22 AIMS established under PMSSY, the foundation of which was laid down in April 2017 by the Honorable Prime Minister. The philosophy of AIMS Nagpur is to bridge the gap between availability, accessibility, and affordability of quality healthcare. There are 21 specialties and 16 super specialty departments. Welcome to the Department of Pharmacology at AIMS Nagpur. Established in 2019, we've swiftly grown into a full-fledged department within a span of 5 years under the able leadership of Dr. G.N. Dakle. Here's an inside look at what sets us apart. Innovative infrastructure. Our state-of-the-art museum, QR codes allow students to explore various dosage forms, models, and exhibits with ease. Advanced simulation-based labs offer immersive, hands-on experiences that bring pharmacological principles to life. Courses and dynamic teaching. Our diverse programs, MBBS, MD in Pharmacology,
BSc Nursing,
PhD, and certification course in clinical research, equip students to meet the demands of modern healthcare. Through problem-based learning, role-play, and other interactive sessions, we make complex concepts accessible and applicable to real-world settings. Our team includes
Key Services. Our commitment to ethical, safe, and innovative healthcare is evident in our core services.
Ethics Committee. As the first institute of national importance to achieve NABH accreditation, our Ethics Committee has overseen a multitude of clinical trials and projects, ensuring research integrity and ethical standards. Pharmacovigilance. Designated as an ADR monitoring center in 2021, we prioritize drug safety through public awareness programs and hands-on training for students and healthcare professionals alike. Clinical Pharmacology. Our Pharmacotherapeutic Committee has developed a QR-based, non-punitive system for reporting medication errors and has led training initiatives in safe medication practices. Scientific activities conducted by the department. The department regularly conducts workshops on good clinical practices along with techniques in scientific writing, pharma conclave, etc. In addition, our faculty are also invited for guest lectures for workshops, symposiums at national level. research and collaborations. In collaboration with leading organizations like Pfizer and BNIT, we are doing clinical trials and other interdisciplinary studies. In the last 3 years, 23 research articles have been published in peer-reviewed and indexed journals. Awards. In recognition of the work done, the faculty and postgraduate members have earned numerous prestigious awards and recognitions in pharmacology and related fields. Recently, the department has been selected to be part of ICMR Indian Clinical Trial and Education Network Intent. Future vision or forward-looking initiatives include the upcoming launch of a DM in clinical pharmacology, the introduction of therapeutic drug monitoring services, and the establishment of a dedicated clinical pharmacology unit. At AIIMS Nagpur's Department of Pharmacology, we are shaping the future of healthcare through innovation, collaboration, and a relentless commitment to excellence. Thank you for joining us.
Indian Institute of Clinical Research and Management, ICRM, is a premier institution dedicated to advancing education, research, and training in clinical research and healthcare management, established in 2002, affiliated with Savitribai Phule Pune University. ICRM aims to create a global workforce equipped with cutting-edge knowledge and skills in clinical trials, clinical data management, clinical SAS and regulatory affairs, and healthcare leadership. Our programs are designed to meet the growing needs of the pharmaceutical, biotechnology, and healthcare industries, ensuring that our graduates are industry-ready and capable of driving innovation in these fields. Our activities: efficient recruitment strategies to enroll study participant with trial transparency and education with planning and design. Monitoring and analytics, utilizing data analytics to monitor recruitment progress in real time, allows for timely adjustments to strategies if certain approaches are underperforming monitoring and safety. Adverse event monitoring, data security and regulatory compliance. Training, AI with clinical research, clinical data management and pharmacovigilance, medical coding, medical writing. Introduction of clinical research. It is a branch of healthcare science that involves the study of human health and illness through structured investigations aimed at improving medical knowledge, treatments, and patient care. It covers a broad range of studies, from understanding the mechanisms of diseases to developing and testing new treatments, drugs, medical devices, and diagnostic tools. Types of clinical research: observational studies, interventional studies, translational research. Clinical research requires collaboration across various domains, including medicine, pharmacology, bioethics, and data science, and is an essential component of improving healthcare. Introduction of artificial intelligence. It transforms clinical research, enhancing efficiency, accuracy, and patient outcomes. AI in clinical research. Data management and analytics. Patient recruitment and retention. Study design optimization. Predictive modeling and risk assessment. Medical imaging analysis. Clinical decision support systems. Personalized medicine. Virtual clinical trials. Real-world evidence generation. Regulatory compliance. Introduction of clinical data management. Pharmacovigilance is the science and activities related to detecting, assessing, understanding, and preventing adverse effects or any other drug-related issues. It plays a critical role in ensuring drug safety by monitoring the effects of medications post-approval, aiming to protect patient health and improve therapeutic outcomes. Data collection and validation. Data cleaning and quality control. Data storage and security. Data retrieval and reporting. Compliance with regulations. Introduction of pharmacovigilance. The science and activities relating to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effects or any other drug-related problem. Introduction of Electronic Trial Master File. Electronic Trial Master File, ETMF, is a digital system used in clinical research to manage and store essential documents generated during a clinical trial. Serving as a centralized, compliant, and accessible repository, the ETMF ensures that trial documentation is organized, easily retrievable, and audit-ready throughout the study lifecycle. It enhances efficiency, improves collaboration among stakeholders, and supports regulatory compliance by maintaining a comprehensive record of all trial-related activities and documents. Career in clinical research. Clinical research coordinator. Clinical research associate. Healthcare data analyst. Clinical data analyst. Drug safety associate. Pharmacovigilance officer. Health informatics specialist. Regulatory submission specialist. Thank you.
Welcome to Canvas Clinical Research Services Private Limited, India's leading site management organization for global clinical trials. Founded on February 25, 2019, CCRSPL stands tall on four unshakable pillars: quality, integrity, empathy, and modesty. At the helm of this powerhouse is founder Vijaya Bakate, a trailblazer with over 18 years of unmatched expertise in site management, setting a benchmark in addressing and resolving site-level challenges with precision. CCRSPL is the epitome of domain expertise, revolutionizing clinical trials by significantly reducing costs and timelines. We boast the fastest patient recruitment rates in the industry and an unparalleled 99% patient retention across diverse global studies. No other organization matches our agility and excellence in driving trial success. Our digital presence is unmatched, actively engaging life science students, clinical research stakeholders, and professionals, spreading awareness and fostering a connected research community. Our sites consistently dominate rankings across India for patient recruitment, data quality, and integrity, making us the go-to partner for global sponsors, CRO, and investigators. Bridge between hospitals, cross, and sponsor companies, CCRSPL ensures the seamless execution of clinical trials. We are the first choice for those seeking efficient, cost-effective, and results-driven site management solutions, backed by a proven track record of excellence. Our vision is bold and transformative, leveraging AI and advanced technologies to elevate India's global contribution to clinical research. Beyond trials, CCRSPL is shaping the future through specialized courses for life science students, empowering them to stand out in the competitive clinical research industry. Today, our alumni are excelling at top-tier organizations like PPD, IQVIA, LabCorp, Accenture, and TCS, cementing CCRSPL's reputation as a leader in education and professional development. In just 5 years, CCRSPL has established a monopoly in ophthalmology clinical trials in central India, conducting 9 successful studies and building strong, enduring partnerships with sites and investigators. Our expertise also spans a wide array of therapeutic areas, including cardiology, oncology, psychiatry, nephrology, gastroenterology, and rare diseases. This success is no accident. It's driven by a highly motivated, growth-oriented team perfectly aligned with CCRSPL's mission to redefine clinical research excellence. Recognized as a certified startup by the Government of India, CCRSPL is accredited by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT. We proudly hold the Udyam certificate from the Ministry of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, along with ISO 9001:2015 certification, underscoring our relentless commitment to quality, innovation, and industry leadership. Canvas Clinical Research Services Private Limited, transforming clinical research, empowering progress, and building a healthier tomorrow.
AIIMS, Nagpur, is one among the 22 AIIMS established under PMSSY, the foundation of which was laid down in April 2017 by the Honorable Prime Minister. The philosophy of AIIMS Nagpur is to bridge the gap between availability, accessibility, and affordability of quality healthcare. There are 21 specialties and 16 super specialty departments. Welcome to the Department of Pharmacology at AIIMS Nagpur. Established in 2019, we've swiftly grown into a full-fledged department within a span of 5 years under the able leadership of Dr. G.N. Dakle. Here's an inside look at what sets us apart. Innovative infrastructure. Our state-of-the-art museum, QR codes allow students to explore various dosage forms, models, and exhibits with ease. Advanced simulation-based labs offer immersive, hands-on experiences that bring pharmacological principles to life. Courses and dynamic teaching. Our diverse programs, MBBS, MD in Pharmacology,
BSc Nursing,
PhD, and certification course in clinical research, equip students to meet the demands of modern healthcare. Through problem-based learning, role-play, and other interactive sessions, we make complex concepts accessible and applicable to real-world settings. Our team includes
Key Services. Our commitment to ethical, safe, and innovative healthcare is evident in our core services.
Ethics Committee. As the first institute of national importance to achieve NABH accreditation, our Ethics Committee has overseen a multitude of clinical trials and projects, ensuring research integrity and ethical standards. Pharmacovigilance. Designated as an ADR monitoring center in 2021, we prioritize drug safety through public awareness programs and hands-on training for students and healthcare professionals alike. Clinical Pharmacology. Our Pharmacotherapeutic Committee has developed a QR-based, non-punitive system for reporting medication errors and has led training initiatives in safe medication practices. Scientific activities conducted by the department regularly conducts workshops on good clinical practices along with techniques in scientific writing, pharma conclave, etc. In addition, our faculty are also invited for guest lectures for workshops, symposiums at national level. Research and collaborations. In collaboration with leading organizations like Pfizer and BNIT, we are doing clinical trials and other interdisciplinary studies. In the last 3 years, 23 research articles have been published in peer-reviewed and indexed journals. Awards. In recognition of the work done, the faculty and postgraduate members have earned numerous prestigious awards and recognitions in pharmacology and related fields. Recently, the department has been selected to be part of ICMR Indian Clinical Trial and Education Network Intent. Future vision. Our forward-looking initiatives include the upcoming launch of a DM in clinical pharmacology, the introduction of therapeutic drug monitoring services, and the establishment of a dedicated clinical pharmacology unit. At AIIMS Nagpur's Department of Pharmacology, we are shaping the future of healthcare through innovation, collaboration, and a relentless commitment to excellence. Thank you for joining us.
Indian Institute of Clinical Research and Management, ICRM, is a premier institution dedicated to advancing education, research, and training in clinical research and healthcare management, established in 2002, affiliated with Savitribai Phule Pune University. ICRM aims to create a global workforce equipped with cutting-edge knowledge and skills in clinical trials, clinical data management, clinical SAS and regulatory affairs, and healthcare leadership. Our programs are designed to meet the growing needs of the pharmaceutical, biotechnology, and healthcare industries, ensuring that our graduates are industry-ready and capable of driving innovation in these fields. Our activities: efficient recruitment strategies to enroll study participant with trial transparency and education with planning and design. Monitoring and analytics, utilizing data analytics to monitor recruitment progress in real time, allows for timely adjustments to strategies if certain approaches are underperforming. Monitoring and safety, adverse event monitoring, data security and regulatory compliance. Training, AI with clinical research, clinical data management and pharmacovigilance, medical coding, medical writing. Introduction of clinical research. It is a branch of healthcare science that involves the study of human health and illness through structured investigations aimed at improving medical knowledge, treatments, and patient care. It covers a broad range of studies, from understanding the mechanisms of diseases to developing and testing new treatments, drugs, medical devices, and diagnostic tools. Types of clinical research: observational studies, interventional studies, translational research. Clinical research requires collaboration across various domains, including medicine, pharmacology, bioethics, and data science, and is an essential component of improving healthcare. Introduction of artificial intelligence. It transforms clinical research, enhancing efficiency, accuracy, and patient outcomes. AI in clinical research. Data management and analytics. Patient recruitment and retention. Study design optimization, predictive modeling and risk assessment, medical imaging analysis, clinical decision support systems, personalized medicine.
One and all, we shall shortly begin with the plenary session 4 at day 1 of NAPTICON 2024. Requesting all the delegates to quickly reassemble in the auditorium for the upcoming session, which would be taken up by Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, Professor and Head, Father Muller Medical College, Mangalore. And to chair the session, we shall shortly have on the dais Dr. R.K. Dikshit, Professor, King George Medical University, Lucknow, Dr. Meghali Chaliha, Professor, Assam Medical College, Assam, Dr. Ashok Dubey, Additional Professor, AIMS, Bilaspur. And the topic would be medication error, impact on patient outcome and strategies to prevent it. We shall begin with the session in the next 2 minutes, requesting all the delegates to please reassemble in the auditorium. Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. We're about to begin with the plenary session 4 with the topic Medication Error, Impact on Patient Outcome and Strategies to Prevent It. And the speaker for the session would be Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, Professor and Head, Father Muller Medical College, Mangalore. And to chair the session, may I please call upon Dr. R.K. Dikshit, Professor, King George Medical University, Lucknow. Can we please welcome sir with a huge, huge round of applause. Also, Dr. Meghali Chaliha, Professor, Assam Medical College, Assam. Dr. Ashok Dubey, Additional Professor, AIMS, Bilaspur. Please welcome all the three chairpersons with a huge, huge round of applause. Taliyan bajti rahe. We've had lunch, so I think we're all fueled up with a lot of energy again. Thank you so much. Requesting the chairpersons to kindly take over the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's pleasure to introduce our most talented, most honored speaker of this session, Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, who is heading the Department of Pharmacology at Father Muller Medical College, Bangalore. She is ex-president of this prestigious association, authored 26 textbooks in pharmacology, including the 8 titles of the medical, dental, nursing, physiotherapy, and pharmacy students. She has published 56 research papers and delivered number of orations and guest lectures nationwide. She has featured in an article titled "Enriched Women's Outstanding Contribution to the Indian Medical Education" in the Global Journal of Medical Research. So I have also read her book, and I also recommend her book for my UG's student. And I know personally that she is very talented and one of the best teacher I have ever. So it's pleasure to hear you, ma'am. So I request you to please give your valuable talk.
Share a few thoughts on an important topic. I can understand it is the post-lunch session and many of you have traveled overnight and come, and I'll have to blame the organizers for giving such wonderful lunch. So after that, I know what you would be going through. Let me try to see that you don't suffer much. Yes. So, yeah. So it's a few thoughts on medication errors, the impact on patient outcome and strategies to prevent it. Let's start with an incident. This happened in Mangalore. This was, he was a rich businessman, around 52-year-old. He had joints pain. So he went to an orthopedician for the treatment of his joints pain and told him, see, I am very busy, I don't want to be sitting, I want you to give the best medicine possible for my pain. I want the pain relieved at any cost. So the orthopedician said, okay, I will give you an excellent medicine. Maybe he was on other drugs earlier also. He said, I'll give you a good drug, don't worry. It may be a little expensive. He said, as I already told you, he was a rich businessman. He said, I no problem. So he prescribed a drug. This man took it to the pharmacist. Pharmacist also read the drug. He said, see, this is an expensive drug, but it is not available with me. I will procure it for you. You know, he had written Melflam, which is the brand name for meloxicam. That this is what the orthopedician had written. But the pharmacist read it as Melphalan. I am sure all of you know what is Melphalan. That is the anti-cancer drug. So this pharmacist procured Melphalan, gave it to the patient. He started taking it every day. And as you all know, unfortunately for the patient, I can say he started improving. You know, these alkylating agents also have anti-inflammatory property, and they reduce these joints pain. So he started improving, and in about 2 weeks he called back the orthopedician and said, I'm feeling better, should I continue it? Yeah, you can continue, he said. So he took one more replacement of that same prescription, and so he started continuing. But by about 4 weeks, this patient felt a little, he was unusually fatigued, he was not feeling well, and then had some mild kind of fever. So he thought, I'm not well, I have to get myself checked, and he went to a physician. He ordered just a regular blood test and found him having severe bone marrow depression. His neutropenia was as bad as some 500 counts. So they all were alarmed. What happened to you? How can it be like that? Then when they reviewed the history, medication history, they found that he was receiving melphalan. Who gave you this? He said, orthopedician. Then they realized what was the problem. This patient was he was already in febrile neutropenia. He was shifted to Bombay, Tata Hospital, where he was treated. Maybe this happened a few years ago, when the conditions there in Bombay was much better for treating cancers. So for almost nearly 2 months he was there, he was admitted. Fortunately for him, he recovered. He came back to Mangalore and sued both the doctor and the pharmacist for this medication error. So we know the gravity of the problem now, so we will try to see what is the impact on patient outcome and strategies to prevent it. We'll try to know what are the different types of errors, how they happen, and how to prevent, and why is it important to report medication errors. So why should we worry about this error? About a patient has 1 in 4 chance of experiencing injury or harm or even death when admitted to a hospital. 13 lakh injuries due to medication errors occur every year. And medication errors are the 3rd biggest cause of death, next only to heart disease and cancer, and the cost incurred for one country could be as high as 13 lakh crores due to medication errors itself. You know, 4,40,000 deaths each year could be due to medication errors, which is an equivalent of 3 Boeing 747 flights crashing every day. I know if there is one flight crash, we all feel so paranoid while we are traveling. Now many of us have come by air, isn't it? Imagine if there were to be so many flight crashes, maybe we would never think of air travel. So anyway, what is this medication error then? Medication error is any preventable event that can cause patient harm while the medication is in the control of the healthcare professional or the patient. It may be related to the professional practice, healthcare products, procedures, or the systems. Why has it gained so much of importance, or why so much of limelight only these days? I'm sure all of you would agree, the seniors here, when we were PGs, we never paid much attention to this, and only now we are hearing about this medication error. So why has it gained so much limelight? Is it because of NABH? Maybe to some extent, because most of the hospitals are now getting accredited by NABH, and NABH insists on many of the aspects of medication error, and it is an important requirement for them to be dealing with or to be preventing medication errors. It's a quality indicator, I mean. Also, we need to know and prevent medication errors to improve the quality of healthcare and outcome in general throughout the globe. It's not only in the country. So when do medications error occur? So to know that, maybe we can know by different types of errors. So medication errors could be prescription errors, transcription errors, administration errors, dispensing errors, or other errors. So prescription errors, can we classify that error that we just spoke about, that is the incident, as a prescription error? Yes, it's also a prescription error, isn't it? So illegible prescription, so that was an illegible prescription. That is why he read Melflam as Melphalon. Frequency not written, no dose is written, route not specified, wrong prescription issued, error-prone abbreviations causing medication errors. All these are quite common in a hospital. Can you see this? I'm sure you can't read it. I will zoom a part of it. Can we see this? Novo Rapid. It is, and then next what is it? 5 units or 50 subcutaneous? It's not clear, isn't it? So it's, the sister read it as 50 units subcutaneous and gave that, and the patient went into hypoglycemia, and fortunately it's a hospital and inpatient and therefore could be treated. Transcription errors, these are also fairly common. There could be incorrect name, strength, route, and frequency. Especially many patients have the same name, then it becomes very difficult to avoid errors. They have to be very careful. Dispensing errors, can we call it a dispensing error? Again, the case scenario that we just discussed, yes, it could be dispensing error also. The patient was given the wrong drug, isn't it? So dispensing error can be wrong drug, quantity, wrong dose, strength, dosage, wrong patient's drug, or manufacturing defects or the expired drug. Wrong patient's drug also is so common. Not only drug, for AV fistulas have been done on the wrong patient, and for one leg and in another leg there have been some procedures done. So these are very common. This is another example. Do you know what is Eprezo? I have written it for psoriasis. It is Apremilast, like Roflumilast, we have Apremilast. So this was prescribed for a patient, and do you know who was the patient? This patient was a judge. And what was given by the pharmacist was Aprizole 30, which is nothing but aripiprazole. Aripiprazole is an antipsychotic. The patient received the medication, went home, started taking, and in about 2 days the wife noticed that this is not the usual thing. Something is wrong with my husband. He can't be, the neuroleptic syndrome, what it could produce for an otherwise normal man. So therefore, in 2-3 days, the patient came back to the hospital. The wife brought him back and said, what is wrong with my husband? Why is he behaving like this? Why is he sitting in a corner? He is not doing anything, not interested in anything. And then when they checked, it was found that he was given the wrong drug. And as I already told you, this person was a judge. Though he was changed the medication and was treated accordingly, he sued the hospital and the pharmacy for this error. Drug administration errors. A drug administered to the wrong patient, wrong dose, wrong drug, wrong frequency, route, and time. Here again we have the example of a pharmacology lady, a pharmacology assistant professor. She was in Bangalore. She underwent a minor surgery, that is, she underwent tubectomy. She was around 38 to 40-year-old. She underwent tubectomy. Her same college principal, who was also a surgeon, conducted the surgery. And then, with tubectomy, in one day they discharge the patient. But on day 2, the doctor said, okay, you can leave. So she was supposed to be discharged, and the sister came. She wanted to give the injection before the patient leaving home. So she wanted to give a painkiller or the second dose of antibiotic, I'm not sure. But she came and gave the injection. By an error, she gave succinylcholine. So this lady went into brain dead state. She survived like that for a month and then succumbed to this medication error. Maybe if she were to be, she had a 15-year-old son, the entire family was in, you can imagine what would be the condition. Maybe she would attend our conference today if she were to be alive. She was a pharmacology assistant professor working in Bangalore. So such kind of medication errors are really dangerous and troublesome. So non-compliance of medications taken before, with or after food, empty stomach, swallowing sublingual tablets, all these are quite common. Poor documentation of drug administration. Drug is administered but not documented. Drug is not administered but documented, wrongly documented. You might be wondering why we need about this documentation. All pharmacologists are part of the committees where you will be auditing these errors, and you will be training the nurses, you will be training the doctors on the use of drugs and how to avoid medication errors. All of us will be part of it, and postgraduates 100% should know about it. Not only postgraduates, even the faculty should know about medication error management. So poor documentation poor drug storage practices. Lassa drugs, that is look-alike, sound-alike drugs, maybe this is how it was kept. So this is atracurium and gentamicin. You see, for gentamicin, if she gives atracurium, the same error can be repeated again. Crash cart drugs, narcotic drugs, high-risk drugs, emergency drugs, with all these, particularly if there is poor drug storage practices, it can result in very bad errors. So how do they occur? It is maybe because of poor communication between doctors, nurses and pharmacists, lack of teamwork, lack of knowledge, different specialists attending one patient, multiple interruptions while preparing the medication, stress, fatigue, patient overload, poor working conditions, time and performance pressure, multitasking, carelessness and long working hours. All these are possible causes for medication error. So what can happen because of this medication error? What could be the outcome? It could just be a near miss. It could be, they could do no harm. It can harm, but they can even be fatal. And the best thing is, all these are preventable. You can just stop them from happening. So how do you do that? How can we prevent the medication errors? Check the label to identify the drug. The nurses, as I told you again, we need to train the nurses and the junior doctors to do all these things. Check the drug name with spelling, and then we also have to audit for these things. Any doubts, they should call the senior doctor or the pharmacist. Prepare drugs in a quiet, well-lit area which is not distracted. Then while calculating the dose, they should be double-checked. Identify the patient by the ID band and not by just first name. While handing over the patient, there should be double checking. And patients with nil per oral should not be given particularly insulin or any medication for that matter. So basically, what would this convey to us? Use your common sense. That's what has to be told. Just because someone did something, we don't have to climb the tree, isn't it? Yes. So why to report the medication errors? This is absolutely important. Why we should report the medication errors? A near miss today is an accident that could happen, very likely to happen or waiting to happen. So report all near misses before it's too late. So the take-home message for us is, we are all human beings. We need to learn from medication errors. That is why I was mentioning some incidents, so that at least there is no repetition of that. Be more careful in patient care. Create awareness among all. And should they be punished if there is a medication error? You should not target them. There should be no punishment like that. Because they will stop reporting errors. If you just shout at them and try to take action, why did you do this, why did you do that? At that moment, maybe you think it calls for an action. Of course, it calls for an action, but requires counseling also, and then you should encourage medication error reporting if you are all the heads of the committees, or if you are any of them. so that there is better reporting. So, usually what happens in hospitals, nurses report pharmacist errors, pharmacists report nurses errors. So, something like that happens. So, anyway, it is the art of transforming a conscious person. I hope I have not succeeded in taking you to this state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We all know it's a very important and pertinent topic, and no one could have done better justice than you in highlighting this again and again by such lucid examples and beautiful images. I think, and you finished in time also. We still have, before time, we have 5 minutes.
Because we are already running short of time, so I didn't want to elaborate.
But if other chairpersons agree, I think we can take 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you, Padmaja Madam, for such a lucid presentation. So I don't know who quoted it, but someone said, cured yesterday of my disease, last night I died of my physician. So a physician should not be the cause of death of someone or any mishaps. And because one of the principal pillars of bioethics is non-maleficence. So no harm should be done, even if we cannot do any good. So I thank NAPTICON for giving me this opportunity to chair a session of a person of the caliber of Madam Padmaja. It's my proud privilege to be one of the chairperson. So if any questions are there in the minds of the learned delegates, please feel free.
Now I will do something to wake you so that you can get a chance, which is a lifetime chance, to interact with Padmaja Madam. So please have something to be cleared. Yes, please. Dekho, jag gaye na? Chalo utho. And Madam, we all must die if one thing is not happening, and that is Swiss cheese phenomena. Do you know Swiss cheese phenomena? Swiss cheese phenomena, because of that, we all are living. Otherwise, sabko mar jana tha. Reason, one mistake by one person is corrected by the mistake by the other person, or the wiseness of the other person. And because of that, we are alive. Otherwise, one miswriting leading to the mishandling of the drug, then misprescription and everything, and ultimately, so that's how these doesn't happen. These worst thing doesn't happen. So just doctor.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm looking the Drug and Therapeutics Committee in my institute. So my question is that whenever there is an NABH inspection, as far as this drug and therapeutics is concerned, what the gray areas where the NABH assessor will look for? And the second question is that there is a double lock key for the narcotic drugs, which is there. So who has the permission, or with whom permission we have to give that narcotic drug? Means who is the controller of that key? Whether it is the anesthesia or whether it is a pharmacy where we are keeping the narcotic drugs.
Yeah, narcotic drugs key is with the sister in charge. That is the head of the, what is that called? A nursing superintendent, yes. We have different, there's one ANS, DNS, and all. Yes. There's nursing superintendent who is in charge of that. It has to be under double lock and key, so it is, and there are also ward in charges. So maybe each hospital has its own way of handling it. In ours, it is the nursing superintendent which is in charge of that. The first one you asked me is about in NABH inspection, they'll be asking you about medication errors. Yes, yes. Okay, that is a big question. I think if there are someone is an NABH assessor here, they can answer this question for you. There are, yes. No, that sounded like look-alike.
Madam?
Who is that? Hi, he's talking something. Yeah. So sound alike, look alike drugs, all these they have given in the NABH manual. So those things only they will usually be looking for, whether we have done everything perfectly as per the practice.
Madam,
Yes, yes.
the earlier question regarding this earlier question that who should have the key? Actually, at most of the hospitals where we have NABH, the authority is with one person from medicine and one anesthetist, and then they can have under them maybe a nursing superintendent or whoever, but they have to get it signed from them. So anesthetist is the best person along with a medical person, MD physician.
Madam, especially to avoid this medication error, actually already there are indications by MCA, already they gave instructions.
Protocols, yes.
Protocols, they should write in a capital letters. So
that
instead of writing.
That is for legibility, yes.
Yes, sir, legible, and also abbreviations like microgram,
Yes,
milligram, and the
EPA,
units.
they are called error-prone abbreviations should be
The
avoided.
unit, as you told, it happened in our place also. Instead of 10 units, they are given 100 units and the patient died. So we had the same experience all over. And it should be clearly, especially it should be insisted by the pharmacology people while teaching to the students.
Yes,
All
yes.
pharmacologists should be keep on the vigilance on teaching the students. So abbreviations should not be there, and drugs should be written in capital letters.
Yeah, now written in capital letter is now NMC requirement and NABH requirement, but some of the hospitals like that,
But
like
still
ours,
they are not following, madam.
that is the problem.
And especially
Correct.
the psychiatrists, they like looks write like almost psychiatric
Yeah.
handwriting, and we are not able to understand. Even if we are not able to understand the handwriting, madam.
Yes, 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 yes.
So thank you, madam. With that, we end this session, and thanks again for wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you, the organizers. Thank you, the chairpersons, for chairing the session, and thank you all the audience.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Requesting the chairpersons to please felicitate Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar by presenting a memento. Let us have a huge round of applause for Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar. Thank you so much, ma'am. Calling upon Dr. Amod Kumar Sachan, Professor and Head, Department of Clinical Pharmacology, KGMU, Lucknow, to please come up to the dais to felicitate our chairpersons, to present a memento to our chairpersons as a token of gratitude for being here with us for the session. Dr. R.K. Dikshit, Dr. Meghali Chalia, Dr. Ashok Dubey. Thank you so much to all the three chairpersons for being with us.
Ma'am, CV आहे? CV. आहे CV? सुनील शर्मा सरांचा? नाही नाही, CV. किसमें आहे? देऊन द्या मला.
Thank you so much to the chairpersons and also Dr. Amod Kumar Sachan. तालियां बजती रहें. Next would be an open house discussion, navigating the expansive landscape of pharmacology, diverse career pathways and opportunities. And to act as the moderator for the session, we shall have on stage Dr. Sushil Kumar Sharma, Professor and Head, AIMS Mangalagiri. Served for 24 years been a faculty at ACMS Delhi and AFMC Pune. Received the Best Research Paper Published Award at NAPTICON 2023. The recipient of the Best Research Project Award from Armed Forces, Medical Services and DRDO, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. The author of the book Drug Autobiographies in Pharmacology, which is one of its kind and takes an innovative approach to teaching learning in pharmacology. He has around 35 research publications to his credit, along with reviewer and editorial board member of various national and international journals. It is an honor and delight to have you here with us, sir. Please welcome, sir, with a huge, huge round of applause. Requesting you to kindly take over the proceedings.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And good afternoon. It is my proud privilege to be among with you here for a session that is not only very fascinating, but also very, very relevant to each one of us. And when I say each one of us, it is all the more relevant to our younger colleagues and postgraduate students. And I hope that they take full benefit of this session. And to continue with me, of course, the topic, let's have the topic please if possible. Panel discussion topic. It's about navigating the expansive world of pharmacology and what are the diverse career opportunities which are available in pharmacology. To help me here, I wish to call upon the panelists who are with me. Let me just call upon the eminent panelists, Dr. Rangil Singh Raina, Dr. Atul Raut, Dr. Jerin, and Dr. Zia. We have selected the panelists to ensure that we are covering the length and breadth of pharmacology here. So we have Dr. Rangil Singh Raina. After a long stint in academics, he has gone into administration and he is now currently a principal of a medical college. So we'll get insights from administration from Dr. Rangil Singh Raina. Sir, please have a seat. We have Dr. Atul Raut, who is in Sun Pharma, and he'll give us an insight on how working in a pharmaceutical industry is like. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We have Dr. Jerin. Dr. Jerin is in ICMR. Last 10 years he's in ICMR, and we'll surely get some insights on research. And Dr. Zia here, he is with Apollo Hyderabad, and how working in Apollo for a clinical pharmacology person is all about. So we have this eminent panel of experts, and as requested by the the scientific committee, it's going to be more of an open house discussion. So the plan is I will initiate one question each to the panelist so that you get an idea about the journey. And once you get to know the panelist, I encourage the students and the faculty and everyone to please ask the questions to any of the panelists. You could just take the mic and name which panelist you want to ask the question, and we can take it from there. So we hope to have a very, very interactive session with all of you, because only when the questions come from there, our panelists will be able to answer. So thank you very much. So I'll start with one question each from each panelist, so that you could you get to know each one of them. I'll start with Dr. Jerin here. Dr. Jerin, you are working in ICMR for the last 10 years. So could you please tell us about your journey? How did you actually land up in ICMR after doing MD Pharmacology?
Thank you, sir. So first of all, I've been working in ICMR for 6 years, not 10. It's been 10 years since I finished my MD. So I think it was a very simple decision for me, because I've done my MD from Trivandrum Medical College. And traditionally in Kerala, people try to pursue academic careers. So that's been the inclination across the state. And I've known through networks, people that I spoke with, my peers, through conferences, that there are a few other career options, but then mostly it was bifurcated into either an industry-based career option or academia. And I wanted to try out something else. It's actually that simple. And I decided that it should not be these two. I should try out something else, because if I end up as a teacher, I should have some story to tell people. So that's how I got into the kind of sector that Dr. Mohammed here is currently doing. I was working in the hospital as a hospital-based clinical pharmacologist. Then I moved on to work in the global health space in WHO. And since the last 6 years, now I'm working with ICMR. So that was the reason why.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So last 6 years you are in ICMR and you wanted to do something different apart from academics and pharmaceutical industry. Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll come to Dr. Atul Raut. Dr. Atul, you're working in Sun Pharma for quite some time now. Could you please share with the audience what is your current role in Sun Pharma, number one? And also please share a little about your journey, after you did your MD Pharmacology and your entry into Sun Pharma as of now.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thank you for giving me opportunity to be here and participate. Thank you, NATCON. My current role I'll go a little bit back. So after doing my MBBS, I did my MD Pharmacology from GMC Nagpur and did lectureship, assistant professorship, whatever we call it, in different medical colleges. But then my inclination was towards industry, more, in clinical research and how we can implicate whatever we have learned from clinical to practicality, like getting the drug approved. And somehow I thought, and another thing was, I was a little bit more interested into original hard basic research like discovery, gene technology, DNA level and all that. So I decided to do PhD in the US and I moved to US. I did my PhD in neuroscience and pharmacology there. And I spent about 10 years in the US and in US I was observing all the industry and there are a lot of opportunities for, life science graduates like us. And then I moved to industry and started participating in the clinical development and research. I was overseeing different therapy areas there. After working there about 10 years, I decided to move back to India. I joined Sun as a clinical research head and I was heading different therapy areas at Sun. Slowly what I realized is whatever we are doing in India is little bit incremental type of discovery or research. It's not real. And I was looking at global, working there. So I was looking at the global opportunities where we can take those molecules to India like Sun and we take it further. And that is called as business development, right? So my current role involves identifying new companies, new molecules, new products, new disease areas where there are unmet medical needs, identified those companies whether in Europe or Japan or US, either buy those companies or in-license those products, take through development, get it approved in US, Europe, all the regions, and obviously India is a part of all that global development program. So currently I am doing company acquisitions, mergers, and in licensing of molecule, joint ventures with different companies in US, equity investments in venture capitals, startups and all that. That is my current role.
So I think that's a big change, 180 degrees from what we assume a pharmacologist will do. I think it's, I could have thought more of a MBA and from IIM guy, talking about this.
So yeah, I am MBAs, I have a team and a lot of people are there under with me who are MBAs from IIM.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So I'll come to Dr. Rangil Singh Raina, sir. Sir, you've been in academics for such a very, very long time. So then how did you actually think about moving to administration? And could you please share your journey?
First of all, good afternoon, one and all. Sir, if I talk about my journey, then I have to go back to my postgraduate period. So all our young generation pharmacologists are there. So I should say that the commencement of all these things are started from my PG era. Because first of all, I would like to thank the Almighty so that I am here in this position. After that, all these my guides, my mentors, who are responsible, due to only their help and their guidance, I could reach here. And one thing I would like to say, we have all this training, whatever, because administration is totally different from academic. We have new challenges. And I think the opportunities opportunity is always disguised as the challenges, as a hard work. And you have to face, you have to accept that challenges, okay? And with the positive attitude, with the all this, that learning process, we can say, that should be, your intention should be there, that I should learn new thing. Because every step we have the new thing. Academics totally different, and administration is totally different. But by the help of all my mentors, and I would like to mention one name which is very special, and I'm very pleased to announce the name of that person, Dr. Vijay Thawani. You must have heard about the name of, he is the faculty of GMC Nagpur, sir.
He was my mentor for MD.
Okay, that's great, sir. So he was head in the my government medical college in once. I was there from 2009 to 2016. There in the government medical college in Srinagar, Garhwal. He was the head of the department, and he guided in each and every step of this administration. So as new challenges were there, and one more thing about during our this PG course, we have learned how to do different research projects. There again, we need some administration, project management is there, analytic and critical analysis is there. So all these things slowly and slowly directed me towards this administration. And first of all, I was trained for how to develop the department. Then slowly I transferred from Srinagar to Doon Medical College, and there again another mentor, principal of that medical college, Dr. Bharti was there, and he again guided me. And everywhere I have to accept the challenge.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I think it's a small world. Both of you have the same mentors here. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll come to Dr. Zia now. Dr. Zia, you're working with Apollo Hyderabad.
Yes, sir.
So, what is your, primary role in the corporate hospital? And again, could you also please share a little about your journey before we go to the audience to get the questions?
Yeah, thank you for the questions, and thank you for NAPTICON for inviting me to be part of this panel discussion. So starting from the journey, 10 years back when I completed my MD Pharmacology from CMC Ludhiana under the leadership of Dr. Dinesh Kumar Badial sir. And after finishing, I was looking for job opportunities which could be the best. So when I saw the various job profile description, one profile just caught my attention. And that word which was there, which was continuously, I remember it's patient safety. So in the job description, it was mentioned patient safety. So that was like, how is a MD pharmacologist going to make patient safety in hospital? What is this job? Let me go like to be involved in the hospital with along the clinician. So that's how I joined this Apollo Hospital, had this particular job description. Then I joined there to see what kind of role the MD pharmacology play in the pharmacology. So previous session on medication errors you have seen. There was one slide which was saying that why medication errors in limelight now. So I'm talking 10 years back when medication error was a somewhat neglected entity. Not all the hospitals has prescription audit. That time this job was there with Apollo hospitals. They want one specification, MD pharmacology must. So for that job. So I applied that, I went into that job and then gained my interest so much. And I also had my colleague, he's also Dr. Karthik Doshi. He used to tell me all the time, "Arey chal yaar, marketing mein acha hai. Why do you want to go there?" So what the pharmacology will do in hospital. So I said, I'll figure out. So after 6 months back, he called me up. He asked, what is your responsibility? What do you do there? So I say, I do prescription audit. I do medication errors. Then I catch ADRs, report. Okay. Acha, karta kya hai tu? So that was the main thing. Karta kya hai tu? That was this thing. Then I started telling, after 6 months, I could able to list down all the works, what we do it there. And ultimately, then also he used to have query, karte kya hai? Then in simple language, I used to tell him, I'm a policeman of the hospital. So wherever the doctor writes a prescription, I do policing. I figure out any errors are there and I prevent it. So as you see in one previous session, there was an error succinylcholine given to a patient who was ready to discharge. So apparently that patient would be in the ward, not in ICU. So if that kind of error occurs in hospital, I ask myself a question, like Newton question. Like that I ask myself, अरे यार सक्सिनाइलकोलिन वार्ड में कर क्या रहा है? So then I figure out, I made a list of drugs not allowed to be in the ward. And that I sticked completely in the pharmacy. Pharmacy at any time do not dispense those medication in the ward. No doctor, even if they write, nothing will come on the screen or it will reach to the hands of the nurse. So that list of medication like neuromuscular blocker agents, general anesthetics, and insulin infusion, sodium bicarb infusion. Many times we have interaction with the doctors. I tell, no, you can't give sodium bicarb infusion in the ward. Shift the patient to ICU. So why? I have this one listed conditions. This can happen, that can go wrong. So please shift it. So we have one-to-one interaction with the clinician, and my management is very supportive in helping me. So coming to the question, primary responsibility, medication audit, not just prescription, medication audit, and adverse drug reaction monitoring, antimicrobial stewardship, surgical, prospective audits, and prophylaxis adherence, and let it be OP. And the fourth important is the training of all the doctors, nurses, and the pharmacists in the hospital. These are my prime responsibility.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think now nobody will have any doubts as to what exactly you do in the hospital. Yeah, so now that we have seen and heard our speakers and about their journey, so the session is now open to the house. Anyone who wishes to ask any question to any of the panelists, could you just, panelist can be addressed this question. Anyone? And I request the postgraduate students to please come up. Any doubts you have in mind as to, how will you join ICMR maybe, or how will you join Apollo, anything, or what are the issues you are facing? Any question, we'll be very, very happy to answer. Yes, madam, please.
Good afternoon. Wonderful discussion by the panelists. Based on your experience, especially Dr. Cherian from both the doctors, especially for Dr. Zia, I can understand, I think these things we are already teaching to our postgraduate students. But especially, what would you recommend which should be included in our postgraduate curriculum as per your experience, your exposure, that these are the avenues for our prospective students?
Yeah. In fact, that was one question I also had up my sleeve. I said if nobody asks, I will ask the question. So maybe questions to maybe Dr. Atul and Dr. Atul. Do you think your MD pharmacology training prepared you for the job you took in pharmaceutical industry? And if you feel it did not prepare you well, what advice would you like to give to prospective guides and HODs as to how they should formulate certain things so that anybody who wishes to enter the industry is better prepared than you were at that time?
No, sure. I passed out in 2000, so it's like 24 years back. World has evolved a lot, right? Not only science, financial and all that. And I'm sitting on few boards which are like gene therapy company, or science is going haywire, right? And somebody talked about AI and all those things.
I mean, were you ready for the industry when you entered, or were you totally lost when you entered the industry?
No, I think, see, after MD Pharmac, the trend was and is, you go as a medical affair or medical advisor, right? Which is very, very relevant for our job, right? Or pharmacovigilance, for example, or clinical research. All that kind of people do. I enjoy more my work now because I am seeing not only drug development, but total deal. Say molecule, whether it is discovery, preclinical, clinical, you are going your MD pharmacology or my PhD in US, helping me understanding the mechanism of action, how signaling pathways will work. Not only that, based on that, you have to depict PTRS, probability of technical success, based on which the value of the project is dependent. That part is not included in our current curriculum, and I think I spoke in past at GMC in one of the sessions where Dr. Kaikar, Dr. Ganesh Dakle and Dr. Turankar were there. My thinking, and I'm not saying no curriculum is perfect. You will never be 100% ready for anything. You have to learn a lot of things. I had zero knowledge about finance or BD or anything, but now I am heading global BD and so many IMs. I learned a lot of finance and all that. So I think our PG students, they should have some sense of financial valuation of the clinical program. That is completely lacking right now, I think. And if we supplement not only in curriculum, but some hands-on experimental, projects or pilot projects, then because I hire so many people, right? So many doctors, non-doctors, engineers, financial people, and everybody will have their skill set. But what I need as a head of global BD, not only pharmacology, we have to have clinical, patent-related issues, formulation, CMC, means chemistry, manufacturing, and all that, right? From that, finance, commercial, market access, so many issues, so many things are there. So if we can add little flavor about this, I think that will arm our students.
I think, so what you're trying to say is, even though we are covering a few areas like pharmacovigilance and medical affairs, there are still areas which are there, avenues which are there in the industry, which we are not talking about. And maybe NAPTICON can take note. We can have a session with you for our PG students, virtual session or something. NAPTICON can think about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So maybe Dr. Zia, could you answer the same thing? Was your MD curriculum adequate to prepare you for this role in Apollo, or was there a learning curve after you entered Apollo?
Yeah. So the situation which was in 2008, 9, 10, that time, the curriculum was not adequate to meet the job requirement what was there in the Apollo hospitals. But the Apollo hospitals has very defined standard procedures even before NABH, even before they had gone for JCI. They have their own SOPs. They used to follow from long back. So it was easy for me to gel there and follow and maintain that SOP and learn. So that cultivated a habit of learning new things, handling new challenges, how to communicate.
So what advice would you like to give to senior people so that we can add those things in our MD curriculum? What exactly do you suggest?
Yeah. So medication processes. What is the process of medication in outpatients, inpatients, ward, ICUs, and which are the points where the risk points are there for errors. What are the strategies to be implemented to mitigate those errors? So the training required, that how the medications process in the hospital, in the document physical, and what are the risk points. One suggestion for the curriculum.
Yeah, so basically what you're trying to say is, more of a practical thing rather than just theoretical thing. Yeah, thank you very much. So I think any more? Yeah, please. Yes, please hand over the mic to the gentleman there.
So this is not a question, this is actually a comment. I finished my, and I just bear with me for a minute. My name is Dr. Julius Vaz. I used to head Novartis development till 2 years ago. One of the things I realized early, I finished my MD in 93. In 2003, I went to Europe with my company at that time. And I then 6 months later joined a program in Cardiff University. I'm telling you this because at that time, from 93 to 2003, I moved up from medical advisor to medical director to regional medical director, okay, in different companies. I joined that program in pharmaceutical medicine, and the first contact program I had, I realized how much I do not know. Okay, I did not know a significant amount of what was taught to me, okay, in those 2 days in the first module. It was a discovery module. And I come from St. John's Medical College, and I can tell you the St. John's Medical College faculty was fantastic, top notch. So my pharmacology was very good, but our pharmacology, even till today, and this is not meant to be critical, this is just meant to be, we have not yet upgraded our curriculum to make it, to make our PGs who pass out the MD pharmacology to be able to contribute from day one, okay, to a drug developmental process, okay. And therefore, companies that invest in drug development today in India, okay, have to have significant training for them.
Yeah, understood. So if that be the case, could you just in 1 minute say what additions can be done? We have understood there is a lacuna there, but what addition can be done and what is feasible?
Yeah, so the first thing is about having exploratory development physicians. Exploratory development means first in human, taking it right up to MTD. Okay. ensuring, so up to proof of concept, which is for phase 2A. That's number one. Okay. Number two is having clinical development scientists who can contribute to target product profiles, who can write clinical development plans. Okay. Just an example. Number two. Number three is having physicians who learn about safety from a strategic standpoint, not operational standpoint. Okay. So these are three examples. The fourth example is we have people in India who are working in medical affairs about global medical affairs and the role that they play at a global level. We need to have global medical affairs people and training them. That's just four examples that I want to state. I can actually go on for another few minutes.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for those insights. Yeah, any more questions, please? Yes, sir, please.
This is for Dr. I'm Dr. Balakrishnan from AIMS Bhopal. This question is for Dr. Gill. Dr. Gill sir, I think admin हमारे ऊपर थोपा जाता है. It is thrust on us. Admin is not by choice. Admin is what is thrust upon us, isn't it? So many of us, like me, I don't like admin, but for the last 12 years, I've been a dean, exam research, student welfare, dean academics, etc. So it's not by choice. It's कि director बुलाते हैं, बोलते हैं कि आप बन जाओ. So, what are your comments on this?
Yes, sir. So, I mean, is this something you took by choice, or was it also thrust upon you?
That's the same thing I told you in the that time in the early my journey, that you are just walking around and you will be you will get the new responsibility. No doubt, we academician once we'll shifted from this part to the administration. Lot of burden is there, lot of challenges are there, but somehow we have to accept.
Yeah, but sir, having said that, I think we have still come across people who still enjoy administration. Even though I don't think pharmacologists are one of them, but there are certain people who actually enjoy administration.
But I would like to share the most interesting thing that in most of the medical college, we have number of colleagues here also. You will find most of the pharmacologists are involved in the administration part now.
Probably most of the deans in many medical colleges are pharmacologists.
Yeah, sure.
Right now.
Because especially in the newer medical college where we have that buffer period of 1.5 years, now 1 year. So there we are very much involved in each and every new establishment in medical colleges. That's the reason we are slowly getting involved.
So it's half thrusted upon and half maybe we have no choice. Yeah. Any more question, please? Yes, Dr. Praful. Yeah, please hand over the mic, please.
So, thank you, sir. Thanks for allowing. I know we are running against time, but I'll be very brief and short. So, my take on the curriculum is, sir, frankly, personally, I've been tracking a particular field only to realize that it has been snatched away from somebody else. So while we say that a lot of opportunities are, opening up in front of pharmacologists, but a lot of areas are also being taken away. Animal research has primarily been taken away, by and large. Pharmacoeconomics, just wait for a health technology assessment wing coming up in your college, maybe by hospital administration, it will be taken away. Similarly, recently I had a workshop on medication errors. And who felt bad? People from geriatric medicine. कहते ये तो हमारा काम है. We are dealing with a lot of polypharmacy. So I think probably I tried it with one of my PG students. One of them, I sent them for a brief internship in core pharmacovigilance private enterprise and sent one of them to a government research lab. And then asked them that you now know government, research, private, this thing, and of course academics. What do you want to choose? That was about 1.5 years down the course. Now, as I speak, I think they're pretty sure and they have identified the niche areas. So maybe we can look up at some kind of an internship, which most of the I would say engineering graduates do, maybe after 2 years. So when somebody is aware of the bedrocks and cornerstones and then develops for the rest part of the time in the area which he wants to develop. We cannot be spreading ourselves thin horizontally. We need to identify those pillars on which we want to go deep. Because if you spread out, somebody else is going to take it from that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think this is a very novel school of thought that it's good to explore newer opportunities, but make sure that the opportunity that we have, we stick to them. But Dr. Praful, I think this is one complaint, not only pharmacology, every department has got. The other day I was actually in a conference of biochemistry, and they also had the same grievance, saying that this thing is being taken away by microbiologists and this thing is taken by the pathologist. So I think that grievance is across the board. Yeah, any more questions? Yes, sir, please.
See, I worked in the industry, now I am with the academics. So I am the correct person to comment on both the things. So when I finished my PG in 1989, I was not equipped to meet any of the requirements of the industry. So the curriculum also, today also, there's almost the same thing is going on. So that's a sad fact. So the first thing is that probably we have to improve upon the communication skill of the student. So I can quote one example for that. Within a month of joining the company where I worked, they wanted to introduce cetirizine, and then they wanted to know about the peculiarities of the molecule. Just like a short note, I finished in 5 minutes time. They were not convinced whether they have committed any mistake in hiring me for this job. So that was the doubt they were having. And then when they looked at the details of the points given by me, then they said that it will run for 6 months, 8 months, like that. So like that, so our communication skill is very, very poor. Even today my communication skill is poor, but at that time it was still poorer. So that's a very sad fact which we have to reflect. And last part of that is that every one of us are interested in becoming a slave. We wanted to be a worker. So the worst thing is that being a worker. We have to become an entrepreneur. So none of us talk about being an entrepreneur. So this is an aspect which I would like to include in our PG curriculum, how to become an entrepreneur. See, you can get a job as a medical advisor in a pharmaceutical company. How to start a pharmaceutical company? You are better qualified than, because many of these fellows, for example, take this Sun Pharma man, he's a distributor who has become a owner of this company. We are better qualified than him, but we don't become an entrepreneur, and then we are not the owner of Sun Pharma or any small pharmaceutical company. Similarly, look at the CROs. Look at the CROs, which are major CROs that are run. They are run by administrative people. And similarly, if you look at pharmacovigilance, so these are the places. And last but not the least, we have to concentrate on IPOs related things. As doctor said, we have to concentrate on that. Because when I look at some of these patents and other things that is being filed, okay, they are not fit, they are fit only as a toilet paper. So as a qualified person, we will be able to write a better patent form than that is written by a legal person. Legal person is legally correct, but scientifically it's very weak, but we can add up value to that. So these are the things probably we can think of.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Points are well taken. I think the point on communication skills is very, very pertinent. And it is seen, I think, I'm sure everybody must have noticed, the communication skills have to be improved. And the seminars and other things that we have in our departments, they should focus less on the slides and more on the communication. And that is where conferences like this will help when the PG students come and present posters or other things. I think, yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Any questions, please?
Sir, my name is Shankar, currently working as senior resident in Vimsar, Burla, Odisha. So my question is...
You're working where?
Vimsar,
okay,
Odisha.
Okay. Yeah.
Sir, in our current PG curriculum, we are having a 3 months DRP posting, that is District Residency Program. So what we are noticing is that for complete 3 months, the PGs are sent to the district headquarters hospital, and there is literally nothing is happening there. There's no theory, no practical, nothing. They are wasting their time. So my question is that, is it possible that the 3 months of DRP, instead of that, can we send these PGs or students to industrial exposure so that it will help in their future also?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we've got the question. I don't know whether any of us can actually do much about that district posting as such, but I think many institutes do have this 4 weeks or 8 weeks internship with the pharmaceutical companies. So that is there, and some institutes are sending it and some institutes are not able to send it. So I think to that extent, I request the people from the pharmaceutical industry, I think maybe you can do more for the MD pharmacology people. Like from our place also, many times when we write to many of these companies to help our students for the internship, we are not getting much response. So probably if you could walk 2 steps and help out the medical colleges in allowing their students to come for 8 weeks or 4 weeks, that will be something very useful, sir. So I request everyone who is from the industry to please take note of that. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Hello.
So,
good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm Dr. Ishwarya. I'm a junior resident at GMC Nagpur. Sir, my question is, how can a young pharmacologist get into policy making? Because there are 2 options that we are handed, that either you join academia or you do get into a pharmaceutical company, but getting into policy is really what I want to do, so I have absolutely no idea.
So I think Dr. Jaren will be the person, because he is working with ICMR and I'm sure involved in many drug policies and other things, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Aishwarya. Good question. And Madam, thanks for raising this very important point, because it makes a lot of sense to understand that faculties like you are concerned about what is on the curriculum and whether their students are trained appropriately. So to come back to your question, people say that internal medicine and pediatrics are broad specialities, but I don't think there's any specialty as broad as pharmacology. This is perhaps the broadest of medical specialties that there is. And that's both a blessing as well as a problem, because I was discussing earlier with one of the faculties here that the issue is that your cardiologist in a hospital will most likely know a lot more about the cardiac medicines than you would ever know. So the depth is not really our forte. So I think we need to understand that and then take one step back. And for the question that you asked regarding policy, and that's again why I was telling you, Sushil sir, that it's not really the industry alone that should open doors for immersive learning opportunities. I think as faculties, we should identify institutions, and I can name a few, like the ICMR, the CDSU, the National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority. There are a whole lot of institutions in the country working in the policy space when it comes to areas where there is an overlap between policy and medical doctors and pharmacology. So please feel free to write to them, and I'm not really sure whether the doors would open immediately, but then if you persist, then I think it definitely will. And I see I am aware of a few problem statements which I am working on, where I would like to engage with young minds if they are willing to give me 3 months of their time. So there's a lot of scope there. So thanks a lot for those questions.
So there is scope in various areas to work as far as policies are concerned. Yeah. Any more questions, please?
So can I answer Shankar's question, like that DRP posting, which he said? Like,
yes, please.
Yeah. So there is a caveat in that DRP posting. For pre and paramedical courses, they said like you can join any ICMR acclaimed or any research institute if you're not interested in doing DRP as a post-hospital setting.
So it is laid down, is it?
That is already laid down. Another thing which I wanted to answer, another person who has asked, like we want an internship in industry. So there is already an option in MD curriculum that you can go for industry posting for 2 months. Yeah. And all the acclaimed institutes are sending their residents for 2 months industry posting. So the issue now here is the students have a lot of posting out of department. Like for example, if you take, I am from KEM hospital. So in our hospital, our students are out from the department for 8 months. So they are in DRP for 3 months, they are in clinical pharmac for 1 month, they are for industry for 2 months, and rest all optional. Like somebody is interested in pharmacoeconomic evaluation, we send for pharmacoeconomic evaluation, Delhi. So they are not there literally in the department for 8 months. So the training in department becomes very less. So for example, for me, like the concern for as a pharmacologist is our students are very weak in pharmacokinetics. So somebody talked about pharmaceutical medicine, and I agree with that. And we are actually the core area of pharmacology is pharmacokinetics. So we are very poor in teaching undergraduates as well as postgraduates as well. So we ourselves are getting trained from pharmacy college experts who are actually experts in pharmacokinetics. So as a faculty also we underwent training through Bombay College of Pharmacy. So I think so pharmacokinetics has to come in the curriculum.
Yeah,
Thank you
I
very
think I fully agree with you, madam, that pharmacokinetics is a weak point, and one of the reasons they give is, I was not good in maths, that's why I took biology. That's why I'm not good in pharmacokinetics. Maybe that is one of the reasons that could be there. Yeah.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Myself, Dr. Chandrika Setia. I'm a first-year postgraduate student from Jorhat Medical College. My question is, I would like to know that what are the job opportunities if we delve into marketing that we can have just after completing our MD?
Marketing in industry as such?
Industry, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. Short, sir? Anything short? Marketing, she's interested in marketing.
Yeah. So there is a division called medico marketing where we can use our medical knowledge and pharmacology knowledge, and we start preparing marketing materials, reaching out to the doctors and sending them. So there is special division for that.
So they can apply for it, is it?
Yeah, they can.
So the
It's
medical
already
marketing
there.
is a division in most of the companies, you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay, that's wonderful, sir.
Yeah,
I saw somebody raise a hand there. Yeah, Dr. Badial, please.
Yeah, coming into the curriculum, why I heard a lot of things about the curriculum 20 years back, 30 years back, and we have seen now also. And Zia has experienced that old curriculum, and we have some of you are in the new curriculum, you experienced that also. Actually, it is only, if you see 12 pages document, if you read now, right? And some of you are very well highlighted that it should be there. It is there. We have to read it. For example, posting, when we say, we are talking a lot about academia industry collaboration for, I think, number of us for 2 decades. We talk in the conference, national conference, after that nothing happens. Lot of promises are made. Now it is in the curriculum. We are looking for avenues. Academics are looking for avenues, it is not coming up. Wherever we approach from the industry, it ultimately is, success rate is very less, 10% or so.
Yeah, this is the same thing I wanted to say, sir, that companies probably will have to do a little more. Maybe the KEM people are getting people to come, but other colleges are not finding it so easy, man.
So I will request even Jarian to, why not ICMR offers few weeks or 1 month internship to MD students. That can be very good opportunity actually. Many scientists work there. And one thing is more, out of that 8 months, only for 1 month or 2 months they are going out of institution. They are out of department, not out of institution. We have been talking about integrated teaching. MD pharmacology is learning about clinical things. Now there is a chance within your institutions, they have to go to medicine and all that. You don't say they are out of department. You please make a schedule. What are the learning objectives for 2 months? What they are to? They should meet you. Okay, at least not every day, 1 week, they should have presentation. You decide what they will be doing there. Okay, then it will be beneficial to all those components. You build up. These things are already there now in the curriculum. Flexibility is all given to us. Okay, we need to take it up and then implement it. Right now, the challenge is with us, implementation. And unfortunately, what I have seen in the last 1-2 years, after it's a change, this issue is coming up. नहीं फिर MBBS classes कौन लेगा? This has many HODs said. फिर MBBS classes कौन लेगा अगर PG चले जाएंगे? But we should actually send them. Okay, it's a part of their curriculum, but we have to build up first the contents why they are going there somewhere. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I saw somebody raise a hand. Yes, please.
Sir, I had a question to Dr. Jia, sir. Sir, post MD, you are now working as a consultant clinical pharmacologist in a hospital. So I wanted to know what else would DM clinical pharmacology bring to the same. So if I go for DM clinical pharmacology and then I want to work as a clinical pharmacologist in a hospital, what extra will I be able to do, or should I like?
So he's trying to say if he does DM,
of MD.
I mean, will he live in a better position, or is MD is all right, or MD is
limitation
better?
of MD farm, or where else where you can pitch it. So this is something like super specialty question. What are the gaps where I need help there, DM card? So first is your therapeutic drug monitoring. There are a few drugs where the consultant will ask, especially the transplant and the infectious disease for vancomycin, trough levels, transplant patient. They ask that requirement a clinical pharmacologist can fit there. And also clinical research, which I have learned afterwards. I'm handling the research also for the region of.
But then will they pay the DM more than the MD pharmacology? Will they pay more?
No. The requirement is for MD pharmacology.
Yeah, if the payment is not more, then there's no point, I think. Because if the DM is joining, he should be ideally paid a better salary than MD.
Yeah, MD is sufficient, more than sufficient for a hospital pharmacologist to take care of the job.
So I think that answers your question. Yeah, anybody else? Yes, please.
So actually, when you spoke about your position at Apollo, but that will be very limited to the hospitals who actually appreciate what you are doing. There are hospitals that are run by just MBA people or any other regular entrepreneurs. So they might believe that the doctors are in a position to judge what they are prescribing and they don't need anyone else supervising them. So at this position, do you see your job role translating into regular hospitals, general hospitals? Or is there any scope with NABH or JCI that you can get to do?
So the job role, whether it is translating to the various different hospital or not, so there is some problem here. There is a medication error which happens in the hospital. The doctor may be confident he is expert, as Dr. Jarin said, the cardiologist medication, he is the depth of knowledge he knows. But still he can make error. So it's human nature to do error, and the prevention is divine. So we catch those errors and we deactivate, we show to the management, this many errors we deactivated. How many lives saved because of those errors? And that kind of safety environment is created, that safety trust is created within our hospitals. So that they have in their mind when they prescribe. They feel sometimes, अच्छा dose गलत है तो ये लोग देख लेंगे. So it is let it go ahead, no problem. So those things they take. These appreciation now has come in NABH. NABH standards also you can see. Medication, they have given error analysis in the last page, which was not there in previous edition. So day by day, as the time goes, this appreciation is coming about the importance of medication safety in the hospitals. So going forward in future, other hospitals also will understand this importance and we get the scope there.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. How much more time do we have, madam?
Sir, I have just one point to add here.
Yeah, you have a question or question?
No, I want to add a point regarding.
Please make it short.
Yeah, regarding the internship, because everyone's so interested into that. I think Dr. Dinesh sir mentioned about avenues wherein students can approach. I just want to mention, and if any faculty or any professor is interested, Dr. Bhavesh Kotak from Dr. Reddy's is heading medical affairs there. He is offering internship, as well as he will help students to place them in different companies for internship. So you can reach out to him either on LinkedIn or you can reach out to me. I'm Dr. Reshma, and through WhatsApp, and then I can connect you all.
I think this is the most important information of the entire panel discussion, that the name and the email ID. Yeah. So I have probably one question which I thought we had so much of interaction that I will not be able to ask too many questions.
उसमें कोई जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एमडी फार्माकोलॉजी के लिए डीसीजीआई में, एसएडिस्को में, तो उस तरीके का भी कोई डिस्कशन इसमें हुआ नहीं.
So I think we don't have an expert on that. CDSO.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, maybe he's looking for opportunities in CDSO or DCGI. Do we have such avenues, sir?
Sir, I do work quite closely with the regulatory agency.
Yeah.
And I think we have a very dynamic person at the leadership right now. That's exactly the reason why I was telling you to please reach out to these agencies, the CDSCO, NPPA. There's a lot of policies work that happens where, as pharmacologists, you would be able to contribute. So please feel free to write to them, and I am very hopeful that there should be some role that they will be able to identify. But when it comes to positions for working there, I'm not really sure if they, like agencies such as the CDSU, whether they are open to having doctors. I'm not really sure about that.
Am I allowed to make some comment?
Please, Poli, sir, please.
Yeah. He has asked about the regulatory agency. Unfortunately, this has been discussed many times, and it has been discussed on the NPT platform also, that there are a lot of politics in getting the entry of MD pharmacologists in regulatory bodies as well as in pharmacovigilance in Ghaziabad. So we have told this very loudly. Only thing is that we need to take into consideration is that with the permission, and he has also taken so many times in interest our Honorable President, sir, we need to write government agencies repeatedly that it should be made mandatory that an MD pharmacology should be an integral part of both of these agencies. There should not be any kind of the politics behind it. There should not be any kind of the lobbying behind it. Fortunately, this is happening. Okay, my comment may be out of context, but this is true, and we need to take initiative under the able guidance of our president through the NPT platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Just one question maybe I had in mind, which I thought I'll ask. Many people who want to get into industry, they are very apprehensive of the work-life balance. Work-life balance, traveling, stress, deadline. So do you think that is something to fear, sir? In 30 seconds.
No, I don't think so. You get used to it and then your threshold goes up, right? So I am not afraid. I mean, any job will have its own, pros and cons. Don't be afraid.
Fine.
Be willing to take risks, and there are many.
One last question, Dr. Zia. Do you face competition from PharmD people or pharmacy people, or do people in Apollo mistake you as a pharmacist, or do you face any competition from them? Or do they not appreciate you? They think that you're a pharmacy guy. Does that happen?
No. So the clinicians interact very understanding way only with the MD pharmacology. That I have seen in Apollo. Sometimes when I'm not there in the location, I send my second line, who is a PharmD. So then they don't interact much. They said call him. So that's what we see in our
That is good to hear.
Yeah.
Chalo, thank you very much. I think we had a wonderful discussion, and thank you all the panelists for sharing your insights with the entire audience, and I'm sure everybody will take it forward from there, and of course you're all available whenever anyone needs any advice on anything. So thank you very much, and I think we conclude the session now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request the moderator and also the panelists to stay back for the felicitation. And for the felicitation, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Atul Jain, Professor, Dr. RML Institute, Lucknow. Can we have on stage Dr. Atul Jain to felicitate our moderator and also the panelists. Thank you so much for that wonderful open house discussion on navigating the expansive landscape of pharmacology, diverse career pathways and opportunities. And while the felicitations take place, a very important announcement. The plenary session 6, which was scheduled in this hall at 16:10, has been shifted to the other hall. To the examination hall, and she'll start in a few minutes. The plenary session 6 on the topic Advancement in Signal Detection Algorithms, and the speaker for the session would be Dr. Balakrishnan S., Professor and Head, AIIMS, Bhopal. I repeat, the plenary session 6 would be taken up in the examination hall. It was supposed to be taken up at 16:10 in the auditorium, but it has been shifted to the examination hall and shall start in a few minutes. Thank you so much, Dr. Atul Jain. Thank you so much to all the moderators and also the panelists. With this, we shall now commence the plenary session 5 on the topic From Hurdles to Hope, Solutions to Challenges in Oncology Trials. And the speaker would be Dr. Seema Pai, Senior Director and Head, India SASSA, Clinical DevOps, Pfizer. And to chair the session, we shall have Dr. Sachendra Kumar Srivastav, Dean, Kiran Medical College and Hospital, Gujarat. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause. Also welcome Dr. Mirza Shiraz Beg, Professor, GMC, Sambhaji Nagar. Taliyan baja sakte hain. Dr. Hira Lal Bhalla, Professor, AIMS, Gorakhpur. A warm welcome to the chairpersons for the plenary session 5. I would request the chairpersons to kindly take over the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you very much, NAPTICON, Dr. Dakle, Dr. Kalikar, for having me here. My name is Seema Pai. I am the Senior Director for... Okay. So I'm going in for a bit of an introduction from Sir. Sir, yes, over to you.
I have the opportunity given to me to introduce you. Dr. Seema Pai, she's a Senior Director and Head India SSA, Clinical Development Operations Pfizer. She's an experienced physician with 20 plus industry experience in clinical research. She's responsible for clinical trial delivery for global and local clinical trials placed in India. She's on the leadership team for Asia AFME organization and part of the India leadership team for the Pfizer India country business. She's a board member for Pfizer Products India Private Limited and works for several global innovation work streams within Pfizer for virtual monitoring, development of innovative site and study solutions, apart from strategy development for the clinical development work for India and cluster countries. She works closely with several other agencies supporting clinical development work for the government for supporting several clinical development activities. She also works closely for initiatives of ICMR, BIRAC and CDSA. She is an alumnus of Grand Medical College, Sir JJ Group of Hospitals and TN Medical College, Mumbai University. And I welcome Dr. Seema Pai to start talk.
Thank you for having me here. So now I'll officially start the presentation. So today I'm going to speak to you all about from hurdles to hope. So we all are going through a phase where there are a lot of oncology trials which are being placed in India. However, there has been a phase through the whole journey from so many challenges which have occurred within the oncology space, and I'm going to talk to you through it. The views which I'm expressing today are solely mine and not really of Pfizer and its personnel. So the background is what I will talk you through as to what has happened over the past several years in the oncology space and where we have reached today. The focus for today is what I'll come to next and what are the key challenges and the potential solutions that we can hope for. And finally, a take-home message for the postgraduates who are there. So we all know from a background perspective that globally, cancer is an emerging disease which is there, which is causing a lot of mortality and morbidity, which is known to everybody. And when we look at India, India has about 1.46 million patients with cancer, which is reported in 2022, and it is only increasing year on year. And when we look at cancer, which is causing the deaths, it's about 8.3% of the total deaths and 5% of the total disability adjusted life years in India, as is seen in 2016. So clinical trials and new innovation are critical for India to be ahead of the game when we are looking at providing new drugs and drugs with quality to our patients. And executing global clinical trials for oncology and for cancer is a very long, expensive, and a complex undertaking. And while selecting the countries for global studies, the sponsors consider several factors which include patient pool, which include quality of trained investigators, the competing trials which are there in the country, the availability of the infrastructure, and the financial investment versus the returns. And what happened in India over the last several years, and I will take a time frame from 1994 up until now. If you look at this, it is pretty tiny for the people at the back, But what I'll walk you through is there was a period between 94 and 2004, which was the period of attraction where a lot of clinical trials were being placed in India. And this is true for oncology and beyond, where there were multiple events like the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, the Indian Patent Act, there was TRIPS, and then there was the ethical guidelines for biomedical research for human participants and the GCP guidelines which were laid out. And thereafter, there was a period of acceleration between 2004 and 2012, where every single multinational came into India, started to place clinical trials, and that was a time when we could see that there is a lot of activity which is happening in the clinical trial space and in oncology, where all the oncology trials started to gain momentum. Thereon, there was a period of attrition where there was a huge tumultuous period that India went through when it came to the placement of clinical trials, and there was a downswing because of several issues which were raised because of one clinical trial wherein there were court cases which started to come up because of activism in India, and also lay press reporting reporting against clinical trials, and that really put us down in terms of the momentum. When you wear an academia hat or even an industry hat, the overall knowledge pool which was built up until 2012 started to go down in both capability and capacity. And then we have the time when there was a re-acceleration after 2016, where we could see that due to the efforts of several agencies, several people coming together and partnerships, there was definitely a resurgence of clinical trials, one might say, when it comes to placement. And we can see that there were several events which happened, which helped us strengthen the regulatory environment and also the capability building after 2016. So the focus for today is not what happened in the past, but how can we go towards a solution-based approach, and how do we navigate this maze, and what are the true challenges to execute these global clinical trials for oncology, and are we ready really for the complex trials that we are talking about and delivering them in the ecosystem which we currently have, and if we do so, how do we do so efficiently? So what are the challenges, first of all, in order for us to really look at today, and if I have to look at it from an industry lens and a global lens, what is it that people look at India and say, what is the main problem? One of the key problems here is the lack of awareness for research in cancer care. That is how it is perceived. It may not be the true reality, but there is a lot of perception around the awareness of research in cancer. Also the lack of diagnostics for the diagnostics, when I say, I don't mean the routine lab diagnostics that one does, but also when we look at mutations and the complexity of the trials that are being run globally today, and when we look at it from an Indian lens, the diagnostics are missing. The second part of it is the support which we are expecting the patients to have at a hospital. There is very poor support for clinical trials as a care option. Many of the patients don't even know that what are clinical trials, and if they are there, what is it that they can do to use it as a care option. Within the hospitals, there is very limited knowledge about giving clinical trials as a care option. It's always the last option, not really one of the options as is seen in the West. There is a shortage of oncology healthcare professionals and facilities in India as opposed to what we see in some of the countries, which are the developed nations. And if we look at the funding for clinical trials and the time resourcing which is there for clinical trials, which is secure time for the investigators, that is very, very limited. Then we look at the economic factors. Typically as a sponsor, the expectation would be we do cover a lot of the treatment related part, but when it comes to the patient, it is not just the treatment related part. The patients would also expect, when it is an oncology trial, the caregiver's time, the travel to the hospital, the hospitalization cost, all of which is not really routinely covered when it comes to a clinical trial. Then there are social, cultural, and geographical factors when we talk about it, because there are not very open conversations which occur about oncology clinical trial participation, Of course, of late it has improved with a lot of celebrities coming out and talking about it and saying, yes, they have participated in a trial, but most of the times what is their disease condition or what really is the treatment that they undertook and why they went outside of India to undertake those treatments is very much hidden. Then when we look at the integration between the public and the private sector, we just heard a very good panel discussion on how this integration is very important. And this is something which is the need of the hour, I would say, and that's where we have to go forward when we move along. And we will look at the insurance coverage. As we talk, it is improving, but over and above, the insurance coverage is really nil when it comes to oncology care, because most of the insurance agencies don't really take up the insurance when it comes to an oncology patient. So if you look at it broadly, and I can share this particular paper where there was a collaboration between various industry bodies as well as the academicians and the oncologists, which came up with a very good paper talking about the advantages of conducting oncology clinical trials in India. Key amongst it was, what are the advantages we can really project to the sponsors or to people who are wanting to conduct trials in India. Certainly there is a treatment naive population even today, and that is a boon and a bane both at the same time, because the kind of trials which are being conducted today, they're very nuanced compared to what it was in the past. The genetic diversity is certainly there in India, which we can capitalize, and we can see that the enrollment numbers which come in from India, even though we start later, would be very high, and oncology specialty clinics are slowly trying to gain momentum compared to what it was again in the past. The oncologists can speak English. That is one of the key advantages which we see when global clinical trials are placed, because many of the countries really require translations, etc., when it comes to the treatment regimens which are there, and there are local country practices which are very strong. And given the critical mass of English-speaking population in India, the treatment protocols then become very easy to follow and practice. The cost per patient in India is significantly lower as compared to that with high-income countries that one can see. And the regulatory outlook, which we talked about at the beginning, has really changed, because of which it becomes one of the advantages for India. And the turnaround time, which is there for approvals for oncology, particularly, it's a huge change in the last 2 to 3 years, where we have seen that there are oncology SECs happening every month 2 times, which is really helping us to collaborate better with the SEC panels. They also understand the kind of molecules that are coming in, and that swift turnaround time has really helped place better, more oncology trials. Now, if you look at a deeper dive with the external environment, what is happening in terms of the collaborations? There is a growing hub which is there with world-class facilities for treatment of cancer in India, which is through the National Cancer Grid. And we can see that the regional cancer centers, there are more than 62 of them which are funded by the government. And the presence of top pharma companies, at least they have a local office in India, which really helps and encourages the global pharma to place more trials. There are biotech companies, CROs, which are experienced in oncology. And at the same time, the digital literacy, the clinical trial platforms that are being used, many of them being devised in India, being the IT hub of the world. There is use of devices to collect data. There is AI which is being used. And almost 70% of digital literacy in India in 2023 has really helped people gain the confidence to keep India as part of the global clinical trials, especially for oncology. Now, the government R&D funding also has raised to 3.2% from less than 1% in 2024, which really is a huge plus when it comes to projecting this to the global stakeholders. And you can see the whole graph here, right from 2010 to 22, we can clearly see that there is an increase in the phases of clinical trials, as well as over time we are rising in terms of the numbers that are being placed in the country. So if you look at the progress from an external viewpoint, the progress has been significant, because one of the key things that happened in the last couple of years is there was the US FDA collaborating with the Indian stakeholders for the Cancer Moonshot project. And when the White House announced the Cancer Moonshot project, we have been very fortunate to have Indian investigators. We have been very fortunate to have some people like myself and some of the others to be invited to be part of this Cancer Moonshot, which has been a continuous collaboration between the US FDA and the Indian CDSCO, as well as the Indian government, the DBT. And there has been a continuous dialogue which has really led to the oncology drug development being enhanced in India, which is leapfrogging now. And the cancer grid is an integral part of it. BIRAC is an integral part of it, which gives a lot of confidence to place more trials. Also, we can see that every pharma, you can see the names of the international pharma and the key drugs there. And we can also see the investment which is done where there is a public-private collaboration with ImmunoAct, where CDSCO approved the first CAR-T for blood cancer or for leukemia in India. And at the same time, there have been diagnostic collaborations also with multinational pharma. So having said all this, this really is a positive sign for placement of more cancer trials in India. Now, if you look at a deeper dive from a site level perspective, the infrastructure in tier 1 cities in India is highly amenable to conducting clinical trials across different therapy areas. We all know that. However, if you look at what is really happening, the tier 2 centers are the ones which are also growing in terms of the enrollment capacity as well as the quality and the dedication which the staff would have and the time which they would have. So we can see here, if we look at it per population, the number of hospital beds and medical doctors by cities, with most urban populations, you will see that the number of hospital beds and the ratio to that is best in Chandigarh, so to speak, per the data. And the number of doctors to beds ratio is better in the north, as well as some in the south. Now, if you look at the average bed capacity in the country, it's only 1.4, and tier 1 cities have on an average a bed capacity of 2.8. So while the doctors are very busy doing their routine clinical practice in oncology, it is very difficult for them to carve time to do clinical trials, which is a totally different stream. So the average number of doctors per 1,000 of population is about 0.8 in the tier 1 cities and 1.8 per 1,000 population, if you look at it from a overall perspective. And 65% of the private hospitals, they contribute to the 65 to 70% of the total bed capacity in a metro city. So the reason I have put this up is to highlight that there is a lot of struggle between the number of oncologists. If you look at it from an oncology lens, it is one doctor per year is just looking at about 2,000 odd patients, which is very, very difficult for them to really pull them into a clinical trial. And there are initiatives which are there by ICMR, the Ministry of Health, where they have designated policies, or let's say set up standalone facilities, especially for phase 1, as well as for the Ministry of Health designating 8 tertiary care hospitals as the center of excellence. So this is an area which pharmaceutical companies are actively tapping. And if you look at it from the disease prevalence lens, we will see here on the right-hand side, it is more about the stratification which is there for the disease prevalence. And we will see that oncology really tops, and we can see that the states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, where there are most number of tier 1 cities and there are advanced medical infrastructures which are present. And there is a lot of nodal catchment which is there in the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities, which is coming into these particular areas, and the cancer prevalence is also high. Now, these people get the treatment. However, again, participation in a clinical trial is a totally different ballgame when it comes to India and these areas, though it is mapped as high prevalence areas. So it's not just the high prevalence which a company will look at, it will also look at the historical data on how these sites have performed in order to take them into future clinical trials. So when we look at public-private partnership, on the other hand, there are strategic partnerships which companies are developing, and in different categories there are private hospitals and there are partners which are there between the hospitals and the partnerships with the pharma companies which are listed over here. They could be from access to global clinical trials as one of their key areas of success. It could be, for example, for polyp detection, Apollo has tied up with Sanofi, with Amazon, so as to look at AI-based computing, for example. There is a patient access program for a joint venture which is there, which is again there for Apollo and Sanofi. Similarly, there are centers of excellence between Medanta and Duke, which was there and now it's, of course, depleted. But having said that, there are multiple other partnerships which are gaining momentum, and you can see the names here, and each of them have merit and value in the same. And when you look at the collaborative partnerships between GE and Max, for example, that is for oncology, for training, and for centers of excellence, which really is very encouraging for a longer term perspective. Now, if we look at the solutions, which we talked about all the challenges that there are for participation in an oncology clinical trial, first and foremost, for the lack of awareness, what is it that the industry is doing, what is it that investigators are doing, patient bodies are doing. There is an awareness raising campaign which is happening at a macro level between governments, between industry and the hospitals, both private as well as public. There is working which is happening with the sites, investigators, very, very nationally and internationally. We will see that clinical research addition into the clinical practice is something which is being advocated even by the most premier Tata Memorial Hospital as a part of their training programs to their new joinees. Also, there is, we talked about poor support for clinical trials as an option. The word here is that we have to remove the taboo around the word trial itself, and instead a position has to be adopted that this is a care option, and this is something which is not only in speak but in practice and also in true belief by the oncologists. That is something which we are all looking forward to. For the shortage of oncology healthcare professionals and the facilities, there is an improving ratio of committed trialists, and as an industry, we are all trying to support them in terms of whoever is interested, making more and more clinicians interested in doing clinical trials. That's what we are encouraging. We are also speaking to managements of those hospitals to give them secure time such that they can do clinical research at least for part of their time. And also monetization of the same is very important, which is why the heads of institute is what the industry is speaking to individually and also as a body. And for the limited funding for clinical research, again, this is something which is to be built in the operating plans of every hospital is what is being encouraged. And there is a lot of talk going on with BIRAC as well as with DBT to see if there can be some reward options for indigenous research such that there can be more participation in clinical trials. And it's not just the industry sponsored, it is indigenously done clinical trials for a research question which the oncologist sees in their practice. The economic factors which are there, which is to ensure rate cards, standardization of contracts, per subject costs, that is being reworked at the hospitals. And for the social, cultural, and the geographical factors, a lot of companies are relying on social media such that the culture can change, so that the longer term goals for Gen Z can actually be looked at, so that they take an interest. The academicians who are oncologists take an interest in participation in clinical trials. I already talked about the integration between the public and the private sectors. And for insurance coverage, there is Ayushman Bharat and many companies individually doing work in the space of oncology and insurance. And private players are being educated right now on the clinical research advantages, disadvantages, and how they can cover oncology in their clinical trial framework. So a little bit of technology related piece, which I would like to also add here. The whole trial space has changed, where from a traditional trial model, it has moved into a decentralized clinical trial model during the time of COVID. And now it is moving into a further different mode of a virtual trial model, where there is an elimination for the need of sites. Of course, this is not happening in India, the last part, which is this one, which is eliminating the need of a hospital site. But certainly, there is a lot of work which is being done in terms of culling the data and looking at it from a data flow, for patients who can be, who are already participated in the routine hospital setting where the data can be culled for RWD and RWE type of trials, which is real world data and real world evidence. And if we look at it from a hybrid perspective, that's what indeed there, but at the same time, at least one element is remote. And partially virtual trials are also something which are gaining a lot of momentum in the country. So are we ready for the complex trials and delivering them and building the ecosystem all at the same time? I would say the commercial intent, the business cases, they need to be very strong in the country when it comes to advocating internally within pharma companies for a global clinical trial to be placed. And inclusion of India in a global development plan is something which is critical. I think Dr. Vaz mentioned it earlier in the earlier session, saying that Indians typically would not be able to write the global clinical development plan, which is something which is very much encouraged, which is what I'm trying to say here as well. And the percentage of participation of patients in global clinical trial will lead us to getting more trials, and thus execution makes all the difference at a hospital site. And the number of sites which are given to achieve a target, because in India we feel that we are a large country, we should get more sites, but in today's trial space for oncology, less is more. So less sites from the more number of patients and the better yield is what pharma companies look at from their lens. And when it comes to the operational rigor, a lot of dedicated site coordinators, the budget per study, the complexity of the processes and the use of SMOs and the use of a master services agreement or a memorandum of understanding is critical between the hospital as well as the company. And the overall startup timelines, right from the investigator package or what we call as green lighting within a pharma company, when we get all the approvals to the first subject, first visit, is what is measured and looked at. And also, if you look at it from an overall perspective, it is the quality, the completeness of the data, the use of technology, the ability to use technology at a site level, and the site relationships with science, technology, quality, and quality of operations is what is looked at. So I'll come to just 3 special circumstances very quickly and not really deliberate too much on it. One of the things which is to be known to the audience, especially the postgraduates, would be that there is a common question which the hospital site asks us, as well as there are questions which would be asked from the global principles of any pharma. What about the medical management and the compensation policies? Right now, there is very strong regulation in India where medical management is indeed provided, and the causality deemed by the hospital PI as well as the ethics committee, and the duration and the extent of the medical management is dependent on the EC with consultation with the PI, and pharma companies are bound to pay it. There is really no excuse not to pay medical management. So this is also entrenched in the NDCT rule, which you can see above. So this question should be null and void. It's not like the company can run away or escape by not paying. And finally, when it comes to the compensation related pieces, the ethics committee decides on the compensation. There is an assessment which is also done by the PI, and there is a triaging which is done by the SAE Apex committee for the health authority, which is DCGI, who is the final arbitrator on the compensation, especially when there is a case of death. Again, the sponsor has no excuse but to pay for that particular compensation. And as such, most of the pharma companies which are now entrenched in India and embedded in the clinical trial framework know this, and there is a mechanism for this which is already well established. So this is one thing off the table. The next thing is the post-trial access. The NDCT rule again has got very clear regulation, especially in oncology. This is a commonly asked question. Will there be a possibility that the patient will continue to get the drug after the patient has moved out of the clinical trial? The answer to it is that there has to be no alternative therapy which is available. That is the first thing. And the investigator has to deem that the new drug is beneficial to the trial patient. And at the same time, the patient has to be owning it by saying that they are consenting to use the post-trial investigational new drug, because it's still investigational and not really marketed. And the investigator, once certifying this, has to take this from the patient who is participating in the clinical trial, and the sponsor has to also take no liability clause in writing such that these productions which the pharma company is doing separately for post-trial access can be continued. Most of the companies have already incorporated this and embedded this in a separate trial for a long-term extension study in most cases, as a result of which this doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. And finally, there is the intent to market obligation. It is no more a clause but a checklist declaration in the NDCT rules currently, and it has to be submitted in the e-portal for Sugam. So again, the pharma company has no excuse to say, oh, we will not have any intention to market, because this is an undertaking which goes to the regulatory authority, and there can be penal provisions which will be there if you don't give this. So which is why, as such, I would say most of our issues, which were the issues which were being talked of in the past for oncology particularly, are no more an issue anymore. So which is why the take-home message would be that the trials for oncology by itself have changed very rapidly, as we could see the journey between adaptive designs to newer gene therapies which are coming into the market. And there are a reduced number of patients. While the number of molecules has increased, the number of patients which we take in a clinical trial has decreased. There are no watertight compartments anymore in oncology when it comes to the designs of the trials that are being devised. Also, it is very important for anyone doing drug development on oncology to keep abreast of the latest information, because the guidelines for NCCN would keep changing. The whole paradigm of designing a trial would keep changing with every ASCO and every ESMO. And we have to look at the whole landscape and the development and operational perspectives, as I mentioned in the beginning, and working with the hospital sites and explaining this to them and to people personally at a site level would be very, very essential in order for us to execute. And regulations, partnership between the industry and continually to evolve oncology regulations would be something which everybody should look forward to. So if it has to possess a win-win situation for all, it would be very essential that every one of us comes together to make it a success for oncology. So with that, I would like to again thank the honorable chairs as well as NAPTICON for having invited me here, and I would open it up.
So good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Seema ma'am, for comprehensively covering a talk wherein the audience could definitely understand the difference between the oncology trials and non-oncology trials. Within a short span, you have tried your best to cover everything. Before the question answer session goes to the audience, I agree truly with one thing, that the digital literacy or digitalization or RWE is going to be a real game changer as far as oncology trials are concerned, because they are facing many difficulties. They require a lot of precision. So I hope that digitalization is going to be definitely clearing some of the hurdles of the oncology trials. Now the session goes to the audience. We may take 1 or 2 questions, because madam has already exceeded 2-3 minutes in her talk. So we may have 1 or 2 questions. Okay. Sir, please.
You just, thank you, ma'am. It was a great talk. I just wanted clarification regarding this Ayushman Bharat. You mentioned that there is a communication that is happening between Ayushman Bharat for clinical research, to facilitate clinical research. What exactly is being done in that?
We are trying to explain to the, we are not yet there. I would like to lay out a clear disclaimer. So we are trying to say that at least cover for those people who are right now, we know that the bracket which is there over 70 years of age is now getting covered. So what we have proposed is, at least for that bracket, cover oncology as well to begin with. And after that, we move to the next steps, so that when they have written the insurance form for these people, at least include meaning all the oncological malignancies. Of course, there is a choice to be made which of them can be included and what stage at which they are can be included. But that is a proposal which is being made. Okay. Whether it will be considered, I can't really say, and how much effort it will take is a different story. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Seema.
Yes, sir.
But audience are less, but I told you out of 10 topic in SSC, 8 hours of oncology, ma'am.
Right.
But audience are less.
It is the same with the number of patients as well. So
Yes,
I can
ma'am.
understand.
Number of patients are also less, ma'am. अब शरीर अगर CT है तो आत्मा उसकी oncology trial है सर. Ma'am, one question is from my side. Regarding ma'am challenges regarding the global clinical trial. How can we overcome the, if the approval is come from FDA, EMA, China, Japan, if different parts of regulatory bodies are taking part of it, how can you overcome this type of problem in oncology trial?
You mean the speed, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So right now the oncology SEC panel has been very kind, and even with 1 or 2 approvals, they are going forward with Indian approval, which is a good sign for oncology trials, because if there is data and there is one major market approval.
Yes, if MI is approved that particular molecule, then it is approved in CDSCO and FDA also.
Yes, they are providing us with the swifter approvals for oncology trial to be global clinical trial to be conducted in India.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And ma'am, how this adaptive trials overcome the complexity of a trials, ma'am? The adaptive trials के बारे में कुछ clear नहीं हो.
Right. So the adaptive trials, typically we don't really wait. As soon as we have a proof of concept and as soon as we are able to get the interim data from the previous phase, there is a DMC which is constituted, and we also send the results to the FDA at the same time. And this I'm talking with the context of a US-based company. It could be that it could be EMEA or it could be PMDA or any other regulatory agency from where the molecule has generated. So immediately thereafter, we can move to the next phase with the permissions and not really provide the whole clinical study report of the previous phase, which is very different from what we typically do in the watertight phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3 and get the full clinical data from each phase. So with the adaptive trial, we are able to do that. That is just one part of it.
We can jump from one to...
Yes, that is one part of it. But the other part of
approval
it
बीच में लेना होगा ना ma'am, but...
Yeah, so that is a breakthrough designation and we can quickly make it in the same protocol. We can adapt it into phase 2 by 3 by, 1 by 2 by 3. That is what we can do.
Yes,
and that is what is being done for most of the breakthrough designation drugs. And that's how we have moved forward.
Thank you.
Can I have one question, ma'am?
Yes,
ma'am, your presentation was really very informative. In one of the slides, you have given just a graph regarding which states in our country have done the progress for conduct of the oncology trials. So surprisingly, I couldn't see Mumbai and Bangalore and other states were there. So what were the enabling factors for the states to carry out the oncology trials much more, in a proper
thanks
way?
for the question. I'm really happy you asked it, because see, we have Tata Memorial in Mumbai and that's the city I come from. But unfortunately, the reality is the bureaucracy takes so long for the approval of the trial. By the time Tata approves a trial, till that time, most of the other centers, like the north centers, the smaller centers, like I was saying, the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities, where there are much more dedicated people who want to do it and much more needy people, I would say, who go to the centers and who are having faith in the oncologists. That's where they are delivering as compared to...
Approval means the ethics committee approval.
Yes, correct. The ethics committee approval, because the CDSCO approval is for the country.
So because the ethics committees of the Tata as well as I think KEM are very robust.
So by the time the approval comes, the study is almost over. And like I said at the beginning, the number of patients are shrinking. So that's the reason that we can see more and more lesser numbers coming in from these centers.
Thank you.
I can actually Seema, I can suggest one suggestion because I am there in Tata Ethics Committee. So one of the recommendation as a secretary or as a co-chair I can suggest is you people should make representation as a pharmaceutical industry.
We are doing, madam.
Representation means you have to come to the ethics committee because many of the trials are many times not understood very clearly by the scientific people as well.
Oh, so you're saying the pharma company should present
as you present in subject expert committee, so that it can be fast tracked. Thank you very
much.
Sure,
we'll be happily coming. As long as Tata allows us, we will happily come and present. Thanks, Yashashree ma'am, for that.
Just last one question I want to First, I thank you for making this difficult topic easy to understand.
Thank you, sir.
My question is that how many recently it becomes easier as compared with the past. So how many drugs have been approved in India by trial in India, and how many drugs have been approved recently with the collaborative trial?
So I wouldn't have an exact data point. I will have to look back and look at the data point. But what I can certainly say is the time to approval. Like if I have to give the data from my own company, if we have to look at one drug, which is lorlatinib, right? That's a game changer because it enters the blood-brain barrier and it can, really treat patients with non-small cell lung cancer. Now the global approval was there, and immediately it was a breakthrough designation. So we could get the Indian approval, and we of course got a post-approval commitment of 100 patients trial, and we committed and we did everything. So that was in a period of 1 year, which was really very remarkable for India, because an Indian patient could participate in the trial, get the drug, get the compassionate access, plus there were 100 more who got it via the post-trial access. So now this is what is the trend which is changing, sir, compared to before. Earlier, it used to be the time lag for getting an approval in India would be at least 3 to 4 years, minimum, bare minimum, in the best of drugs. So this is the changing paradigm. How many numbers I will have to check and tell you. And most of this has happened because of the collaboration. Like your other part of the question was, has there been collaboration? So there has been tremendous collaboration, not only internally, within, like we talked about, medical affairs, we talked about clinical teams, we talk about regulatory teams in a company. But at the same time, these three parties, along with commercial, has collaborated externally with the hospitals, with the institutions to generate that trust in order for us to, go ahead. So there are many such examples. I just gave of one.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude this session, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, NAPTICON.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Requesting the chairpersons to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. Seema Pai. Can we please clap for Dr. Seema Pai? And calling upon Dr. Yashashri Shetty, Additional Professor, SAIT GSMC and KEM Hospital, Mumbai, just after this felicitation of the speaker, to felicitate the chairpersons. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful session. Requesting Dr. Yashashri Shetty to please come up to present mementos to our chairpersons. Dr. Sachendra Kumar Srivastav, Dr. Mirza Shiraz Beg, and Dr. Hira Lal Balla. A big thanks to the chairpersons for chairing this session, and also thank you to Dr. Yashashri Shetty for being here with us to felicitate the chairpersons. With this, we come to an end of day one at the NAPTICON 2024. Please make a note that the buses for the gala dinner would start at sharp 6:30 p.m. and carrying your badges is compulsory. As for food, the badges would be scanned. Do not forget to carry your badges along, and the buses would start at sharp 6:30. Thank you so much. Have a great, great time.